Walking around like the herd, all of us cattle on the earth, getting fed like truth is blurred. Here's the truth about these dictators, man. Skeletons in their bunkers, they hide so much dirt, but the media diverts to things about Trump or the people wearing skirts. For all these politicians, vulture Amber Alerts, going off killing babies before their birth. It's all absurd. I wonder why locals let themselves be misled by lies. These same people celebrate while innocent people die. For example, Palestine versus Israel. Just to drop this example by teaching people to watch or subscribe to. People blindly follow all the way through. Doesn't matter what's right or wrong, dude. It's about control of the people, including the youth. They will lie to you until their face turns blue. Just keeping it real. Don't care how you feel. You suffer but they steal your dreams and your hope. It's surreal. Chasing shadows, trying to heal. Living under a system designed to conceal. Voices whispering truths that conceal. But the fire inside us beginning to peel. Break down the walls that division reveal. Together we rise and together we'll heal. Let's be honest, we are trapped in the cycles of tyranny. They got us distracted while killing kids viciously. I mean indirectly with their gangs coming in illegally. Killing children, eating pets, taking over buildings and politicians latch carefully. Fuck you, Kamala, you evil bitch, you're a witch, you're full of shit. Shove your ass down in a pit and let you die like a you did with all them kids. I wonder why locals let themselves be misled by lies. These same people celebrate while innocent people die. For example, Palestine versus Israel. Just to drop this example by teaching people to what to subscribe to. People blindly follow all the way through. Doesn't matter what's right or wrong, dude. It's about control of the people, including the youth. They will lie to you until their face turns blue. Just keeping it real. Don't care how you feel. You suffer but they steal your dreams and your hope. It's surreal. Chasing shadows, trying to heal. Living under a system designed to conceal. Voices whispering truths that conceal. But the fire inside us beginning to peel. Break down the walls of division reveal. Together we rise and together we'll heal. Let's be honest, we are trapped.
Okay, that's enough of that. All right, that went a bit.
Great.
We only need that much long. All right. So introduce yourselves, JC and NC.
All right.
What is
NC,
what
go
is
ahead.
up, everybody? NC.
JC and
We're here with
Yeah.
Bullzie.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're due. Yeah. So funny thing is, like, NC came to me. It was like, "Hey, I noticed you doing more streams." I'm like, it's funny because like I don't have like the slightest of a big channel at all. So it's funny that you even wanted to do the stream. It's like I'm not grown at all. That's just how it is.
Well, that's the thing, Darth, is that anybody who knows us knows that we're not about that clout bullshit. I mean, I've worked with, I've been on streams where there was maybe like 2 people in the live chat for a 4-hour stream before. Like, and that's the thing is, I just did it because I was helping out my friend. And that's how I am with people that I work with. I don't care how big your channel is. If you're cool with us, we're cool with you. I mean, we've done that for a lot of people before. We'll do it again, you know. And that's the thing about you, Darth, is like you're a funny person. You're a cool guy. So yeah, we were looking forward to this. I saw you streaming more. I was like, dude, let's work with this guy. He's got like minds with us. He understands a lot of this shit outside of the wrestling aspect. He can look at the political aspect, occult, worldviews. So shit, man, let's break it open.
Yeah, let's just start with the hurricane because, like, I know that's the thing. So that's one thing I think deals with part of the politics thing because, like, let's just crack that one open and just kind of open the can of worms with that. Like, okay, so I'm not too sure, but apparently there's like a lot of damage done during that hurricane. So as far as I'm concerned, like, if you remember, like 10 years ago, they were complaining about how like our companies are producing like a lot of carbon dioxide or something, or CO2, well, the same thing, but CO2 in the air, which is causing more hurricanes, right? All that bullshit, right? Yeah, you remember that one? And now all of a sudden, like, oh, if they don't really talk about it anymore, now hurricanes is no longer a problem because they like stopped fracking for one. Well, the people still frack there, here, and there, but they just can't sell. Not in the U.S. So U.S. has to rely on other like foreign companies to get their oils, and so there you go. So, but ours are the cheap was the cheapest in the world, and our companies have found a way to like produce less and pollute the air much less. And keep in mind, CO2 does not cause the hurricanes. That was the freaking narrative at the time. Funny how that stops now.
Jeez, yeah.
So,
Well, and they're always going to change it up no matter what. They always got a background narrative for whatever they're doing. That's just how it is.
So like I remember because like I didn't watch the debate with Tim Walz or with JD Vance, but I did catch a clip where JD Vance is explaining that our country, and this is true, our country is better for producing oil and gas around the world because ours is the most cleanest in the world. If you invest places like China or anywhere in the Middle East is not that clean. In fact, they pollute the air a lot more than the United States. The United States have found a way to circumvent that. And I remember Tim Walz going like, well, we do invest in our own. Like, what? He just straight up, it's like, it's just, we do. And they just proceeded to talk about like, and I feel bad for the people that were struck by a hurricane, didn't really provide any actual things, what he's doing at all. So it's just like, I don't know why people like take Carmela and Tim Walz seriously. It's just like, I can't take him seriously, especially when Carmela laughs about like shit like kids dying. She'll like laugh. Dude, what are you laughing about? What's so funny? Like, why are you laughing about all this shit?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand this. Like, okay, fine. It's not like the kid is cracking a joke about how if a tranny or a vegan jumped off a roof, who dies, who wins, who lands first, society, something like that. It's not like that. It's just legitimate children dying, and she's just like, eh. I remember her laughing about like Trump talking about like, now granted it sounded crazy at first, but when you do the research, animals being taken from homes and then eaten by these foreigners, right? Mm-hmm. I'm using foreigners because YouTube doesn't like the word illegal immigrant, but either way, that's what happens. She'll laugh about that too. But back to the hurricane situation, like I said before, like a lot of people actually didn't know how to measure the pressure or the power of the hurricane, even when they were talking about how hurricanes are far stronger than ever before and they're gonna do a lot of damage and shit. But then it turns out like if you study 50 years ago, like you'll find out like they don't really know how to measure hurricanes. A lot of people don't even talk about what it takes and how to measure how powerful a hurricane is, right? And it's not as simple as damage they do, because guess what? The United States has far more housing and buildings than it did 50 years ago. So you can't really measure necessarily like that. But you can measure a hurricane based on its water pressure, and that's how you measure the power of it. It's not necessarily wind speed, it's the power in the water pressure that is going into that. So if you measure that, you'll find out how hurricanes are strong, but they don't really do that. And it's weird because they also put up a fake statistic. Like, look at the strongest hurricanes. I've dealt with this before. Like when I was 16 years old, people showed things like, oh, look, hurricanes are stronger, but it's not really based on actual data they're doing. It's just like, but there's been more. Yeah, more doesn't always mean worse. It's just like, okay, there's more. That doesn't equate to being worse than before. Right?
Right.
So that, go on your thoughts.
Well, I think
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I think what's going on right now is there's a media blackout. So that's what you're not seeing what's going on in North Carolina. It's a terrible situation, and pretty much all in the South right now that's being hit by Hurricane Helene. They're not showing that people are being turned away on the streets if there is one way in, one way out. Any trucks that are going into that area to try to service the people, they're being turned away by FEMA. And they're having, even worse, they're having their shit confiscated. So you have people with supplies, food, water, ready to go for the people. They're being turned away by FEMA, and their shit is being stashed away and locked away and basically stolen from them. And then you have, on top of that, you have public responders trying to come in, being turned away. They have to wait until it's night, go by water to get into Asheville to start servicing these people. The force of the hurricanes was so fucking bad that it ripped up the streets. It honestly looked like, there's this one video I saw, it looked like a creek. Like just a regular creek, but then as you go along, you see patches of asphalt and patches of yellow paint. You're like, whoa, this used to actually be a highway. and it was just ripped apart by the force of this hurricane. And a lot of people are wondering how we keep on getting these intense, powerful hurricanes and why we keep on getting them in certain situations. Why do natural disasters like this keep on happening in areas where there is some sort of deposit underneath the ground, or there's some sort of investment in the land nearby? Why does shit like this keep on happening? It happened over in Maui, and now we're dealing with it over in Asheville. We have people, they're just going back to get their shit, and they're getting phone calls about selling their house. What people don't know is that BlackRock made a massive deal for the lithium that is underneath North Carolina right now. And it just so happens that area that's being hit by the hurricane, that area has a huge deposit of lithium, one of the biggest in the United States. They want to turn that into a mining land. They want to start mining the fuck out of that. And that's pretty much like what they did over in Maui. They wanted their smart city. They wanted to get a hold of that land. The locals would not get rid of it, so they're like, all right, here's a natural disaster. Deal with this.
So the question is how does it happen?
It used to be through HARP, and now it's what, through DARPA? What is it nowadays?
Yeah, no, they still use HARP.
Okay.
HARP, we could do an episode on this on Question Everything for sure, but it's HAARP. It's a device. It's a huge device that our government owns and they operate that can affect the weather. It pumps electricity up into the atmosphere, and that can generate superstorms. So that's what they're doing, and they've been using this more and more to generate these superstorms. I just want to point out, like, tie it into politics. What areas is it? So it's affecting South Carolina, North Carolina, parts of Florida, parts of Georgia,
red
all
states.
Areas. Exactly. So in other words, it's going to hurt it could hurt the turnout on election day.
And don't you just love $20 billion for Ukraine, $750 for the people who are dealing with the hurricane disaster right now? These people are having to wait in line outside of a fucking Walmart for 4 hours just to go take a shower or just to see if there's a loaf of bread left inside Walmart. It's fucking awful right now. Nobody's telling them anything about it. And one thing that's not talked about whenever these natural disasters happen, like, for example, Hurricane Katrina, what they do, BlackRock and a lot of these private investment firms, they bring in people who are mercenaries, who pick off anybody who's looting. There was one guy who was a public responder, told about his story over in Katrina, said he saw barges full of dead bodies that they were getting out because they were just picking off people left and right. They use this as an opportunity for child trafficking. They use it as an opportunity to pick off anybody who is an undesirable in their eyes. They do this when they have media blackout, they go fucking nuts. They do shit that you won't hear about, and they'll keep you from hearing about it. You may have some dude on a cell phone putting it on TikTok, but they'll scrub that shit real quick. They're not fucking around.
I've noticed that. They'll upload, there's going to be upload videos like, oh, look what's going on. And then all of a sudden the video is taken down. They've done the same thing with the vaccination shots too. So it's like, I do see them kind of planning this, and trust me, like it does make sense in hindsight when you really think about it. Of course, like BlackRock is one of those undercover companies. I'll put it that way, where like they got rich off the stock markets, and that's kind of shady alone. Like they're an unknown company in the United States, if not the world. Yet they're so successful and they have so much money. It's like what the hell? How did they become so unnoticed for so long? Right? Then you look at where the money, you just follow the money. That's where I always say,
absolutely.
Yep.
And I don't do too much reading on BlackRock, but I'm aware of what they are, what they control. And it's just a lot of things. And I think it's everything to do with what the media promotes. Right. And guess what? They can make you forget about the Trump assassination like that. Right. Just like that. Just by pointing out, oh, look, P. Diddy, he did a pit bill. We already knew this for so long as it would have been called out, but now we're going to talk about it. Now we're going to bring attention to it. Forget about the Trump assassination attempts. Something like that. So I totally do see them hiring mercenaries and having them pick off people. I mean, it's if we're talking about who really runs the world, we start with follow the money. Who's really running this? Who doing all that stuff? So going off of that,
well, and here's the thing too: is even with the Donald Trump assassination attempts, you barely heard about him just recently. We all heard about the one where he got his ear grazed, but you didn't hear about the other ones after that. They tried to do a media blackout on that shit too. It honestly feels like They're doing everything they can to put Kamala in the public eye as this person who's a goddess and who you should vote for. She's going to change America. I look at it like she doesn't care for Americans when she's sending $20 billion to Ukraine. She's giving $750 to people who have had their homes destroyed by natural disaster. That, to me, is not a good person. That's not somebody who you should be putting in office.
No.
Agreed. JC, your thoughts?
My thoughts on it, yeah, I completely agree with that. I would just say that if we're going to follow the money, we got to go to the top, and we got to really look at the Federal Reserve and the role that they play in all this. There's a private banking family that owns the Federal Reserve. Now, the Federal Reserve is not federal; it's privately owned. They print our money. They print all the money that we use. They create digital money too. We need to really look at the Rothschild family and the Rockefeller family. They are the ones ultimately in control. They own the banks. They own the military-industrial complex. Mm-hmm. They really own it all at the end of the day. And so I think we got to really focus there. And like one of the things that I really want Trump to do is I want him to talk more about the Federal Reserve. Like really just talk about ending the Fed, because that's the big one for sure.
I would love him to, but he's got a lot of bankers in his back pocket. That's the one thing against it. Well, because just look at Trump. He had to make a lot of deals back in the day to save his businesses. He had to get along with a lot of very powerful investors, and to do that, you gotta kind of get into it with the dirty, filthy rich people. That's just how it is. Is he the best out of the worst choices? Absolutely,
of course.
Yeah, especially Donald Trump. I like the guy as far as I can tell, but it's just it's hard to trust a politician, especially when they call it you heard of red flag laws, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out he signed the bill of that himself, and yet it's just wait, hold on a second, what are you doing? It's stuff like that makes me scratch my head, and especially that we got so many laws in the first place that our tax money goes to, and that's one of the things I disagree with. I don't like the fact that even Republicans will make laws. Hey, you can't have. If a person says you can't, okay, that's called trespassing. We don't have a law against that. You don't need to make a law saying a transvestite can't enter. It's just to me, that just seems shady to me. We don't need more laws. Where are you having laws in the first place? Why are you making more? And it's also because I think they're trying to create diversity in some kind of way, if you know what I'm going for. They're trying to segregate people. Hey, look, do this. They know and let's be honest here, most of the world is red. But and the Republicans take advantage of that. They take advantage of that. They're not as right-leaning as people think they are, but they'll make hey, no, look, they're doing it, but then do it underhandedly. That's how they do.
One of the things that
it's all about
really
money.
For sure. But one of the things that I really just demand out of government, and it's a simple demand. It's just a government that governs least governs best.
It's not going to happen.
It's
not going to happen.
No.
No, it's just not going to happen because I think people became too knee deep into that because they sell you all this shit something hey, they'll sell you something that would get you angry, something like that. That's what the purpose of the media. Gandhi, I don't know if you remember this guy where Gandhi was protesting against the British Empire with a lot of people, kind of sort of aggressively, and then he would send pictures of beating up people. Hey, look what the British Empire is doing when we're just protesting, something like that. And that's kind of how he won that war. That was the first case of social media, something like that. Not really social media, but it was the first case of news.
Oh, no, go man.
No, it was supposed to be okay, I can persuade people by emotionally manipulating people by showing pictures of beating up people or hurt kids, something like that, and that will win the trust of people.
Tug on the heartstrings.
Yeah. So if they can do that, and there's not too much history given in the textbooks about the British Empire and Gandhi and all that stuff, but it certainly is fishy information about Gandhi himself. And I'm not sure. There was a YouTube video that I didn't get to cover, but it was talking about him personally. And it was the Untold Truths, something like that. I should probably read into that. But the point is if they can use media to influence people's opinions, guess what they're doing now?
Oh yeah. This is something that they've had for a very long time. Since the advent of radio, they've been doing this. They've been doing mind control. They've been testing what they can do with the people. Look no further than War of the Worlds. That was the first real test on the public of how they would outrage if there was an alien invasion. And while they have been many years doing predictive programming and easing people into that reality that, yes, we will eventually meet aliens, it's still one of those things where a lot of people, they're going to fucking freak out. They're not ready for that type of shit. They're not ready for something this sci-fi in reality. And the more that I learn about what goes on behind the scenes, the more that I learn is the crazier it is, the more real it is. There's some just insane shit going on right now. And it's, well, just to even look back at the fact that people right now in this age of reveal are finding out about Michelle Obama. They're finding out about Barack Obama. They're finding out that they're an openly gay couple. You know, this is something that you couldn't talk about not too long ago. In the age of reveal, you're finding out all about all this shit. And you even have other politicians like Putin. Putin is outing these satanic pedophiles that are over here in the West. He has no problem with it. You even have actors like Kevin Sorbo. I got out of Hollywood not because I got blacklisted, because I was tired of working with satanic pedophiles. They're putting that out there a lot more often, that the people who pull the strings are very, very evil. The people who control the money are very, very evil. They even go out of their way to change their last names. Like Rothschild, as my brother was talking about. They changed their last name to Rothschild. It was Bauer beforehand. But they do this so that people don't trace the money. They don't look back and see, oh, you own this, you own this, you own this bank, you own this country right here. They don't want you to know that. That's the whole thing, the whole control of the big six media, especially here in the West. They do not want you to know the evil that they're doing. And if you dare call them out on their evil, they'll be putting a label on you. They'll be pulling your videos off of TikTok and YouTube. They'll claim that if you talk about any sort of Jabberwocky, that it's medical misinformation. Even though you have Dr. Fauci coming out and admitting that young men get myocarditis from getting the shot. So it's just you have just such hypocrisy taking place and such control of speech to this day. I mean, I'm not sure if you even heard about what happened with Gavin Newsom, how he wanted to sign a bill that would ban memes in California. Like, so you would get arrested for putting up a bad meme. And the judge blocked it. The judge is like, you're fucking retarded. Fuck you, you know? So
funny. Like, was there like a meme about him that he pissed him off so bad that it was like he's gonna get rid of it somehow?
Yes, well, that's what you see, and that's the one thing I gotta say about the right is the right can definitely meme. They can meme the left under the table all fucking day long, and yeah, he probably saw one of those inflammatory memes, and he's like, get the memes. You know, it's the fact that we're going after memes. To me, this is like one step away from doing what Britain's doing. Now, if for people that don't know, Britain has become to the point where free speech is outlawed. If you talk bad about the British government, or you talk bad about the influx of foreigners coming into the country, or anything like that, or even post bad memes for that matter, they will literally come and arrest you. Now, keep in mind, there's people going around stabbing and raping children. That's fine. You know, just pick them up, throw them back out on the street, slap on the wrist, no big deal. Don't deport them or do anything like that. You don't need to do that. Just let them live in your country and fuck it up. But these people that are posting these nasty, hurtful memes, these nasty words towards the British government, put them in jail for 2 years.
Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid too. Like, how do you even make sense of that in the first place? There's no way. If somebody were to come here and say, no, they deserve to be arrested for making a meme, my first question is, where do you come from? That's my first. Like, who fucking grew you? Like, where do you come? Like, what the hell? Don't even tell me shit like that ever, because like I've seen like British. I've seen Britain just out there beating on people and arresting people. Also Australia as well. Like I've seen like the government and cops just hurting the civilians just for protesting. And it's just like, what the hell, dude? How can there's no rational way to justify this and explain why it's okay to stop people for freedom of speech. And they'll say things like hate speech. Keep in mind, the left are the most hateful people online, if not the world.
Absolutely.
So it's okay for them to spread hate to the right wing and influence violence. Hey, I want Trump to die and shit. But God forbid a meme saying, haha, British people bad. God forbid, huh?
Yep. And to me, it just shows that the communist agenda of the one world agenda it's taking over, and it's taking over these countries. And that's what you're actively seeing right now, is you're seeing communism being influxed in every single country that is really under New World Order rule. I mean, and especially Britain. Britain's always been under NWO rule. Same thing with Australia. America is as well, but it's not to the extent that it is overseas. It will get there in time. But like I said, like I've always said before, enjoy your freedom while you got them, because they will try to label anything you say as hate speech. I mean, just the fact in less than 2 years now, they've outlawed the R-tard word. They've outlawed the F-jot word. They've outlawed what's the other one I'm forgetting about? Oh yeah, the Tran word. All these words I can't say in the full form, or I'll get flagged by Twitter, or I'll get flagged by YouTube. It's absolutely, to me, fucking ridiculous that this is what it's about. That this is what it's come down to, where regular fucking words, just a couple years ago, are now demanded as slurs.
Yeah, you know what? It is, and like, okay, fine. It depends on the moral compass, but we don't need to even have government telling us what we can and can't say. That's just retarded. It really is. Like, okay, it's one thing to be like, I don't want to say those words. It's a whole fucking different story to freaking outlaw words. Okay, words are just descriptions of things. We give meaning to them by saying it. If we want to describe somebody, and I say it all the time, somebody comes to me like, no, Trump actually, like, for instance, wants to get, I've read Project 2025 and shit. Mm-hmm. That's retarded. Anybody tells me, oh, no, he wants to do all this shit. You mean the things Carmela and Biden did? You mean the things Obama did? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just going to refer to you as a retard, because either A, you actually believe what you're telling me, or B, you just don't care. You just hate Trump. You'll say anything. Who cares? But I will label anybody that is a retard, that, can't really converse to me. I've dealt with people on Twitter, like the Caleb situation, where I decided to shitpost about it because I thought it would be funny. It was at the time, until it wasn't. It was like, God damn, I don't like insulting people so much. But either way, a lot of people kept trying to prove to me that XY chromosomes aren't male. Like, I kid you not. Every single person tried to prove to me, no, XY chromosomes aren't male. See, just because he has XY chromosome doesn't make him a male. Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, it does.
Science.
At best, if you were to try to argue anything, our hermaphrodite would be passable. Okay, I'd accept that, because like there are situations where somebody has a biological problem where it's an XY chromosome or XX chromosome, depending on the human being, but that's an outlier. Okay, we're
Lady Gaga.
Yep. Yes, she has a dick, but anyway, the point is, I'll stop talking. JC wants to go on.
Oh no, you're good, man. You're good. No, I was just agreeing that like there's like a video clip of Lady Gaga showing her little wee on stage.
Her little Vienna sausage. She's like, "Oh, my monsters! I got a show for you. I don't want to see that fucking show." Jeez. No.
Yeah. Anybody want to suck my dick?
I'll leave that to Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh.
Or Hunter Biden, for that matter. If you've ever seen the picture of her smoking crack in the background, allegedly.
Oh yeah.
Here's a question: do you want to vote for a president that at least attempted to improve the economy, or vote for a president who sniffs crack? It's up to you.
And works with China. I hate to say, I'll pick a guy who works with Russia any day of the week over a guy who works with China any day of the week. I'll pick, just because at least with Russian, there's still some Christian values there. There's still some morals. Putin, he's not the best leader, but at least he tries to keep his country in line. I'm not sure if you heard what happened over in Israel, but I guess there's been some bombings over in Israel. Yeah. And Russia, they're pulling all their people out right now. So some shit's going to go down in Iran, Lebanon, and Israel real soon with Russia. It's crazy, dude.
Well, I'm not going to speak on too much about the Iran versus Israel now, but there is history between Iran and Israel. And if I always talk about this, and I don't know if you ever caught this, but one of the things I like talking about is Israel versus Palestine. And one of those their conflicts was this: if you don't know the 6-Day War, Iran was part of that war. Iran has has some connections to Israel versus Palestine. Iran is a Islam belief country, I do believe so. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's been, the war isn't, it's more than just land. It is land, but we have to take into account Israel is a Jewish state, and
Yes.
and Jewish people, and regardless of what people like to think, Jewish people have a Zionistic view, and in my opinion, they were the first Satanists to exist. And I'm not saying every Jew is a Satanist, but a lot of Jews are Satanistic and they participate in Satanistic rituals, and they were part of cleansing themselves. Islam is part of that too. Some had something to do with that as well, especially killing off the Christians in the Middle East. But Jewish people is one of the most protected religions in the history, and I think that's kind of bullshit. These people were saying people were prosecuted for a lot of reasons, and they're just protected. And one of those things was when Hitler was trying to remove Jewish people in Israel. He was the first people that was trying to establish Jewish people in the state, trying to make a deal with Palestine. Palestine could refuse that because at the time, Nazi Germany wasn't that powerful up until World War II happened. But so when that happened is that when they lost the war, United States and Russia came in. What do you think happened when they said, "Hey, let these Jewish people stay in Israel"? You think Palestine could refuse them? Palestine is still not powerful and never were. So Israel had the backing of the United States and Russian government. So you can tell a lot of the wars they won was because of against Palestine, rather, in Islam overall, was because of Russia and the United States, and that was trying to gain influence over Israel. But guess what? Jewish people are very smart themselves. They know how to take advantage of stuff like that. They were able to grow, right? They were able enough to get powerful, and they utilized capitalism in the right way. As far as how they see Islam, they do not respect any other religion. They don't respect Christianity. They Christ at all. They're the ones that stoned him to death, for one. They got the guy hung on the cross. He's killed, right? But they prosecuted the guy. Not to mention, and if we talk about now, and you're going to like this, is the fact that Israel could have the opportunities to, distribute some sort of resources to Palestine. And guess what? Palestine does have some Zionists, have a tribalistic ideals, and then Hamas terrorists, they're bad either way. But nobody likes to talk about why the Israeli government is bad. Those same people were like, "Oh no, we don't see them as humans. We don't want to distribute anything to help them out. We don't want to give them any health care." They even denied them any resources and all. "We don't see you as humans. Fuck you." And Palestine and the Hamas terrorists are like, fuck you. We're going to attack you again. And this leads to Israel bombing hospitals. And that leads to that. And the only reason why I believe Iran is even interfering at all is because the United States won't put their fucking foot down for Israel. Hey, at least help them out. We gave you help. You can give them help. In fact, you don't even have to fight. They don't really do much of anything to help them out. In fact, they just kind of give them a Band-Aid solution and something like that, but it is not a real solution. They could easily be help Palestine themselves, but the United States is willing to help Ukraine and Israel, but they're not willing to help Palestine. Yeah, get real. This comes from the fact that Israel has a lot of the backing of the most powerful governments in the world. Palestine and Iran don't. They're basically fighting a losing battle. Thoughts?
The problem with it too that worries me is that it's looking like American troops are going to be sent into Israel to protect it against Iran.
Yep.
That worries me, especially for young people, because if there ever is a draft, they're going to be the ones being sent to it. It's really a no-win for either side, either way. I think we absolutely, as a Christian, we absolutely have to protect Israel and make sure they're not taken over, destroyed. But it's getting out of hand. It really is.
Well, where I stand on Israel is Israel was once a great nation in the history of the world. Israel used to stand for something, but nowadays it stands for a bunch of people who are covert pedophiles, a bunch of people who are covert Satan worshipers. It stands for capitalism in the wrong way. It stands for just greed. greed and sin. And that's what I really feel is I feel that in a lot of ways, Israel is a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. It's a haven for people that have been accused of pedophilia. They can go to Israel. Don't worry about it. You're good now. It's one of the most homosexual nations in all of the world right now. So it troubles me to see what has happened to something like that. What has happened to a great place like Israel, how it's been just defiled and destroyed over the years. I would love it if it was flushed out with all the terrible people and we kept the Holy Land as it is, but I just don't see any amicable way of going about that, especially with all the war going on right now. It's going to be drone bombed, and I don't want that, but you can see where it's going. They already foretold this in Revelations, what was going to happen in the Holy Land. Yeah. They already foretold what was going to happen. And yeah, back to your point about high-end, very powerful Jewish people, not regular working-class Jewish people. A lot of these high-end Jewish people, they worship Lucifer. When they say, I worship a god, but a god without a son, they're referring to Lucifer. They're not referring to, they just refer to the Holy Father and they don't praise Jesus. No, this is something where they refer to Lucifer as their king. They would never publicly say it. This is the same reason why a lot of high-end people, Jewish people in the politics and media, why they will change their last names, because they don't want you catching on to any of their hidden ulterior motives. They want you to just focus on what they're talking about and the fake talking points, and they want you to focus on the outrage that they put out there. And a lot of these same accounts, they all love to outrage. They all love to poke and prod. They all love to force people to divide against each other. And we've seen it with the overtaking of every single aspect of entertainment by this point. Everything labeled as woke right now is because of them. Everything labeled as ruining entertainment right now is because of them. Everything that you see happening in everything that you like right now is because of them. And I'm not saying just regular Jewish people, leave them alone. They're fine. They're just doing their job. But the people that actually practice the satanic rituals, that believe in the Talmud, these are not good people. These people do not want you talking about them. These are the same type of people that will come after you, and they'll get rid of your social media account. They'll gaslight you. They'll gang stalk you. They do some fucked up shit. They will try to control you in any way, shape, or form to keep you from talking about who they are. And that's what really troubles me too, is that there's a nation of people out there. There's a type of people out there that are so protected. They can even say, kill all white people and get away with it. Oh, my fellow white people, we need to do better. You aren't white. You're Jewish. You're a separate type. You're something else. You're not a Christian European white person. You're a Jewish person. You're something else. Nothing against Jewish people. Like I said before, regular working class Jewish people, you have my respect. I have no beef with you. My beef is with all the rich, powerful, intelligent people who are using the powers that they have for evil. Those are the worst. When you know that you're powerful and intelligent, and instead of doing good in society, you would rather do evil. That to me is, you are the worst scum of the earth. Like Soros, for example. This is a good example.
Yeah. I want to know what JC's thoughts are, though. Just give him a chance to speak.
My thoughts are is that you listen to people in Israel, especially, like, there's a video of a kid in Israel. He's spitting on a Christian, saying, Christians are going to burn in hell. Christians are evil. Like, there's a lot of people in Israel, especially Zionists, that believe that Christianity is an evil religion, that Christ is a fraud. That's what they believe. And a lot of them will say that, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. These are what they would say. So I think that I think we need, like what NC said, I think we need to look at Jewish people as just, like, not saying that they're all a part of it, but just saying that there's a lot of hardworking Jewish people out there minding their own business, working hard. They're your coworkers, your friends, your neighbors. They're keeping their own business. We're talking about the elite of the elite of Zionists, billionaires, bankers. We're talking about them. But I think what also interests me too is the bloodlines, especially the Illuminati bloodlines, and how that all factors into this too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, you got to look at how many of these bloodlines have influenced humanity over the longest period of time. Since the biblical days, these 13 bloodlines have influenced how things work in the world. It really happened, I want to say, people started noticing with Napoleon, when he won the war. When Napoleon won the war, they started realizing, okay, these bankers are starting to get behind certain people for certain things. And that's when they started to catch on. Wow, they're actually controlling these nations. That's what they do. They just buy up so much property, and it's such old wealth, too. They bought this shit for pennies on the dollar, pieces of land, huge pieces of land back in the day. And now they're worth billions, trillions of dollars. This is old wealth.
You know the Rothschild story about that?
What's that?
Jacob Mayer Rothschild story. So apparently, back then he was a wealthy banker. He paid one of his stooges to go out there and spread news that Napoleon lost the war, and it caused the stock market that lost the war caused the stock market in France to collapse. What he did when it collapsed, he bought everything up for pennies on the dollar. When the news came out that actually Napoleon it was what was it? When Napoleon had won that war, what ended up happening is the stock shot back up, and he was left holding all of these stocks that he bought cheap for pennies on the dollar. So they'll do these things. But I think one of the other things that interests me about the bloodlines too is why royal families were so obsessed with inbreeding, keeping their bloodlines pure. Because I think they knew. I think they knew exactly what the fuck they were doing. They knew that they were trying to keep this royal bloodline pure, and this royal bloodline does tie back to a certain type of entities, and they're not human.
Nope. Well, and this is why they call them Lucifer's bloodlines, because they're actually the blood of Lucifer. These people are his kin, long lost kin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, go on.
We could get into because if we get into this, it's going to take us right back to down the rabbit hole. It's going to take us to the out there conspiracy theories. But when you really look into it, it's not that crazy. I've always wondered why, especially the British royal family, but why royal families all over the world are all obsessed with serpents. All of them. They're obsessed with serpent symbolism, serpents, Quetzalcoatl. The UK, the logo on their shield is a serpent eating a man. They say, oh no, it's a dragon breathing fire. That's a serpent eating a man. Why? Why are they so obsessed with serpents worldwide? Why are they so obsessed with maintaining a pure bloodline? Answer: because reptilians. Because they ultimately come from a reptilian bloodline. It's different than ours, which is why they're so cold and evil and calculating. They resonate with the reptilian frequency. They are not human.
The pure ones, the main bloodlines are not human. They don't identify as human. I mean, I remember one time, what was it? The Queen was saying, "Oh, look at these wonderful humans."
Yes,
like she was looking at them as creatures, and that's why, especially if you're familiar with the Talmud, this all ties back together. They don't refer to most humans as them. They don't look at them as equals. They refer to them as creatures or animals. So most of these high-end Jewish people, they look at us as what they call as goyim. So we're cattle or creatures or animals to them. We're filth, essentially.
Yeah, that's how they look at us. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just kind of pawns in a puzzle for them to have fun with, I guess. That's what it comes down to. In my opinion, I don't like thinking about not because I don't like talking about it, but it's just like, God damn, imagine how they really, really look like. I feel like they're wearing masks and shit. Especially when you look, they all have wrinkled up faces. It's like, okay, that's weird. Like, what are they really?
The crazy thing is that there's a movie and a show called V. The whole premise of the movie and the show is that these human-like, they look like humans. They come down from outer space to save the world. They're going to give us updated technology. They're going to teach us how the universe is really like. But you come to find out that really they're just reptilians behind the mask. That's what this is all about. And they're telling us, they're letting us know more and more through pop culture media, through even shows like Marvel, even like a lot of sci-fi fiction. They're letting you know what's really going on, but they're not telling you. So they're kind of hiding it in the overall show. It's like predictive programming with The Simpsons. They kind of hide what's going to happen in the show. You just have to be perceptive enough to pick up on it.
Well, they lied to you too, as far as saying that these reptilians are wearing rubber masks. A lot of them, they use these very strange devices that are basically holographic projectors. So when they're on, let's say a news station, and you start to see the glitching out, and you see the scales, and you start to see the slit eyes and all that weird shit, what's going on is their holograph thing is kind of malfunctioning on them. And that's only when they start to get nervous or anxious. The demon that is residing inside of them that they've let take over their body starts to manifest in physical forms. You can see this. I've seen this all over news. I've seen it even in wrestling. The most prevalent one that I can remember was Steve-O. One time was really high off of whippets, and he was playing with these balls, and that was one of the clearest transformations that I've seen on camera. You could see the teeth. You could see his arms get elongated. His eyes turned into slits. So essentially what happens is these people, when you get to a certain level in Hollywood, you go through what is called a walk-in. And what a walk-in is basically you allow a demon to enter your body. And when you allow a demon to enter your body, they start to influence the way you think, the way you talk, the way you act. And a lot of times, too, they can manifest physically in certain situations. Like I said before, when somebody's nervous, when somebody's anxious, when somebody's scared, that demon inside starts to physically manifest in their physical features. So that whenever you're seeing something like that, that's usually what it is. I know it's fucking creepy. It's weird to hear about, but this is what a lot of not only people in Hollywood, but a lot of very rich families do. They start them off at a young age too, like Rothschilds, for example. At 3 years old, they allow their children to have walk-ins. That's how young they get a demon inside of them, so they can be easily controlled. It's crazy shit when you really get into it.
If you want to get freaked out, go onto YouTube, type in Joe Kernan, Kernen, Kernan, Hiss. Joe Kernan Hiss. He's a CNBC anchor. You will see him turn, because he gets angry. You see him turn to the person he's arguing with, and he does like some reptilian, like it doesn't sound human at all. Like there's no way that a human could have made that sound. He does this weird reptilian sounding hiss. I think you're totally right about the walk-ins, NC, where they invite these demons into them to get positions of power because they feel that it will help elevate them. And another example would be Beyonce. She talks about this entity, Sasha Fierce, that takes over her when she's performing on stage. This is what Beyonce said. This is not some cuckoo crazy conspiracy theory. This is what Beyonce said, is that she feels like this entity takes over her called Sasha Fierce and helps her become a better performer.
Oh yeah.
It does not surprise me that this is actually happening. If you're a Christian, you believe that there is a God and you believe that there is a devil. You believe that there's a heaven and a hell. Why wouldn't demons try to be on earth? Why wouldn't demons? We know in the Bible it says that that demons are going to try to get us to do bad things, to turn against God. 100%. And we're seeing more and more of it as we get closer and closer to the end times. And what's great about this is people are now finally seeing it. Because of social media, because of the internet, we can now see this better than we ever did before, and that's helping the good side as well.
Yeah.
Like
I said, age of reveal.
Yep.
Yeah. I got a story to tell you guys about that. Several, because like I already told you about like I'm getting into Christianity. I'm not a full blown Christian, but I do love Christianity. I like I like the philosophies of it. And the funny thing is like I started like praying every day. Okay, just deliver me from evil. I don't deserve love like that, but hey, deliver me from evil. And
yes,
you do.
You do.
Yes,
man.
you do, my brother.
100%.
Either way, the point is like if I start like just praying and just say, okay, as if I pray and just say, deliver me from evil, and trust the universe and trust God's plan, maybe everything will fall in place, right? Here's the funny thing. I already told you guys this once upon a time, but when I first said, I prayed pretty deeply, and after I got done praying, I saw just like black eyes like glaring at me. I was like, what the fuck? What is this?
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
It made me jump. I was like, what the hell? What is that? What the hell? Yeah, so I was like, is God angry at me because I said something I don't want? I don't know. Like that was my freaking intention. So I prayed again, like after like a few weeks later, I do see the same thing, but it was more like glowy. I don't know if I was just hallucinating, but it was like glowy eyes this time, opening up. Like, huh? Like, what is that? Why am I seeing stuff like that? And then I played it, and then one video I uploaded on Instagram. It was just a little music video and just showing off what I have in my body figure because I'm getting more ripped, right? And then there was a song playing in the background, and there was just some like weird sound in the back that I didn't even hear. Like the first time, there was like a roar. It was a fart roar, I would say, because it sounded like a fart roar or something like that. And I was like, wait, what was that? Was that a demon? My friend was like, that's a demon, bro. Like, is demons and angels fighting over me or some shit like that? I don't know. But it's interesting because like I had like eyes glare at me, then some weird freaking fart noise comes out. I'm like,
jeez.
I didn't even hear that the first time. Like, what was happening? Like I didn't know about. It was so bizarre to hear.
Dude, JC, tell your story.
My story? Okay. I'm in sleep now. I was doing a bunch of prayers that just like you, Bullzie. I was praying, connecting with God. I'm in bed. I'm laying down. I'm about to go to sleep. All of a sudden, I see these glowing yellow eyes appear in front of me. They're kind of dim, like it's not bright or glowing. It's just you could just see them off in the corner of my room, and I'm thinking that, what am I, falling asleep? Am I dreaming? It gets closer to me. I hear a in my face. I was scared shitless. I closed my eyes, tucked my head under the blanket. A few minutes later, I hear what sounds like wings flapping in the corner of my room, and it seemed to have left after that. But I think what it was trying to do was send me a message of, don't go to God. We want to control you. We want to influence you. If you go to God, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get more of this. That's what they do. That's what these demons do, is they're trying to scare you away from God because they fear that you're getting closer.
It's intimidation tactics, man, and yeah, like you were telling me, yeah, you were reading about some stuff, some crazy stuff, and you were like, man, I can't wait to tell everybody. And me, in my situation, I was reading about Dulce base. This was during the daytime, so they don't care if it's nighttime or day; they'll intimidate you. So I was just reading about Dulce. There was this former security officer that was talking about everything that happened at the Dulce underground base. And this is back at a time when it was hard to find documents like this. So I was reading through this, and all of a sudden I hear a clatter upstairs in the kitchen. And I'm like, oh shit. And then not too long after that, I hear a hiss right in my face. I can feel the breath too. And I say, you know what, Lord, please drive this demon away and banish them and banish the one who sent them. And as soon as I said, Lord, he hissed again. And then after that, I didn't have another visitation. I had one more visitation that was slight on the street, but I said, Lord, again, never had that problem again. And that goes to show you that if you're getting close to the light, let's say you listen to negative music, you watch negative shows, negative movies, you negative video games, all this, and you bring that sin into your life, that allows them to feed off of you. A lot of people don't understand that demons are parasites, so spiritual parasites. So what they do is they feed off the negative energy that you produce. So whether it's anger, sadness, depression, any sort of negative type emotion, they feed off of it like a drug. And I'm not even joking about this. This is how they get their fill. And yeah, it was one of those situations where as soon as I started turning over more to God and praying more and meditating more, it drove these demons out of my life. It's a very painful process. It's not going to be like overnight where automatically you get all the demons out. You got to purge them and you got to purge the sin. But yeah, my brother and I, we both have been down that path before where we've had demons try to enter our life and we've shut them out. We refuse to let them in because God is taking a place in our life. We're in the house of God.
Yeah, this is funny because I'm gonna just like tell you the first time I actually prayed. I was like, okay, it was like 2 years ago, I believe, or a year, I don't know. But either way, when I first started praying, I was like, the first thing I heard was, this is gonna, I don't know if this would be cringeworthy, but it was like, I hear you. That basically repeating, I hear you. I'm like, am I hearing this or am I hallucinating? I just kept, I hear you, brother, I hear you, my son, or something. I hear you, my son. That was the word. It was a repeated process of I hear you. And that was kind of it. I was more so like praying if you are there. I was just like something like a sign maybe or something. And that's kind of how that happened. So it's like those repeated things kept hearing, and I just like, okay, all I have to do is just have faith at that point. I guess I don't have to see it to believe it. All I have to do is just have the experience of knowing that something is out there and there is a creator, right? Absolutely. And that's all I had. Yes. That's all I had to really go off of. And the next time when I prayed, when I was like doing exercise, God, please make this easier for me. And all of a sudden I had like some sort of like cramp. I had to go take a shit. I was exercising like, God. And after I finished it, I was like, was this a way of just saying, push through it, bruh. Just push through it. Just keep going. You'll be stronger. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. So I just pushed through it, and there you go. I think that was like, eventually he's going to make things harder for you so that way you can grow as a person. That's the whole point.
That's what I've always said too. I've always said no pain, no gain.
Yeah. Demons want you to have an easy life. That's why they persuade you for sin. Lust, greed, hey, cheat, steal, don't work hard, be a sloth, be a nobody, something like that. But if you're willing to go through the pain of struggle, if you're willing to go through the pain of just like getting hurt, you'll be a better man for it. It's you know, like there's a saying of money doesn't grow trees. Well, that goes for everything else. Mm-hmm. You got to spend time to build your garden. If you don't spend time building your garden, no butterflies will come. But if you spend time building it, nurturing it, and taking care of it over time, you'll have a bunch of butterflies. You'll have people just swarming you. And this is funny because, like, I told you this too. Like, when I just started doing this, and I actually had like several dates already. But the first time I did that, I had a chick come up to me, pull me in for a kiss, and was like, and we barely just met at the time. And so like, pull me into a kiss, like, hello. It's like, oh shit, she's really into it. Plus, she was hugging me, and she was really close too. So I was like, okay, I guess I should just get her Instagram. Got her Instagram, we are sent, right? And it was the same thing wherever. Like a lot more people were gravitating towards me, and they're like asking me questions and shit. And that was probably beforehand too. But either way, I had a lot more people be like wanting to be around me. I'll say that. Like people like being around good-natured people. I think that's the point. Like if you pray every day, you exercise every day, you work on yourself. Well, people are going to naturally gravitate towards that. People love seeing that. It's not about being successful necessarily. It's just like, oh, he's doing it, so can I. That's motivational. That motivates other people. And guess what? You'll find somebody that just will walk up to you and be like, hey, you motivate me. And it's just like, it gives you a good feeling because it's just the simplest things matter the most in the world. It's not being rich or, although I love money, I love having a lot of money, but it's just not being rich. It's just not being very muscular. It's what you surround yourself doing. It's what you do that matters the most. If you're a doctor or a car mechanic or anything like that, that matters. Even a plumber or a sewer worker, those things matter. Those things matter, and that will people will gravitate towards you depending how well you do it.
Absolutely. Your passion, it shows in what you do, you know. If like even a situation like where you're a splooge mopper at a porno theater, if you really love your job, you're going to go 100%. You're going to make sure that floor is sparkling clean, you know. That's it the job does not matter, the life path does not matter. All that matters is that you find internal happiness, and you're not going to find that through material possessions. We've always said that. If you're going to try and find true happiness, you're going to find it through God. You're going to find it inside. And we've always said that, yeah, you know, it's always nice to go to church as far as the community aspect, meeting people, but the house of God is inside. If you need to reach God, he's right there for you. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I fully believe that the closer that you get to God, the more that you work on yourself, you work on your physical appearance, the more you work on your mental health as well, the more that you make yourself a better person. Other people see that and they will gravitate towards that. It has to do a little bit about what we were talking about earlier with just the electricity. We live in a very electromagnetic world. Tesla was one of the people to understand that.
Just to say this, and see, you're kind of roboting out.
What's that? Oh, am I cutting out?
You're kind of, yeah. We can hear you, but you're kind of lagging. So.
Oh shit. Okay, well, shit. Yeah, just to finish up my point. It's about electromagnetism, and when you put out that good energy, it's going to come back to you. So yeah, 100% on that.
Yeah, you sound better, but it's still kind of, sort of, a bit kind of happened, but still. Either way, JC, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what my brother was saying. Yeah, we do live in an electromagnetic universe, you know, and as you were talking about that, you know, about how you're improving yourself and people are noticing, it kind of brought to mind like the concept of an infectious smile. Like when people smile, they want to smile, or when they laugh, they want to laugh. You know, it's when you do. When you're constantly putting out the energy and the action behind that, which is energy in and of itself, of hey, I'm going to better myself. Hey, I'm bettering myself. I'm getting better and better and better. You're transmitting that energy out out into the universe, and it's attracting people that want to be a part of that. It's like quantum physics, where it's like things resonate at a certain frequency and can attract other things. It's like that's kind of how I see what this conversation is about. It's that when you're bettering yourself, when you're really putting a lot of energy and effort and more energy into it, you're helping manifest it more and more and more. So yeah, I completely agree with the Tesla thing, where Tesla said basically Tesla was saying that quantum physics is kind of at play in the universe, and like what you are, you attract. What you believe, you manifest. Yeah, and then there's like things like The Secret too. They were talking about it, where it's like if you put that energy out there, you create your vision board, you put that energy out there, you'll end up attracting it over time. And so yeah, I completely agree with that. That if you put the work in, you put the energy into it, you will manifest what you want over time. It's just going to take a lot of effort, and for some people, it's going to take more effort than others. It's like there are people who are just born to be great piano players, and then there are people that have to really work at it and to become a great piano player. But it's just. But I genuinely, I truly believe that the more energy you put into something, the more likely you make it to manifest.
Yeah. So, NC, can you try speaking again? I think it's just my end, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, I heard JC even robotics. I'm just like, okay, it must be my end then. Like, I don't know why you're roboting shit. So let me just like. I'm gonna like I'm trying to change like angles and shit, like okay, because I think my Wi-Fi kind of just went bad momentarily, but you guys, I'm hearing you just fine now. I guess it's just what
I think it'd be your sound output or your internet connection. It's either your sound output or your internet connection that I think would be causing that.
Yeah, with StreamYard,
but it's better now.
Oh, good.
It's better now.
Well, with StreamYard,
so
yeah.
like, go on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, with StreamYard, what I'll do is I'll usually just keep tab, like right by the live tab. It'll have like a little indicator. And if I start to drop to like 2 or 1 bars, I'll let my brother take over and just kind of like just be like, all right, you take over. So, no, it's like, yeah, we dealt with that shit before. It's no worries, man. No biggie.
Yeah, either way. Like, well, the funny thing is, just to talk about this, like I said to you guys earlier on, like, I was surprised you actually wanted to do this stream. So it was like, when I was sitting there like, so I was like, okay, I was actually about to be like, okay, I'm not even going to stream anymore. I'm not even pulling anything. It turns out, like, a friend told me, like, hey, I don't get your notifications because you're actually shadow banned and the things you say. It's like, well, go figure. I guess that's the result of me having my own opinions. But it's also the things I say on YouTube, and it does matter. And if I really wanted to grow on YouTube, and the funny thing, if I really wanted to grow on YouTube, I'd probably have to create a different channel that is not Darth Bullzie or It's Bullzie at all. But what makes it even more weird, I've been growing on Twitter a lot more, which is weird because I could go out without posting for 5 days and I get a new follower. It's like, huh? Well, like, I guess that's a good thing Elon Musk said everybody can say whatever they want. But either way, like when I'm trying to get to the streaming and premieres and shit, it's trying to get my feet wet. It's just like if nobody watches, it's just like I'm not doing a good job of entertaining, right?
No,
I'm not engaging.
Dude. No, Darth,
that's the whole entire thing.
No.
Darth, let me tell you a story. Okay, so when we first started out on YouTube, we were busting ass. I mean, not really busting ass. We were putting out like a video once a week, and we were doing NXT Sucks. That was our very first show that we did. It was bare fucking minimum, dude. Like, you think that there's some YouTubers that are bare fucking minimum? No, we, like, literally, it was just a picture in MS Paint with NXT Sucks and a shitty iPhone 4 recording over it. So, and I remember the first Christmas that we got up to, we were like, wow, we got 50 followers. And for us, that was fucking huge to get 50. And then we just slowly started going up. What really took our channel off, and this is why I always give praise to this dude, is J Rance. J Rance found us when we were like at 75, I believe, and started putting us over. He was at 600. Started putting us over, saying these guys are great. Go ahead and check them out. And that really helped out our channel kind of get up to the 200 level, 250. It takes time, man. It takes a lot of time. The biggest thing you can do if you want to grow your channel, if anybody wants to grow their channel, it's not so much even about the content, it's about the algorithm. You got to spam the fuck out of the algorithm if you want to start getting some new viewers. Like we did for that last week where we're doing the content week where we had something nearly every single day. That had a huge boost to all three of our channels, just constantly putting out content. And if you only have one channel that you're doing on and you're just pumping out little videos, like little 10-minute, 15-minute videos, what that will do is that will help build the algorithm and get you going. Also, comments too. If you have the time, really just get diligent about your comments, replying to people, creating that dialogue in there. That'll get a lot of people. With Twitter, the reason why you're having such great luck with the algorithm is because with the blue checkmark verified, they really do help out people. They really get your words out there. They get your ideas out there. It's something I thought about doing for a little bit here too. Just because just to grow your audience, it's a great thing to do. But yeah, with YouTube, it's really a lot of hustle, a lot of pushing the algorithm. Working on your thumbnail game, getting shit that people see on it and they're like, wow, let me check that out, and not too wordy, just getting the right clickbait title to get people to click on it and check it out. So it takes time, man. It takes a lot of pushing of the algorithm. It takes a lot of dedication, just like anything. I mean, so you're doing what you can. And like I said before, we don't give a shit about how big your channel is. Like, cause I used to work with this one guy, his name Dan Smurglio, part of VOP, and his channel, it had barely anybody, and we would just go there and just chat like what we're doing right now, just chat about politics, chat about the world, chat about wrestling, chat about anything, man. And that's the thing, is if I find somebody I can connect with, that I'm cool with, I like their ideas, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to want to engage in dialogue with them. That's just how it is, especially our wrestling fans that aren't just dedicated to wrestling. If you like talking about other shit, we're definitely willing to open up a dialogue. It's just when you've been talking about wrestling as long as we have, we kind of like switching up the narrative a little bit, talk about something else. So, nah, Darth, don't ever beat yourself up, man. This is a journey that you're on.
Yeah. The funny thing is like some people at my work are like, yeah, man, you could be a podcaster. I'm like, really? It's like, well, you have the voice of it. I suppose like I have like, well, I'll say this, I make a lot of people laugh around me, I suppose, and that's kind of like the point of being a content creator, because like if you're not engaging, if you're not at least attempting to be funny, people aren't going to care, right? If you're just a boring guy who doesn't know what to say, that you're not going to really make it at all. No one wants to listen to dead air. But I've been like I've been interested in the like the YouTube stuff for like kind of like since I was 13 years old. Like it's like it amazed me like people like Markiplier can just like come on and just make dumb faces and make random noises or something like that. But it also amazed me that people can stream and just talk things all day and be engaging. So it's just like it's about the personality that people like, and I think that's what people like. In my opinion, it's also like the controversy. It's something a little bit of the drama. I put that also because drama does sell. It just depends how serious you take it. That's what matters. But overall, like I do see why people may like what I do, but at the same time, it's just like, well, I mean, I don't get much viewers, and the hard thing is that I have my priorities straight. And if I were to do this YouTube stuff, go full-fledged, I'm going to have to make a few sacrifices, right? And like, shit, do I really want to sacrifice some of the things I want to do over YouTube? Or do I just like, or do they really matter? And at the same time, I do want to do the YouTube stuff. But this is like, if I can do this, how am I going to do that, right? And especially like when you do a stream again and you don't see much of anybody right? It's just like, well, why bother, right? And like I said before, like I wasn't gonna stream until you brought it up to me. I was like, oh shit, why wouldn't I stream with you guys? Why would I say no to that? It just seems like a stupid waste. So that's why I started to do this stream. Like I'm gonna stream. I'm just gonna shoot the shit. And I was thinking about what topics I'm gonna bring up, and it's like, you know, talk about the usual. Talk about what I like to talk about. Something like that. So so I'm glad you guys wanted to do this stream with me, because like one is like I wouldn't have streamed either way. That's what that's what it comes down to. But and right now I don't even care about the numbers because like it's like, well, at least I'm doing the stream with JC and NC. That's what's going through my head. At least I got people to conversate about this stuff because yeah. And some people would call in at the time, but at the same time it's just like people aren't interested at the same as well. And YouTube isn't really going to push my content. So it's just like, do I stream? Do I make videos continue? I could, but that takes a lot of time and effort. And I'm always told that it's just like, hey, am I really willing to do that? Could I really do that? You know what I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, right?
I do. And the way I look at it is like this. The biggest thing about any channel, if you really want to get it on people's radar, is your channel has to have an identity. I think with your viewpoints and whatnot, I would stick mostly to politics as the backbone of your channel. But yes, spill out into worldviews, personal health, mental health, kind of like we do with Question Everything Anon. Like for the most part, it's a conspiracy channel, but we will spill out into other things. Like, for example, when we had just technical work rate productions and it was everything under one roof, it was very hard to grow the channel that we wanted because we were always talking about different shit. We would talk about that 70s show review, then we would do a Question Everything, and then we would do a video on Randy Orton. And it's like, which target are you going for here? And then we eventually were like, you know what, especially after enough strikes, we're like, let's just separate identities of all these channels. Misses for all our crazy shit that you can't put on the main channel. Main channels for our live streams, and then Question Everything is for all our crazy conspiracy stuff. So I think the main thing, just get an identity for your channel. And it all comes down to, with YouTube, originally when you first start doing it, you got to do it for the passion of what you want to talk about. If you're very passionate about the truth, just make that your mission, man. Don't make it about, I got to make this a business. I got to make this something into something bigger. Just really focus it as a way of being like your soapbox, your way to just alleviate all these thoughts on your mind that you can't tell most people. Like, for example, the conversations that we've had today, you can't have with most people on the street because they won't look at it from your perspective because it's too highbrow for them. They very much like stuff that's very low level that they can just ease into, that they can talk about with people around the water cooler. Stuff that we like to talk about, that we have talked about on the show, it's very hard to engage out to the public. So yeah, and what you were saying about Mark Plyer, for example, the reason why his channel got so big is because he realized at a very, very stable age, he realized, if I'm going to have a big channel, I got to gear it towards the young people. Because right now, YouTubers, a lot of them are children to teenagers. That's what a lot of the YouTube viewing audience is. So you have to make content that's going to appeal to them. Like, I remember this one video I saw, this like freaky looking dude with the Pokemon hat. He was dipping action figures into chocolate pudding, and that was 5 million in a day. That's 5 million in a fucking day just for making videos to children. Granted, he probably fucking doesn't like what he's doing when he's editing it, but he's probably looking back at like, damn, look at all those fucking viewers I got. So it's honestly, you can sell out and you could do something like that, or you can do something that's passionate and naturally gain real people over time. It's all up to you which way you want to go.
Yeah, and politics would be a good way to go about it for me because yeah, I do like talking about it a lot, and like do people like talking about it too? With at least with me, that's what I'll say. So like, yeah, I could really just delve into the politics thing and just talk about what I like, what the issue is, and just get into what I like, and like the Iran versus Israel. We can talk about that. And if I were to like make this a continuous thing, I guess I would have to start with like shoot the shit again. Because that's kind of like if I'm going to do this. Like if I were to just like stream at all, like I've said this beforehand, well, way before back in 2 years ago when I was talking to somebody, if I were to like to start this like streaming and just say get into it, really get into it, I'm just going to do a lot of reading about a lot of politics and just get into what really goes on behind the scenes or what really happens, why things the way they are, what makes like why Russia is the way it is, or China, or anything like that. Why is like China buying off United States, even though United States could kill them all, something like that. Mm-hmm. It would be stuff like that I would be interested in talking about. And then at the time, I used to have these videos up. I did actually get into it, but I didn't get too far into it because I was like, I just lost interest into it. I was talking about things like KKK, BLM, and Antifa, and their connections, something like that. And I'm not saying KKK members still exist, by the way. I'm just talking about how they're connected to the Democratic Party, just like Antifa and BLM, and their similarities, stuff like that. And I do like talking about stuff like the rioters and shit. I do like talking about politics. I like talking about like the history repeats itself and shit. Like Russia back in the day with the Bolsheviks and the Russian vanguard, where they would go around terrorizing streets and making people, you better vote this way or something like that. Making people, and then eventually it turns into like just rich people and poor people. And that's kind of what the United States is turning into. It's just going to be rich people and poor people. Middle class is suffering the most. That's what kind of government wants. They want rich and then poor. And I do like talking about that stuff. Like, why do you think like the middle class suffer the most when it comes to like raising taxes or like the inflation? Why do you think rich people suffer the most and poor and rich people benefit off of it? Because like one, there's like they get free healthcare and they get food stamps and they get the most benefits, and the middle class suffer the most. Meanwhile, the rich don't have to work a goddamn dime either. They can just sit there and be like, shit, people will buy off my shit, and then small businesses go out of business because they can't really keep up and they can't really afford to have it up at all. The middle class suffered the most when it comes to like socialism. Now, I'm not saying I dislike socialism. I think it can exist, but it has to exist under the regime of capitalism. Capitalism has some evil in itself, and there is evil. There is some evil that goes into it, but you cannot just replace it with socialism, because then you get a bigger evil, and it's ruled by usually just by one person, and that person turns out to be one of the most vile creatures in the United States, well, world history. You got like Joseph Stalin, although Adolf Hitler wasn't a communist, but he was an atheist, and he did participate in the same satanic rituals as Joseph Stalin.
Oh yeah.
But either way, the point I'm making is like a lot of that stuff, when you see the world how it is, especially Sweden, where like they got health. I'm not sure, remember what it's called, but there is a social system where they rip families apart, take the child away, and the system raises your child, and you can't even afford to have that same child in your own house. You can't even raise them yourself. But it turns out, like if you do a study, it turns out like family homes are turns out far more stable than if you put them in a health care system or a child care system. So stuff like that is socialistic. So if a capitalist regime promotes more of a family home structure, safe environment, why should we go for socialism?
Let me get thoughts, JC.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And this is what they want, is a whole divide and conquer. Like one of the reasons why the rich want the poor to get poorer and the middle class to become poor is so that we're all controllable. Is so that everybody can be kind of like, because when you're poor, you're desperate. And when you're desperate, you kind of you'll cling on to like dictator wannabes and strongmen and you'll want socialism. So like this is why I believe the rich are doing what they're doing now, is that they want more control, and one of the ways to get more control is to make people poor. It's and to get people saying, oh well, socialism is the answer. Well, no. Well, we know for a fact, and we've seen it, that capitalism has built America into the world's most powerful economy. We've seen it. It's a fact. And that if we get rid of capitalism, we're going to become poor. And that's what they're trying to teach young kids now about socialism. Oh, we need socialism. Fuck capitalism. Well, no. Capitalism built our economy, and it's making our economy, the powerhouse that it is now. So it's just a lot of people just don't understand that. They really need to, and once they do, they'll have a different appreciation for capitalism. Does capitalism have its problems? Sure. There's things like crony capitalism where, the rich will rig it in their favor, create, they'll pay politicians.
I've read about that, actually.
Oh, yeah. They'll pay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I read about this, and the book was about saving capitalism, where like the capitalism is more about corporatism in a way, because like they'll invest into like the government. Hey, sign this bill so that way nobody else can use it but me. So therefore, like it becomes like a monopoly of like not of businesses but products. So therefore, like others can't sell the same thing. Therefore, get rid of the competition. We can't buy out these companies, but we can buy off the politicians. Something like that. I know what you're going for.
You totally. Yeah, I mean, like there's an example of like Standard Oil back in the early 1900s where they were ring fencing their competition. In other words, they were putting up shops next to other gasoline suppliers that would put them out of business, and then when they'd go out of business, they would then take over that entire area, and they'd have less competition. So yeah, like capitalism, I think there is an argument to say that okay, you need to have some restrictions you need to have some antitrust laws on capitalism. I get that, and I do agree with that to an extent. I do think it can get too far, but ultimately we have to understand that capitalism is the reason why America is the world's most powerful economy. Straight up.
Keep in mind, capitalism saved China from a bad economy at the time.
Oh yeah,
we got it. Yeah, so I'm not saying like I think capitalism is great, but as compared to socialism, first of all, like capitalism gave us like gave us railroads. It gave us money. It basically created one of the greatest economies in the goddamn world. Basically, like we had the best military because of capitalism. We have the best military because of capitalism. We had the best oil and gas products to sell because of capitalism. Hell, even like big pharma is very big, and we sell a lot of we have drugs all over the world. We can afford it because it started with capitalism. So capitalism was the thing that helped the United States grow. And it was to help that China saved China for a while, and it helped a lot of other countries. But it turns out when you elect a socialist dictator leftist, and keep in mind, left means Democrat, right is Republican. I believe that because the more left you are, the more of a communist you are. Mm-hmm. The more right you are, the more of a capitalist you are. I'd much rather be a capitalist than a communist. And I'm not even, like I said, I'm not saying I think socialism is bad, but if we're talking bad about how capitalism is, we got to acknowledge what socialism is. Because before we even get to which one is evil, socialism had poverty line, created a big poverty line. In fact, there's probably no poverty line because nobody really worked. There's no incentive to work because it was just, okay, you're either rich or you're poor. There's no middle. It gets rid of the middle class. It gets rid of the incentive to work. It gets rid of even the idea of living. And equality talk, a lot of leftists talk about, equal opportunity. Well, that's a different story. But equality talk is commie talk. That's the best way to put it. Like if you don't agree with earning your opportunities, you agree with everybody's the same, then you're a communist in disguise. And United States was built on the land of opportunity, not a land of equality. To try to change that and try to change the whole thing when that first system worked for so long because you want to change, because you don't like the way the world is. First of all, why try to change the United States the way it was when it worked, when it actually helped the economy, our economy, and we utilized that and spread that around, and it helped things like countries like China or Korea, Vietnam at the time, but it helped a lot of other countries too. But then it turns out we want to trade socialism now and ignore the history of what that has done. And that's not even saying socialism is inherently evil. It's just saying if you're willing to call capitalism evil, well, where's that same energy towards socialism?
I don't like how lazy socialism makes people. That's the big thing that I don't like. I don't like it how it makes them reliant off of the government. I think it's good for people to be independent. It's good for people to own their own land. It's good for people to do their own thing, have their own businesses, not be controlled. This is a very good thing. And when the government starts stepping in and controlling how people do their businesses, how people run their lives, that's where the issue is for me. So yeah, when it all comes down to it, yeah, they're both not the greatest thing in the world, but I would take capitalism any day of the week over socialism just because of the fundamentals of it. With capitalism, a society can thrive. It's been proven. It's been proven. With socialism, what happens? A society always falls into shamble and poverty. It's when you look at the track record, just because we're in modern times, it doesn't change. All you have to do is follow the patterns. And that's what any successful person does, is they follow the patterns. See what works, see what doesn't work. And through time, socialism has been proven not to work.
Yeah. It's not even like, and I don't hate socialism, like I said before, but I'd much rather have capitalism. I'm a capitalist at heart. I love being able to work and earn something in return. That's just me. Like, I think that's kind of normal to think that way. Why would you want to be handed things that you don't even earn or deserve? Like, okay, think of it this way. Like, think of it like a plant. You grow. You can't just expect the plant to live on its own. You can't expect to just give it water and it just stays there. That's unhealthy. But with time and nurturing, it turns into a beautiful plant because you took care of it, and that's the way it is. And that's how I look at countries. A plant that you got to take care of. It grows and it molds into something. You're like, for instance, if you're expecting a potato, but you get a like tomato instead. Well, you're not going to grow something and expect something. You're going to get a tomato regardless. It doesn't matter what you want. You wanted to grow an orange tree? Well, plant orange seeds. You want a tomato tree? Plant tomato trees. You're going to get a tomato. That's just the way it is. And some people think that forcing the change and therefore, like, it will be better. You don't realize what damage you're actually doing. Trying to change something was inherently not supposed to be, and the seeds that were planted in the first place, you actually do a lot more damage to the plant than you realize. Like, certain plants have their own ways of being taken care of. You got to take care of a potato plant a certain way. You got to take care of a corn plant a certain way. All things have a different way of developing. So like, just because it may have worked in another place, which it probably hasn't, and it's just made up, doesn't mean it will work for the United States.
Well, especially when the United States is built on capitalism. That's the biggest fundamental change, is you can't take something built on capitalism and just turn it into socialism overnight, or a socialist country. You can't do that. It takes time. And it's one of those things, too, where people are catching on. They're catching on to this socialist agenda, especially being fulfilled by the Democratic side right now. And they're not liking it very much. The unfortunate matter is that we have a lot of women out there, and women automatically see Kamala. They're like, oh, a women president. Wow, I can't wait to have that. And hey, she's not as bad as Hillary. At least she's not going to those P. Diddy parties, right? He. You know, that's what it comes down to, is we unfortunately have to deal with a lot of women who are brainwashed by their friends, by their peers, by their siblings. Vote Kamala. Vote blue. Get a woman in the White House. Who cares what she stands for? It's not about that. She just looks like a cool, funky woman to have a couple margaritas with. That's what it comes down to, is that we unfortunately have a lot of people in this country, and a lot of cucked out gentlemen as well, that are going and they're voting for Kamala because they feel that that's what they have to do to be liked by their circles. That's what they have to do to be accepted in the workplace. And it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate.
Yeah. You know what's funny about the whole Kamala thing? I go on Twitter and the first thing I see is, man, Kamala's so badass. I'm like, apparently it's like, she's just wearing a pair of sunglasses. Apparently that makes you a badass. Okay. There'll be a post of her meeting with Putin or Ukrainian leader, whatever his name is. I don't remember, but meeting up with the Ukrainian leader. Wow, so badass. That's what leadership looks like. And I'm just sitting in my chair, leaning back. I'm like, so basically Donald Trump. Okay. This is exactly what Donald Trump did. Meet up with the world leaders. Like,
yep. Mm-hmm.
Just recently. Yeah,
just recently. Like, dude, he literally was walking hand in hand with Zelensky. It looked like a dad with his kid walking to a candy store. I was like, what is this shit?
Like, you know, a lot of world leaders actually look small compared to Donald Trump. Did you notice that? Like, it's like, what the hell?
He's
like,
huge. He's huge, man. Huge American man.
Well, and about Trump, a lot of people, you know, because I'm paying attention to the early voting, not the polls. I don't care about the polls say. The polls have been wrong before. You really can't trust them. What I care a lot about is the early voting data, and that started on September 20th nationwide. So in different states are different. Like here in California, it starts on October 7th. Over in Florida, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, they've already started early, and Virginia, they've started early voting. An interesting trend that I'm seeing now in states like Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin is that the Democrats are underperforming their 2020 outcomes. They're underperforming where they were at the same time back then in early voting, and it's looking like the Republicans are doing better Yeah.
Nice.
So what it's looking like is it's looking like there is a. I'm not trying to get people's hopes up, but I'm saying that it's looking like Trump can take Pennsylvania, and if he takes Pennsylvania and he takes Virginia,
that's big.
It's game over. It's literally game over. Kamala Harris cannot win the presidency if he takes those two states. If he takes Pennsylvania and Virginia, it's game over.
True, but you also you got to look at the foreigner votes too, man. Those are really going to come into play for Kamala. That's why they've been flooding the country right now, so that they can get those fake votes. So, and trust me. I personally feel that Trump, when he comes back against Kamala in the debate, he's going to just annihilate her this time. And people are also looking at what happened with J.D. Vance. He obliterated Tim Walz. So it's as far as the debates go, the Republicans are already winning this. They need to come back hard, and I don't foresee them doing that. Exactly.
That always makes me laugh. It's just I've noticed some clips like Tim Walz is looking at JD like, oh shit, stop exposing me, asshole.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you heard the story, but Tim Walz was telling people ahead of time, he was like, I am severely nervous about going up against JD Vance. He's going to kick my ass. He was planning ahead of time, talking with speakers and shit, trying to get ready for this shit. And he still shat the bed no matter what.
I always find this really funny. It's just I did not expect this because you can see Tim Walz's face and JD Vance is just exposing him. He's just standing there like, fuck me, dude. It was so funny, dude. Imagine how the Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debate would be if they didn't rig the shit out of that. And don't get me wrong, Trump did look bad, but honestly, I had to watch that a second time to get an actual perspective. And my first thought was, okay, they wanted to try to get Trump angry. That was the whole goal. It wasn't actually. That's why they kept asking about abortions. They didn't even ask about the fucking illegals getting money. They're never going to ask about that anyway. But either way, they kept asking about that, and they kept interrupting Trump. And I know one part where, oh, actually, the crime rate went down. The FBI reported. Next question. It was like, what the fuck? What the hell? And I had to watch that again to get an actual interpretation. It's I think the point was to make Trump angry and be like, hey, look, he's not fit to run for president. Look how angry he is. I think that was the whole goal. Especially
definitely control.
Yeah. Especially
the anchor. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go on. I finished my thought.
No. You could see the anchors really working with Kamala to try and sandbag Trump big time.
Even with Vance and Walz, they were doing that shit. I love it how how Vance called him out on the fact check and said, no, actually, this is what's going on over here, and you won't let me talk about it. And that's the frustrating part, too, is that this is right here, what we've been talking about, the media trying to control people. They even do it to VPs or candidates, for that matter. They do not fucking care. If you're not spilling the narrative that they want you to talk about, they will fucking control you like this. And by the way, I just love it how J.D. Vance was controlled, calm, and destructive with everything he said. He was the perfect counter to what Trump did. The big thing with Trump is I think that he underestimated Kamala going into it. He very much took the gameplay book that he used against Joe Biden and trying to make her look like a fool and just being grandiose. Instead, I think he should have taken more of a J.D. Vance approach, cold, calculated, calm, but hitting her with hard facts.
Yeah, I agree. And it's weird because, honestly, Kamala makes herself look like a fool either way. My whole thing with Trump is that first things first, he should not have been all aggressive about it. At best, you knew the debate was going to be rigged either way, just not as much as it actually turned out to be. Apparently, Kamala had connections with the two debater moderators, which is what? What the fuck?
Yeah. College roommate. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's okay. So apparently they really needed Kamala to look good in this. So in my opinion, what Trump should have done, like you said, but more so okay, if you're going to want to make her look like a fool, the first thing you do is are you really black?
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. Are you really black? Because I actually read at first, I'm still kind of sort of in the belief that she's from Canada, but I read somewhere apparently she was born in California, and for some odd reason she went to Quebec to study in Montreal school and graduated at 16 years old. Which, and my first thought was like, why would she go to a fucking move from a liberal fucking cesspool state, or well, it wasn't a liberal cesspool at the time, but Quebec was still a shitpool. Why would you move from there to Quebec, which isn't the nicest place in the world? It's a lot more shittier now. And that was like, why would you take education from Canada and not the United States? That seems like rather weird, especially like if you're going to be running for president in the future. Why that doesn't make much sense to me. Like she doesn't even have education taking place in the United States. She has education taken in Canada. Like, well, what's that about?
And especially back then too, we had a better education system back then. I mean, the California education system back in the 80s, 90s was top tier shit. Like it was really, really, really good. It was better than Canada's at the time. So like, yeah, it's like, why would she go over there to study in Canada? It's like, well, like, why would the mom want to move over to Canada? Like, why was she doing that? I think that deserves to be looked at.
Sleeper agent, maybe? Who knows?
Could be.
It's just the weirdest thing to me. Okay, you're gonna risk a better education for something worse. Like there's something that is not being told there, and that's why I think she's Canadian. Because like, okay, there's no way you could be from California in the 80s with far better education at the time where you could actually study, and especially schools. Well, schools are the same kind of, sort of, in a way, but either way, the schooling and education you would get in the United States was far better at the time. Education sucks now in the United States, but not compared to in the 80s. What I'm saying is that you're not. There's no logical explanation to go to Canada to get your education. There is none, especially in Quebec to get into Montreal. It moved from she was age 12 when she moved from California to Canada. Which what? Like you couldn't tell me it's because her mother couldn't afford better education in California, because like Canada money is like Canada money is a bit more expensive than American money. Well, I'll put it that way. You catch my drift. Especially if you compare it in the 80s. You can't tell me that she's not from Canada without kind of looking at it like, wait, the education you would have gotten in the United States was better. Why'd you move to Canada?
They don't want you looking at birth certificates, kind of like Obama.
Yeah. Oh, he's from Hawaii, remember? What about him being actual, actual being
Kenyan?
Islam and from like some sort of Israel or somewhere from the Middle East? What about that one? Don't look at the birth certificate. He's really from Hawaii. How dare you question it?
And don't look at that picture of him with Michael Obama and Bill Gates back when they were at college. Don't look at that picture either.
Yeah. No, he's really black. He's not Middle Eastern, although apparently his father is African American, so there's a slight chance he's still black. But either way, the black community rejected Obama kind of quick. And Obama bitched to Kamala like, how they forgot about me. They don't like me anymore. And then the black community doesn't think Kamala's black either. So it's pretty interesting. Like you actually find out like a lot of black community doesn't even like these two. But then they'll have something like, I was told like apparently they had like fucking like they spammed Carmelo ads, and I mean like spammed the fucking shit in the NFL stadium during a football game. They have an ad like every time about Carmelo Harris Trump bad. They did that. They did that. Go for it.
Can I tell you? Okay, so I'm watching the Charger-Chiefs game on Sunday. Bad game, very bad game, horrible game. But as I'm watching the game on CBS, oh my, like literally what you were saying, like literally every other commercial was a Kamala Harris ad. Like they were spamming the fuck out of it with Kamala Harris ads. And what I think is going on is I think that there's a lot of super PACs and money that she raised from rich people that she's now dumping onto TV, and we're going to see a lot more. Unfortunately, we're going to see a lot more Kamala Harris ads as the selection goes on. Yeah.
and it's so weird too. Like, the funny thing is JC, is that it's funny because like, wouldn't they? Doesn't like the owner on FFL will be like, okay, Carmelo, what the fuck? You're gonna drive my fans away. They come here to escape reality, not fucking see it.
I know.
Like,
I know.
It's all about money.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, you're gonna drive a lot of friends. And in my head, you're gonna want to avoid politics as soon as possible when it comes to like any sports events, right? So you're gonna be like, screw that. Like you're gonna be like, I'll just put on like funny little ads. Like they used to have funny ads for the NFL playoffs and shit. Like I miss that. But now they're gonna probably yeah. Now they're probably for the Super Bowl. They're gonna fucking spam that Kamala Harris ad shit. They're gonna be like, they're probably gonna spam that shit in the Super Bowl once it happens. And whoever his name is just gonna be like, well, I'm being paid a lot of money, so who gives a shit?
Yeah, that's how it comes down to. Well, and like we said before, the Big Six controls the media, and you definitely got to think if a popular sports game has millions and millions, tens of millions of eyes on it, they're going to want to make sure they get their agenda across to as many people as possible. And as we've seen too with the just whole turn down of woke media, woke video games, woke movies, people are fucking hated on social media. They're bombing Rotten Tomatoes, they're bombing Metacritic. When you see stuff like this happen, this turn back against what they're putting out, they don't care. As long as there's money there to be made, they will poison what you like. That's what they're all about.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm not saying politics can't be discussed in schools in some extent or any other place. The problem is what they're pushing. Okay, if you want to discuss just history of politics or you want to discuss how their political economics work, that's one thing. There's a whole nother story to tell them shit like, hey, Trump is bad, Kamala's good. Let's vote for her. Okay, they're kids and everybody else watching sports, anything. We don't want to be worried about politics for 24/7. Nobody does. It's one thing to want to talk about it. It's a whole nother story to fucking make everything political. Like shit. Abortions wasn't political at the time. But then they had to politicize the shit out of that just so they can fucking make fucking laws about it. Hey, look, Republicans want to control your bodies or some shit like that. Meanwhile, they got fucking government-owned Planned Parenthood situations where they pay for the abortion. Oh, yeah. Why do politicians want to kill your babies? Mm-hmm.
And then you look into it, and you look into Planned Parenthood, you look into who owns that, you look into their history of euthanasia, you look into the fact that a lot of people that are hired by Planned Parenthood are witches and revel in child sacrifice, and they use this as part of their child sacrifice. Is a lot of just fucked up shit that goes on behind it. And yeah, they're right. Any sort of debauchery that's being promoted as genuine or nice by them, it's the whole inversion tactic. Take something that's evil and make it seem good. And take something that's good, make it seem evil. That's why you see Christianity demonized more than ever. And it continues to be. It's going to be eventually outlawed in America, unfortunately. I hate to say that.
Yeah, but in my opinion, even though the United States was actually founded on Christian values, they don't want to tell you that. But either way, to me, the most prosecuted and the most discriminated against religion is Christianity. If you look at the history, not Jewish, not Islam, not Hindu, it's Christianity. Though Christianity has its own blood that's stained, I think it's one of the most unfair prosecuted religions out there. But that's not what I exactly want to talk about. What I'd like to talk about is how they misrepresent the Roe v. Wade. I like talking about this because Democrats and Republicans misrepresent this fucking to the extent. Now, granted, the Congress, I believe the Supreme Court passed that. Okay, it wasn't to overturn Roe v. Wade exactly, but it was to give rights back to the states, meaning that, okay, they can decide at best what they can do. Not just Roe v. Wade, not just the laws of Roe v. Wade, but okay, we want to give rights back to states, meaning like let these governors that they were elected by their people run their shit. We don't need to control. That there's a reason why there's a bill. Like civil rights has states' rights to states, meaning that they should be able to run how they think it should be run, even though that's kind of like they just elect Democrats mostly to run that shit, something like that. But again, neither here nor there. It's the Roe v. Wade was misrepresented for so long, and why I want to bring this up is because like when people say like no, we don't like it because it promotes killing babies. Not really. And Democrats say, like, no, it gives women's rights to kill their babies, do what they want with their bodies. No, that's not true either. One, abortion is not a right. It doesn't say that. Roe v. Wade doesn't say that. And that wasn't the point of why it ruled in the favor of the woman. It wasn't because they thought body of choice was a valid argument. It wasn't. They didn't think that. In fact, they ruled it in their favor was because the fact that, and this is what the judge said, us government cannot get in between a doctor and a patient's dealings, meaning that they have to come up with the decision on their own. We don't need to be in that. If they want the abortion, if they think it's necessary, they can get it, but the doctor can refuse that. That was the point. Doctors can refuse that service all the same. Women can refuse the abortion all the same. We don't need to step into that. That was the whole point of Roe v. Wade. It wasn't ruled in favor for abortion. That's been a skewed lie for so long, and people never read it. That's why I bring that up. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think just people misunderstood what Roe v. Wade was. What Roe v. Wade was, like what you were saying, is it was a legal precedent decided by the Supreme Court back in 1972. Yeah. The 1972, they basically said that, everyone has to have abortion access up to, I believe, 15 weeks was what they decided upon. But yeah, what Trump did, what the Supreme Court did, is they just said, you know what, we're going to send this back to the states. It's a very contentious issue. Conservative groups don't like it. Liberals want more of it. Why don't we just send this back to the states? And what I'm going to say may sound a little cruel, but it's true. If you don't like the laws in a certain state, you can move. There are 49 other states that you can move to.
Bingo.
Yeah.
It's not cruel. It's reality. The fact of the matter is that's the whole thing about state rights. That's why you would move to a state in the first place, is you should see what rights they have. You should see what your rights are going to be if you move. Right now, I can recommend to anybody that's in California, please try to get out. And anybody that's over in the South, please try to get out. Because I feel that they're really trying to fuck with people there, man. And I just hate seeing that. But yeah, to dawn back on the point, this is something that it needs to stay at state level. It needs to be something that you can decide as a state if you want to go through with this. And we need to leave options available. We can't just all swab it in, oh yeah, this is a pro-choice state. We got to have choice, the other choice as well. We got to have people be able to accept, okay, maybe I may not be able to get it here, but if I go one state over, I can get it. It's not that big of a deal, in my opinion. Just fucking, if it's something like, in my opinion, if they've been raped, maybe, or if it's something where, like, they didn't want the pregnancy, like, let's say incest or some weird shit like that, then yeah, of course. But I think in most cases, it should be after, it should be before the 20-week mark at the very least. Because I feel that the spirit enters the human body around that point. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but everybody, a lot of the arguments is also for the, like, when there's a fetus, it's just a clump of cells. We're all a clump of cells, if you really think about it. We're all made up of cells. We're all made up of organisms, and the cells themselves are made up of organisms themselves. So basically, that is alive by logic. You can't just call it a clump of cells and be like, it's not worth anything. Well, it's still alive. It's still a human being, just not developed. You got to give it a chance first. Like, okay, it's not going to form over time. Well, it's going to form over time. It's just not going to be born human at the same time. You have to let it develop. That's how humans grow. We're all still developing. If you don't see that as alive, well, okay, fine, but don't call it a parasite. That's just not what it is.
Oh, that's evil. That is one of the most evil viewpoints that I've seen, is these leftists have been calling having a fetus inside of you a parasite. So actively what they're saying is they're saying that they are parasites that just grew into shitty, ugly people. That's what they're saying to me, is that if you're going to call a fetus a parasite, you at one time were a parasite, now you're just a bigger, uglier, nastier parasite. They need to really get down to the real of it. And a lot of these leftists, they hate themselves. That's the biggest thing that is promoted heavily amongst the left. It's okay to hate yourself. Hate everybody else. Hate yourself. Fuck it. It's sad.
It is. And anyway, like, even addressing the parasite thing, let's just dig into it. By definition, you can't even consider a fetus a parasite because, like, one, no, it doesn't feed off the mother. No, a parasite is more like it feeds off their host, basically, like affects the host and eventually, like a mosquito, or a leech. It sucks the blood. That's a parasite. Something like a fetus is not a parasite. It feeds off the nutrients the mother consumes, but that's actually heavily recommended by doctors and everybody else. Like if you eat and you consider eating healthy, not only will you have a healthy labor when you give birth to that baby, but the baby will be healthy in itself. You'll turn out healthy too. Just eat nutrients and consume a lot of nutrients, and you'll be good. That would be like calling that a parasite is just like one of the dumbest things you could ever do, and it doesn't even make any sense to call it a parasite. You can't, by definition, even call it a parasite. To me, it's just a reason to try to say, no, abortion's okay and it's good. So I'm going to call it a parasite when I was a fetus at one point in my time, and I was a baby, helpless, and can't even defend itself. We were all born defenseless. We can't do anything. But and honestly, in my opinion, abortion is one of the most evil things you can actually do. I can make a few exceptions for it, but at the same time, it's still, to me, it's evil. A lot of the times people will talk about how, the silent scream is a Republican propaganda. It's not, it's like, okay, but it's real. Call it propaganda all you want, but it's real. There's a video out there where a doctor explains a baby before its death when it's sucked in a tube. Basically, the silent scream is a fetus crawling for its life before death. Imagine being vacuumed up.
Well,
That's a horrible.
Worse, or even worse, like coat hangered. I mean, it's fucking awful when you think about it, especially if you've seen the pictures from Planned Parenthood. If you've seen what happens when they actually do these abortions, it's disgusting. They go around and they go around with metal tools. They scrape around. They rip up body parts. It's macabre. It's disgusting. It's gory. It's everything that a satanic republic would want, is the acceptance of child murder. Because at the core of it, that's always been a way to appease demonic gods throughout the history of time, is child sacrifice. It has not failed. All the practices that worked back in the day for black magic have not failed. They still flourish to this day. And that is why they're really trying to publicly promote it as something that's important for women to have in their life. And why a baby is just a parasite. And why you shouldn't give a shit about it. Fuck it. It don't got a spirit. That's just a myth. I don't worry about that shit. That's why they're really trying to do that, is because they want you to look at it like, abortion's not a bad thing. It's not the killing of an innocent soul, an innocent person that could be brought into this earth to do so much better. No, it's not that. You're just getting rid of a parasite. It's no worse than taking that evil ivermectin to get rid of a parasite, right? I mean, it's no worse than that. That's how they will portray it. They will portray it as this is something that women have to do if they go through with it. Not so much like, you have the choice. It's eventually going to be one of those things where they'll be like, if you truly care about your body, you'll abort that child. Look at all the people we have in this country. We don't need any more people. We need population control. And that's something that you even saw in the Georgia Guidestones. They want population control. More than ever, they want population control. And that's why they're looking to sterilize society.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot of stupid takes when it comes to abortions, but a lot of just to focus on the topic of people wanting, just saying it's okay to abort your child. But let's just keep in mind, for one, it'd be one thing to say body of choice. Okay, here's my thoughts. Why is majority of black women getting their abortions when they're choosing to have sex? A lot of prostitutes are black women, and when they have sex, they're aborting their children. Why is it? Why are they doing that?
A lot of it is the culture, the influence of the culture. Unfortunately, with black culture, modern black culture, it's not like it was back in the days of MLK and even Malcolm X, where they were preaching the truth to the black community about who the true evils of society are. and that the white man is actually here to help you. It's not a situation like that. It's very much an inverse situation where, especially with the black community, they're taught to hate the white people, distrust white people, look at white people as the devil and the demons, even though a lot of white people, even Charleston was talking about it not too long ago. He was saying the white boy is our only true friend here on this planet right now. Everybody else hates us, but the white boy, he's cool with us. He genuinely likes us. And it's something that throughout black culture, they're taught to distrust the white man. And even with the females, they're taught to look down upon life coming into this world because, oh, you're just going to make another kid that's going to go to prison. You're just going to make another drug dealer. You're just going to make another criminal. Just abort that baby. It's a very careless output, and a lot of that is portrayed through social media. In my opinion, not even through real black accounts. I feel like a lot of these accounts are of a certain ethnicity that we talked about earlier on in the show that are trying to push division and are trying to poison the black community like they've done ever since CIA brought crack into the black community. This is something where they more than anything, they want to poison and influence the minds of the black community. They've done it for the white community for the longest time. But with the black community, especially with social media, you're seeing it amped up tremendously. Basically a lifestyle that revels in sin. If you're not all about chasing money, chasing sex, chasing material objects, you don't matter in this world. And they've made that basically a narrative that has been popularized through a lot of people, through rap culture, through black culture, and it's rubbing off on a lot of different nations, a lot of different nationalities. I've seen plenty of white people in my time that have gone through phases like that, you know, where they get super into that materialistic lifestyle that's being portrayed by a certain ethnicity that I don't feel is black, but is trying to make black people into these sinful creatures, which they're not. Black people, a lot of black people are some of the realest, coolest, most intelligent people out there. But unfortunately, what you're going to see on social media is you're going to see the dumbest, most evil, satanic black people promoted and put on pedestals as icons, as people you should look up to, as people you should celebrate. And that's where I think the true problem is.
Yeah. There's several things that I actually will see as problems. And you are right, NC. I'll say that. But I like to talk about this stuff too. Like, a lot of the black community, guess what? Like, there's a lot of hardships pushed onto them. One of them is like the schooling system. Like the schooling systems is very terrible. Like it's a lot of black people like try to say we need charter schools, and they were refused that. Like public schools, let's be real. Public schools don't do anything. They just pass you by, and you could be as retarded as you want. They don't care. They'll pass you by. They never leave one behind. And you'll notice like a lot of black people don't even know their civil rights. So number one is education. They just don't educate the black people. So number one tool of the government is keep people stupid. You can keep them stupid. You can control them. So that's one thing. Another thing is that, and you talked about the hip hop and gang culture. I think Tupac and Biggie had a big part in that. If you remember the diss tracks they made on each other, like it influenced a lot of the gang culture that happened. You see now, like it's promoted to the black community. Hey, look, I'm a gangster. I can do this. I'm cool. And it's just like a lot of this stuff is pushed upon like the black kids in the black communities. And that's why you'll see a lot of like kids killing each other, black people killing each other. And that's why like a lot of times criminal activity is pushed upon them. And that's why they'll sign more laws like smoking weed being illegal. So that way they can arrest black people and, you know, fill their pockets full of money. Like, if you want to talk about systemic racism that they just stopped talking about for whatever reason, remember that one? You would start with who's making these laws and who's pushing these hardships onto them. And then you really read into it. It's just like, yeah, it's more of a controlling the black population and, you know, it's trying to keep them as slaves still. And keep in mind, who do you think fought for this? Who do you think fought to keep them as slaves? That was the Democrats. Again, I do like to say Republicans are just as evil, but they're more of a smarter evil. But Democrats are pretty much out there with their fucking evil. They'll be like, yeah, we are, but we don't care. Something like that.
Well, Bullzie, are you aware of something called the Kalergi Plan?
Say that again?
Are you aware of something called the Kalergi Plan? Or Kalergi Plan?
No.
Okay,
No.
so the Kalergi plan is a plan that has been in effect for a very long time. In fact, before World War One, they started building towards this, and this is something where a lot of the high-end Jewish bankers, a lot of the very powerful Jewish people in society, they want nothing more than the future to be controlled by Jewish people. They want white people to be extinct. They want it to be a system where it's basically sub-Saharan IQs, as Devious Dave Rose was talking about on the chat there. They want a intermingling of that with a lot smarter nations. So basically they want a dumbed down nation of mutts that they can control. And this is not even my words. This is what they have put out. This is people that have been putting out this Kalergi plan. So this is a plan that you're seeing happening right now with the influx of these foreigners coming into the country. Is they're hoping that over time, they'll kill off the white people, they'll interbreed, and then they'll erase the white race altogether. So then they'll have this race that has lower IQ, that is more subjectable to mind control, that they'll be able to control. That's the one big thing with the high-end Jewish political figures, is that they do not like white Christians, because white Christians will stick up for themselves. White Christians will fight against the problem. They'll ask why something is happening to them. They just won't go along with the status quo. So it's just, you see this all over the place. It's not just with whites and blacks. It's happening over in China. It's happening all over the place. And especially what Devious Dave Rose was saying about the Chinese are flooding America with fentanyl. I can't tell you how many ads I've been seeing about this shit going down. You're seeing it from coming across from Canada. You're seeing it coming from Mexico. They are slamming all of our drug supply with fentanyl right now, lacing weed with fentanyl, doing some just fucked up, nasty shit. So it's very much the poisoning. It goes along with the Kalergi plan, the poisoning of society by introducing society to devious things that will hurt them and harm them over time and destroy them. So it's very much, it's a plan that's been in effect for a long time, and you're starting to see this plan come into effect, especially right now.
Yeah, and Wrestling Ryan the Heel, as a fellow mixed Afro-American, I received my GED. We have guns funded by the U.S. Army for low prices, and now heroin isn't even dope, it's fentanyl. Fentanyl tranquilizers.
Jeez.
Damn. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know where to begin with that one. Yeah, but yeah, the overall point being, like, if we want to talk about anything regarding the systemic racism, anything like that, and which leftists just forgot about for God knows what reason, they probably would have started with who's actually, making these laws and who actually runs Democratic talents. Democrats. Well, I already said it, but either way, yeah, they would just start with that. But no, they just want to forget about that. Now, apparently, they want to focus on the new minority and the new poverty, the new oppressed. Apparently, it's the legals coming in. Apparently, they're the new oppressed, even though they're coming in and eating our pets, and they're taking over our apartment complexes, killing our people, and they're the most protected class now. Wow, how? Yeah, there's not. I don't know how to break that down.
EBT cards with $13,000 on them when they first come in. And it, like Vance was saying when he was going up against Waltz and he got fact checked, he let them know right off the bat. He's like, there's an app out there. You download this app. All you have to do is download this app, 5 minutes, showing no papers at all. You can get into the United States, get a plane flight booked. And the big thing is, too, they can set you up with a mortgage company where you can immediately get a house in the United States. So people that have been fighting to get a house, young couple, both busting their ass for their entire life to finally get a house, this illegal is going to get it right away. No background check, nothing. No papers, nothing. They can immediately get a plane flight over, they can immediately get an EBT card set up, and they can immediately get plans for setting up a mortgage and getting a house over here, over our people. And like I said, if you want to see how truly evil Democrats can be, look at what's going on right now with the hurricane relief. We got $20 billion being sent over to Ukraine, but over here, all these people that are suffering from the hurricane, I just give them $750. That's all they need. Yeah, their houses have been destroyed. Yeah, their pets have been washed away. Yeah, they're missing family members, but fuck it. $750 to just cleanse your worries. It's evil.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they'll give over $1 trillion to foreigners, and this is in total. They give trillions of dollars to foreigners, but only $750 to people who suffered the hurricane that are civilians of the actual United States. But you're protecting Ukraine more, and the illegals coming in more. Like, what the hell? The government is doing more to protect foreigners than their actual civilians, and that's the craziest part about that. What they want to turn, they want to. I feel like they're actually trying to turn it into like what do you call that? Like, I think they want less white people. I think that's the case. I think they actually just want less white people and more like to make it more of a mixed racial country at the same time. And therefore, let's just let anybody in. I don't care if they're like they're illegals or criminals. And these same criminals don't even like America. They don't even like the United States. They're taking apartment complexes, eating. There's cannibals apparently eating humans too. Like, what? What's going on there? Like, this is it's like, what the fuck?
Meanwhile, they're telling a bunch of young black men and young black women to hate white men, so that when we're the minority, rather than punching upwards, they're going to punch down at white people who are, just trying to live their lives, trying to get by. This is the plan. But the good news is this: we're waking up. Black people are waking up. They see what's going on. You can't pull the wool over their eyes anymore because of social media, because of the internet.
Yep.
We're all waking up. No matter what your skin color is, no matter what your race is, no matter what your creed is, we're all waking up. Yep. And that's the good news in all of this.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is you've seen it through a lot of the Jewish media. One thing that they've been trying to portray a lot on commercials for the longest time is interracial marriages. And for me, I don't have a problem with that per se. If you love somebody, you love somebody. But when you start to notice a pattern being published so much and in your face so fucking much, you're like, what's the matter with just a regular white couple? What's the matter with a regular Asian couple? What's the matter with a regular black couple? Why does it always have to be black man and a white woman? It comes across as something very forced and a very publicized agenda, and I feel this is part of something that, like I've said before, the Jewish media wants to do. They want to promote more interbreeding and the death of the white man.
Look at Marvel.
Yeah.
Look at what they've done to Marvel. Just how nonsensically they'll shove black women into roles that were normally occupied by like a white guy or an Asian guy. They'll put a black woman in there. They'll have like in what was that show? Loki. Yeah, Loki. The very beginning of the show, you get Loki getting his ass kicked by some fat black chick. Why, we don't know. They didn't explain it, but it's just. Because they're trying to divide and conquer. They're trying to piss people off, and they're trying to force their agendas down people's throats. But people are waking up, and even Marvel, they're having to change things now. Their new Phase 6, they were going to go in a totally femme-cucked SJW direction. They're having to change things now because they're looking at the marketplace. And the one positive thing that I'm seeing is that no matter who takes office, whether it's Trump or whether it's Kamala, the marketplace of ideas, the people who spend their money on these movies are letting these companies know, hey, we're getting sick and fucking tired of this woke shit. We want more Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I don't necessarily hate, like, bait channels like Tim Pool and The Quartering. I mean, I think they could be more entertaining at what they do, but at the same time, they're putting a public eye on the fact that America is sick and fucking tired of this woke shit. And they're starting to get down to the nitty gritty of who is pushing this woke shit on all us people, who is trying to make all of us hate each other. It's right there if you really look at it.
Yeah, and that the funny thing is like I think they actually kind of succeeded in that too, because there's even white people, and if you talk to some people in Maine, there's white people that actually do not like black people. They're just like they just hate them with a burning passion. I've talked to some, they're like, nah, fuck black people. It's like, oh shit, they don't even use the N-word with the hard R. Like, well, what do you know? It's not because they have bad ideals, but they have more like, okay, screw the black man. Why should I feel bad for my skin color? Why don't they? Something like that.
Because they're falling for the divide and conquer. They're falling for it. That's the plan of the people who run the media companies, who run the banks. They want us all fighting with one another. They want white people hating black people hating white people. They want us fighting each other. They don't want us paying attention to the people who really run things. Yes, and that's the problem that they have, is that a lot of black people are waking up, white people, Asian people, Hispanic people, Middle Eastern people. No matter what you are, everyone of all different races, all different colors, male, female, doesn't matter. We're all waking up.
And why do you think? Well, why do you think racism is so popularly promoted on Twitter? It is right now. Yeah. You can just scroll through your timeline. You're going to find something racist, whether it's white on black, black on white, whatever. You're going to find something racist. There's a reason why that these right-wing racist accounts and left-wing racist accounts are being promoted so much. People are saying, why is it more racist than ever on Twitter? Why is it like 4chan? They're trying to promote an agenda. Elon, while he may be about free speech, he's also about divide and conquer. He's also about making sure that certain people get their agenda across. It's all about, who you serve at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to become the world's richest man without being controlled at all.
Oh, dude, look what happened after he said what he said about Israel. Immediately, they made him go over and touch the wall. They made him go over to the Holocaust Museum. They made him pretty much be a part of a Rabbi Bukkake. Like, that poor guy, he was covered with Jew jizz by the time he was done, before they sent him back to America. So, nah, dude, he trust me, he realizes, yeah, I can't be pissing on the people who serve me, the people who puppet me, for that matter.
Yeah, and that's to me like okay, I don't hate Jewish people, but I do like talking about them a lot. And when it comes to them, and recently there was like apparently I've read about how they have like underground tunnels and whatever, and there's like trafficking going on now. What I read is like apparently there's no evidence, but if there were people arrested for trafficking during those tunnels going around, there certainly was trafficking. Oh, yeah. You don't just make that up off the bat and arrest them. That is a very, very big crime to commit. And the fact that some of them were just let go because of turns out the charges were false is kind of shady to me. I think they're letting on more than they're letting on more than they actually do. It's just
it got swept under the rug.
Yep. It's like so. To me, like they'll sweep anything under the rug, like until like something big happens again. They're gonna use something next for like if something else happens to Trump that explodes, they're gonna need something else like a distraction. And I think if they are willing to sacrifice the Jewish tunnels, if they will, I think they are going to do that, and it's just for control. Oh, we knew about that, but we're not part of it. No, don't. I think if they do expose that, they're going to like try to link somehow Jewish people weren't responsible for that. I think they're going to do something like that.
One of the things I'm afraid of in the next month is them attacking Wall Street and shutting down Wall Street. That would tank the banking system and the entire economy. Like it would really fuck Trump big time.
A lot of financial analysts have been pointing to this time period as being the time period if shit goes down, it would happen around here. And there have been a lot of weird QAnon Twitter handles and 4chan posts about something happening around this time period. I mean, look at what happened over on the East Coast with all the shipping shutdowns. These people aren't allowed to leave. They're not getting any shipping containers because of the strike happening right now. So it's like when you see something like that happening, and then you see the hurricane attacks over in the South, you see just all this shit happening all at once. It kind of it gets you on your toes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's all like it kind of comes together like at the same time, and it's a scary thought too. Like you could be killed off if they decided to, and it's just like wow. I'm expendable, and it is this very scary thought, and it's just like all it takes is like go. If you were to grow, like for instance, if you were to get big at like Andrew Tate, and I think he's bought opposition himself.
Oh yeah,
opposition himself, and how I know this is because hey Andrew, if you were to say who is in charge, who would it be? And he just like sat there in silence, like yeah, he knows what he's letting on, like. So there's this thing, like if you became a certain big time, if you were like you grow a certain way, I think they could just do you in just like that. Look how they did Andrew Tate. He became so big at the point they just hit him with that sex trafficking, just like that. Now, granted, he said some controversial things, but at the same time, look how fast they brought him back down. Like, oh shit, this guy's getting too big for his britches. We're to fucking silence this dumbass. Boom, sex trafficker.
Well, I don't know if you saw. I'm sorry. I don't know if you saw the recent clip. He just did a show with Nick Fuentes, and also, it was Nick Fuentes and it was Aiden Ross. And during the stream, he was like, "Aiden, I'm gonna rape your mother." And Nathan's like, how you going to do that, man? You're locked up with all this judicial shit right now. And he's like, I'll human traffic her into the country. But better believe I will rape your mother. To be saying shit like this after what you've been involved in, man, not smart.
For sure.
Yeah. That's why I say Andrew Tate is kind of an idiot, because like he'll say something like one thing and he'll be like, I remember the Jake Paul thing where he challenges Jake Paul into a fight and he was all cocky and confident and shit. And Jake Paul was like, yeah, I accept. And apparently he was like, he just pulled out. He just fucking pulled out. I was like, yeah, I did challenge him, but I was like, yeah, it was not worth it. I'm like, what? What the fuck? What the fuck did you challenge him for? Just for shits and giggles? He accepts your challenge. And then he says, like, nah. I'm like, well, I guess, well, like you said, intention. If that was what he was searching for, I guess he doesn't need to fight him anymore, right?
Yeah. Well, seriously.
Well, and the thing too is with people that even let's say that there's people who aren't totally controlled. Now, I think this guy that I'm about to mention is controlled, but let's look at Alex Jones.
Oh yeah,
and how influential he was in 2016, helping Trump get elected. He was. I mean, Alex Jones back then was bigger than Joe Rogan, as big or big as Joe Rogan. You guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like back in 2016, Alex Jones was as big or bigger than Joe Rogan and the Young, like way bigger, getting a lot of views. All of a sudden, after Trump gets elected, he gets completely sandbagged. Like right after Trump gets elected, 2017, you just see everyone going after Alex Jones. Court cases left and right. They're attacking him. They're taking his money. They're shutting down his platforms. In 2018, they take him almost completely off social media, and you just see that even if you're not totally controlled, the elites control the main mechanisms of getting information out there. So they controlled Twitter, controlled Twitter, they control Facebook, they control YouTube, they control like every major social media platform or where you're going to get information out. And so you see Alex Jones, he had to go to ban.video and like some corner on the wall part of the internet, seriously limiting his visibility, limiting all that. So they can control all this. They can really control all this, even if you're not controlled. Now, I do believe that Alex Jones is a part of Army Special Operations Intelligence. I do think that he is a part of the government and is working as a PSYOP in some level. But yeah, I genuinely believe that you guys are hitting on the points there where it's like Andrew Tate. He's controlled. They do not let you, like Elon, they do not let you get that position of influence over society without having control over you.
Yeah,
JFK tried to do that and they killed him.
Yeah, there's been stories too, like many people have come forward and saying when you reach a certain level of equity, they will come to you. They'll come to you and basically be like, okay, you either sign on the dotted line or we'll JFK you. And they flat out show the video, the angle that you're not supposed to see of the driver killing JFK. They show him how it is actually done. So yeah, no, this is something, it's an intimidation tactic. If you don't accept, once you reach a certain level, they will kill you off. And then you sign that deal, and then after that, you're forced to do weird things over time as part of your negotiation contracts. Like, look at how certain rich people have their girlfriends die, their relatives die over a period of time. And then, they went through a dark depression afterwards. Why are so many people in these rich people's lives dying that are close to them? Why did Kanye's mom die? Why did Jim Carrey's girlfriend die? Why did Mike Tyson's daughter die? You know, you start to ask stuff like this. Why did Isla Dawn's dad die? You know, you start to ask stuff like this, and you're like, why does this happen once they reach a certain level? You know, you start to correlate, and you're like, maybe there's a correlation there.
Yeah. And to me, like John F. Kennedy, like I'm just gonna bring this up. John F. Kennedy had a system where school, like physical education, where a kid had to at least be able to do 16 push-ups. There was like a fitness program, like, okay, put these kids through this, and they were like climbing walls and doing push-ups and running. So like, and you compare that to like today's generation of fitness and gyms. Most people don't even run or jog and want to be fit. A lot of kids are like they promote obesity. Mm-hmm. They promote obesity to people, and honestly, I personally do not like fat people. I can't stand obesity people. Like I can't no longer see myself in a buffet. Like once upon a time, 4 years ago, I decided to go to Golden Corral. Right, all I see is fucking fee fi fo fums. I'm the one who ate all the cinnamon buns. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? Where did these people come from? They're all wobbling all over the place with terrible hygiene and shit. They're all clamoring for the processed foods in the dessert area. Not a single one of them ever touched the dessert area. Well, rather, the vegetation area, the salad area. Not one of them was there. I didn't see a goddamn one wobble over to the salad area. The moment where I got to the pizza area, some fat fucking slob reaching over me. I was like, what the fuck? Get the fuck away from me. Are you trying to eat me? What the hell?
Probably was the appetizer.
Dude, like, I cannot stand obese people. Like, that is a choice. You cannot convince me that you are that way because of depression. That is a fucking choice. Okay? You being obese is the reason why you're depressed. Okay? You could easily solve that by just eating a fucking salad for once in your life. Dude.
Well, and I mean there are people that, you know, they are either big boned or they have it in their genetics, like they come from a heavy line of family, so you know,
Samoan,
exactly. And you know, because their family eats big, they eat big, and it never was an emphasis in the household to take care of yourself. But yeah, this is something that I've always been somebody that's always been naturally thin and fit, and I've always strived for that. I've always found that when you work out, you're happy. You know, because you're releasing those endorphins in your body, you're looking good, you're feeling good. It's a lifestyle, and especially when you start eating cleaner too, that's when you really start feeling good. When you're eating those good salads, when you start having more veggies and fruits in your diet, when you start cutting out bread, dairy, sugar, when you start slowly weaning those out of your diet, you start to notice your energy pick up. And even in your water choice too, make sure you're drinking some good living water, some alkaline water. Reason why I drink so much alkaline water is because I do drink coffee, and it helps balance out the acidity. So, but yeah, it's that lifestyle change towards eating healthy, working out, and living a healthy lifestyle, staying away from sin like greed, gluttony, sloth. This is the type of shit that the media promotes. They want you to be lazy and fat. They don't want you to go out and take care of yourself. They don't want you to inspire other people to work harder. They don't want that. They want everybody to be a couch potato. That's how sad it is.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what JC thinks of this.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, like me personally, I'll tell you this. I'll admit it. I'm 6'2". I used to weigh 250 pounds. I was a chunky boy at one time. I've lost over 35 pounds in the past 6 months. I'm about 225. I'm around there. I feel better than I feel as good now as I did when I was in high school. I feel incredible. I feel a lot lighter. I have more energy. I'm much more able to think clearly than I was before. I feel great. And what it takes, honestly, is it takes determination. It really, if you want to lose weight, if you want to get healthy, it takes effort. It really
Discipline.
does. Discipline, 100%. Like one of the ways that people can lose weight, it's simple. It's like when people get gastric bypass surgery, where they staple the stomach, they make the stomach smaller. That makes it so that you have to consume less. You can't consume as much as you did before, so you're in a permanent calorie deficit. You're not able to consume as many calories. That's really the secret of weight loss. It's just eat less, work out more. Yeah.
Simple. I mean, well, look at a guy like Kevin James. Kevin James has always been a really big boy. He was recently on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him about his fast, and he said, yeah, I just got done with a 43-day fast. He's like, 43 days? You didn't get hungry? He's like, nope. He's like, what'd you do? He's like, I just drink a lot of water. You know, drink some water. That's and honestly, if you do that, yeah, it's insufferable the first couple of days, but then you start to get in a groove where you get that fat harvested off. I've never gone on that long of a fast, but Kevin James, he's a big boy. It's basically like a bear harvesting for winter, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it's like. They harvest all that fat, and then when they hibernate, they can feed off of it at winter.
I'll tell you this. When I was, in my process, and I'm still, I want to get down to 200. So I'm doing it right now. I'm eating healthy, I'm exercising, I'm doing what I need to do. But I'll tell you this, I've been on a 14-day fast. 14 days. Mm-hmm. The first 2 days are hell because you're fighting your ghrelin hormone at that point, which makes you hungry. So like when you're fasting and you get to a point where you're not hungry, that's when your body is secreting the leptin hormone, which it's the appetite suppressant hormone. It makes you feel satisfied. And so I noticed that day 3, day 4, day 5, I didn't want to eat at all. You would feel like your stomach kind of like eating itself as it's shrinking. Mm-hmm. And then when you get to day 7, 8, 9, like when you get along in the fast, it's like you don't want to eat. And like literally, I had to force myself to eat on day 14. I was like, okay, this fast has gone on long enough. I need to eat. I need to eat something because it's, this can't be too healthy if I'm going on for 14 days. So like, I've been on it before, and I can tell you that to lose weight, you really have to put the effort in. And these people just don't want to put the effort in. They love the easy comfort of Oreo ice cream and ice cream bars and ring dings and ho-hos. They love the comfort of that sweet shit shoveling into their face, not realizing that it's, number one, it's increasing their insulin levels, which is putting them at risk for cancer, putting them at risk for type 2 diabetes. And 2, it's increasing their inflammation rates. So like when you see a lot of fat people, like struggling to breathe and having joint pain, the inflammatory diet that they're eating is also not helping that, including the weight on top of their joints already. Add on the inflammatory factors of the shitty foods that they're eating. So I would just say to any people, like, if you eat foods, always go for like foods grown out of the ground. Tomatoes, avocados, yes. Like fruits and vegetables are great for you. They have all the vitamins that you need. You should be able to get all the minerals, nutrients, vitamins that your body needs from your diet.
Oh, yeah. And drink water. Drink a ton of water. Yes. If you ever want to get rid of those cravings for fast food, for sweets, for all that fucking nasty shit, just start replacing your diet with water. You will eventually cut out soda. You'll cut out all sweet drinks, and you'll actually get reliant on water. Like, you crave water. It's fucking weird. But yeah, no, it gets to the point where you start intaking more water and you eat something sweet. It's disgusting. It's fucking gross. So yeah, it's very much, it's a process too. And yeah, if like Darth, I know you're a slim guy like me. For me, what really works as far as putting on muscle is I would go ahead and I would do my workout, and then I would immediately right after that eat lunch or eat dinner. And that way I'm getting a meal right to that area. And I would always mix, I would always do weightlifting earlier in the day, and then later on at night I would do cardio. So, so you get that nice little even mix. But yeah, it's something that it's fundamentally great to be in great shape, and it's something that's not heavily promoted because, like I said before, they want a society full of greed, sloth, wrath, envy, all these just nasty things. It's unfortunate, man.
Well, yeah, and I just think people need to incorporate, exercise into their workout routine. Like, just make it a daily thing that you do, like in some form or fashion. I'm not saying you need to work out 2 hours a day every day of the week. That would, it would stress you out, stress your body out, cause your cortisol levels to go up, and make it really hard for you to lose weight, and increase your inflammatory risk and all that. But like for me, like tonight, later on, like around 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, I'm gonna go for a run.
There you go.
I'm gonna go for a run, yeah, or a bike ride or something. I'm gonna go out there, and I'm gonna do I'm gonna do some exercise, and because it's good for me, it'll help clean my body out, help me feel better. But yeah, I just think that there's things that we can do individually to better ourselves, but it's got to start with the willpower and the determination for people to do it. And I want to see a lot of these fat blimps. I want to see them put the effort into themselves. And I'll just understand that you can turn your life around, but it's going to take effort. You'll feel so much better. You'll look better. You'll be so much happier. Your self-esteem will shoot through the roof. Mm-hmm. But you got to want it. You got to want it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that. And here's the thing with me. If I don't exercise, I'm depressed like a motherfucker. Like, I feel like, God, I want to die. That's how I feel when I don't exercise. So that's why I do it every day, because it's like, I like doing it. If I don't do that, it's just like, then what the fuck am I doing? And if I feel the need to do that. So like, that's why I exercise all the time. I usually, sometimes if I'm at work, I'll run around my building, do 50 push-ups, 50 in and outs, if you know what I mean when I say that. I do a lot of push-ups. I do a lot of wall sits, do a lot of running. At home, I run around my neighborhood, punch a light pole for 30 seconds, do 25 push-ups, keep running until I fucking can't do it anymore. Like, I do it till I can't anymore. And usually it feels good to get that, relieve that thing out of you. It's just like, it's a good feeling to do that. If I don't do that, I feel like shit. And sometimes I have to take days off and do like, okay, let myself heal. Then I look in the mirror next day, what the fuck? What do I look like now? Like, it's a good feeling to see that I'm flexing towards myself like freaking I'm sometimes flirting with myself. Yeah, that's something that would attract everybody. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like eventually, when you look in the mirror next day, it's gonna be a good feeling because you did something that normally other people wouldn't do, and now you look like a stud. That's what it should feel like. Nowadays, if somebody were to go like tell me like I'm fat, it being fat's okay, I'd be like, okay, good for you. Go eat. Fuck, you're just 10 years away from a heart attack. Then, if you're happy with that, and that's what happens. Too. That's what happens to them. Like they're happy being fat, but then they die.
Yeah.
It's like you're not healthy. And let me tell you something. I was scrawny back in the day, right? I was very scrawny. That's not really healthy either. Being bony isn't healthy. So, like, that's why I have to drink a lot of milk and steak. Like, I eat meat and I drink steak and milk. Like, I have to get a lot of protein and fats in me because that's the diet I have to stick to. And I could talk about, like, the health that goes into that, but everybody's going to be different, right? Fat people probably need, like, vegetation, right? You need to eat broccoli salads and shit. Stick to the diet with that. As somebody that is very thin and very weak, you're probably going to need a lot more meat in your system and a lot more calcium. Well, spinach is calcium. I mean, calcium is good either way, but calcium for fat people and scrawny people is good. But basically, more fats and more meat, proteins are more like, what do you call that? Carb.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You need those things to help stick. You need those things. As for fat people, you're probably going to need a lot more like vitamins, a lot more vitamin A's. It's going to be vitamins is good, and proteins is good too.
Well,
now it's all about balance. Yes, that's true.
For sure.
Yeah.
So
now, as far as go on.
Oh, no, I'm good. Yeah, so for fat people, like if you're having a really hard time losing weight, the most effective thing you could do to help you lose weight the quickest is to address the hormonal issue, and that's almost always high insulin resistance. You got to cut out sugar, you got to cut out carbs if you're overweight. If you want to lose weight and you're severely overweight, that is the best thing you could do. Sugar is the devil, carbs are the devil. 100%. Go keto.
Yeah, that's cool. I've actually tried a milk-only milk diet once for 3 days, and the benefits were really good. But water is really good too. That's what Bruce Lee did at the time to stay fit, because like he was a master kung fu. He would drink water and eat rice every now and then, but he had a very, very, very ripped and lean body. He was very strong too, like for a little guy too. He's Asian, and Asians are small people. Bruce Lee was very strong for his size. And that was the greatest thing about that. Like, if you stick to nutrients, okay? Like, for instance, sometimes I have a hard time gaining weight, although I do dislike fat people. I dislike scrawny-ass people, too, myself. Like, goddamn, you look like somebody who's about to snap in two if a breeze blew by. But but I don't like scrawnies, and some people will look at me as scrawny, but yeah, I'm not scrawny. Actually, I'm skinny, but I'm not scrawny. Those are two different
ripped.
things.
You're ripped, dude. Yeah. That's a different thing.
Yeah, but to talking about this, like I've at one point reached 160 pounds of muscle. That to me was a big feat for me because I stuck to a steak and milk diet. At the time, I stopped sort of doing that because I lost that muscle. I still exercised either way, but I kind of started eating ramen again. It's like I'd stopped eating so much steak and milk. I was like, I was telling myself, I mean, it's good to treat yourself, but I don't need to eat this all the time. So, like, if I'm going to eat ramens, I should at least eat as much steak and milk as possible. Like, to me, like, I just like ramen. But I also had to do, like, a specific diet that helps me either way. Sugar is one thing, okay? I want an ice cream. Okay, well, you got to balance that out. You really got to balance that out because...
Moderation.
Yeah. Because if you're going to eat an ice cream, well, guess what? That can weigh you down. Just eating ice cream just makes you feel good, and that's all you really need. But you also need that vitamins too. You also need that nutrition, and that's going to motivate you and going to make you happier in the next day. Ice cream is going to be temporary happiness. Then you're going to probably feel depressed after you finish it. You're going to want more of that happiness. It's like a drug. The more you have it, you got to have more of it, right? And it's activates dopamines and hormones, so that way you're going to crave more of that. It's like soy. It's basically. So, best thing scenario, and yes, eating is eating disorders are real, regardless of what people tell you, and that should not be promoted regardless. And so therefore, to me, you should at least control how much you eat. And my problem is I don't eat enough. I have a disorder. Well, I don't really have a eating disorder, but I do have a habit of not eating the things I should be eating. It's like I do want to continue eating steak, but sometimes I just don't eat all of the steak. And especially for my metabolism, I should be eating more. That's just how that is. Same thing with anybody else. Like, everybody's bodies are different, but if you're not doing what your body is telling you to do, that means you're not listening to your body.
That's honestly the best thing that you have to do, especially once you get past puberty. You have to start listening to your body. You have to start listening to what it's saying for you to do. And if you get sore, that's basically your body telling you, hey man, take a day off, just heal. You can come back to it. But as far as the whole diet goes, you were mentioning that the steak and milk diet isn't the best for most people. Contrary to belief, having a high natural fat diet, like let's say steak, butter, eggs, stuff like that, that's actually really good for your body. That's really good for your heart. And cheese, yeah. And that's something that the media, they'll demonize that type of diet and say, oh, it'll fill your valves with cholesterol. It's so bad for your heart. It's so bad for you. Don't do this diet. Instead, just eat this high soy diet. Eat this high soy diet that's filled with estrogen that's going to make you grow tits. So that's what they want you. They want you to eat fake processed food. They don't want you to eat real food. That's why you have Bill Gates trying to do this manufactured beef now where it's 3D printed. This shit is fucking terrible for you. It causes super cancer, allegedly. But it's just like you have all these fake alternatives that they're coming around with. And even you see the buyouts of farms going on. They're trying to outlaw real food, real good food that is good for everybody and that can help everybody. And yeah, even with produce, what are you seeing? You're seeing people that have Roundup in their piss from all the produce that they're eating. And it's even with shit that they say is organic. Because one thing that a lot of people don't know, and I've talked to growers, is that what will happen is when they come along and they go hunt and they spray the Roundup on the plants, they'll go ahead and the wind will take that and spread it right over to the organic. So even if the organic is technically pesticide free, it's really not because of the wind currents. So it's very much one of those things you have to, especially if you're eating produce, you have to wash the fuck out of it. Get yourself a vinegar water wash if you have to. Do whatever you have to clean your plants before you eat them. I recommend not eating a lot of the skin of a lot of fruits just because you don't know, especially with this new chemical coating that Bill Gates came up with as well. This new chemical coating that he's putting on the outside of these apples and on the outside of a lot of fruit. I had to find out that my local store was selling it. And I was just like, dude, what the fuck? And you could tell, too, if you look at this certain number, like if you look online, it'll tell you to look out for a certain number at the very end of that number of the produce that will tell you whether it's organic or whether it's not organic. Because a lot of times these grocery stores, they're not going to list that. They're not going to let you know. That's why I've always said, if you're going to buy meat, if you're going to buy produce, get it at a local market. Get it at somewhere like a farmer's market if you can. Because that's going to be the best type of quality stuff that you can get out there. It's going to be legit. It's going to not have any sort of vaccines or any sort of pesticides put on it or any of that shit. You want to get food as clean as possible if you want to look and feel clean.
Yeah. So to add on to what you just said, so for people to know, just to let people know, yes, organic food does have a number. It says organically grown fruits and vegetables have labels with 5 digits starting with the number 9. So
there you go.
Damn.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. My favorite kind of steak is the sirloin steak, but I also like grass-fed steak. Yeah, I love sirloin steak though. Like especially when they're thin and they're just that much more fun to cook. It's like I cook with butter, or I salt my steaks and shit, and I always have it right. I love steak, and because anytime I eat steak, it just feels good. But I also feel like satisfied too, even though I should eat more of it. But there is one time that at the time where I was like, I'm just gonna cook myself a bunch of steak, and I just ate every single one of it. It was like, man, that was a good feeling. At the time, that I was kind of like pretty active at the time, and it was after exercise. And it was just like, well, it's not really after exercise, but I exercised like all week, and didn't have my steak. It's like that was a good feeling. It was a really good feeling to have that. I mean, especially along with like whole milk. By the way, I wouldn't recommend reduced fat milk.
No.
Although you might get the same benefits, just not as good. In fact, it's a lot more artificial. But either way, I always kind of drink a lot of milk too. Get a lot of steak. It's just a good feeling. You always do that, and that's why I like that diet. It's a really good diet, and I do recommend it if you're really into the fitness. You're gonna feel that much good. Now, as far as being it for your body, and like you said, yeah, it's a really good diet to have. Fat-based diet is a really good diet plan. But also, you also have to consider, like, if you are a fat freaking freak, you might want to limit the fat you're consuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a different diet. Yeah, exactly. If you're looking to put on muscle or you're looking to just maintain what you are going for, definitely the diet with steak, eggs, milk, butter. Yeah, definitely go for that type of diet. But if you're looking to start cutting down, you really have to go for a cutting out of all carbs, cutting out all sugar, and even kind of cutting out dairy, because all three of those are going to hold you back from getting to the goal you want to get. So if you cut out all that shit out of your diet, eat a little bit cleaner, start fasting, start drinking more water, not only will you get rid of the cravings, not only will you start to lose the weight quicker, but then you add working out on top of that, you're set. You got everything needed.
I'm going to bring up something that sounds crazy. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's going to sound pretty crazy. So I'm looking at an article right here from Times of India. Harvard medical student ate over 700 eggs in a month, reversed his cholesterol. Mm-hmm. That's wild.
Hulk Hogan, he had 12 every morning, man. That's why this shit's good for you. Look at the fact this motherfucker, he's in his 60s now, 70s. He's old as shit and he looks great. Eggs, even though he did roids, eggs are fucking. They are a superfood for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm a small guy, 5'11". I am pretty tall, but I'm small either way. 152 pounds. I was able to keep 152 pounds. Ever since I did that steak and milk diet, I at least gained some more muscle, right? Although I kind of lost my 160 pounds. I kind of want it back because that was a great feeling. Being able to, I felt like I could split the world in two. That was really, I could just I felt at that point, I could really just put my hands on the floor and put my head up and slam it against the floor, and the floor would say, ow. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I bet you feel strong now, though, don't you? Don't you feel strong now, though?
I do feel strong. I think I can be stronger. That's my thing. I want to be able. My goal is to look like somebody that could, if you put an army in front of me, the army would run. That's what I want to feel like. If you kind of like a badass in a way, but you got to work towards that. And being a badass is very counterintuitive, I know, but at the same time, it's a good feeling to have that. And I am looked at some people do look at me like that in a lot of ways when they come to person. Yeah. But at the same time, it's just I don't like referring to myself as a badass, but I do want to be a badass. And that's just my mentality.
Size has nothing to do with it, man. Badass is a state of mind. You could be Enzo Amore sized. You could be the size of Big Show. It doesn't matter. If you have that confidence, then the world is yours.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah. I do like Conor McGregor. I used to dislike Conor McGregor, but now I do more so. Though he's lost a lot of fights, but when you really know the guy and talk to him, a lot of his fights and a lot of his promos were just yeah, I'm a bad guy, but he spoke from he wore his heart on the sleeve when you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's just how I see him now. But anyway, just back to the health whole shit. The main reason why, outside of the depression, just to avoid the depressive part and the bad part, is because one certain thing is this, that if I don't exercise, I feel like I'm being like everybody else, right? I feel like I'm just like everybody else. I have to do it my own way. I don't necessarily like going to the gym, but I do at times because okay, I can do more things if I go to a gym. I can lift, right? I can lift heavy, and I did that, and it was pretty easy to do. Like feeling the strain on my arms and legs. Sometimes I just want to feel the strain on my arms and legs. Sometimes when I do push-ups, I don't feel the strain. Sometimes when I squat without weights, I don't feel the strain. So it's like, okay, go to the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
well, and for exercises like that, I'm sorry, for exercises like that, like push-ups and pull-ups, what really helps is if you change up your methods. Like let's say you were doing diamond push-ups beforehand, start going wide hand on them. And even for your grips, when you're doing your pull-ups, do some wide grips, do some close hand grips, do some overhands, do some underhands. Keep on changing it up, because that's the best way to actually start building muscle, is confuse your muscles.
Yes, muscle confusion.
Ah, that is an interesting concept that I never heard about. But yeah, sometimes I do change it up. Confuse your muscles. I guess they're just evolving to a point where, oh, he's doing this now. I better get used to this part. So they're just getting. I think it's just that your body's getting used to all the methods. Therefore, you're building the muscles built in a way that is unique to your own style. I think. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess bodybuilding in itself is an art form itself. I've seen bodybuilders. When you really put it into perspective that way, it's changing up methods and changing up styles. It's just evolution, I suppose.
Oh yeah, well, even with a lot of these bodybuilders, they'll change up what muscle routine they're working for a day. So they'll have back day, then they'll have leg day, then they'll have bicep day, then they'll have tricep day, shoulder day, and they split it up so they can devote it to a different muscle group during that 5-day, 6-day period that they're working out. And that's really how you keep your muscles on their toes, and how you really get bigger is by not focusing on one certain area. Well, I mean, you can, for example, like let's say. What was it? Booker T and Scott Steiner used to talk about how they could never get to a decent gym in the area. And if they couldn't, what they would do is they would just do shitload of push-ups. Like Booker T would do 1,000 push-ups a night. You just get to this point where 100's not enough. So you got to go to 200, then you go to 3, then you go to 4, then you go to 5. And then you eventually get to 1,000. And yeah, trust me, if you keep on doing that every day, you'll see build. You just got to do more. And you just got to go deeper, because a lot of times too, you feel a little bit of strain when you're going down. Just go as deep as you can. Touch your fucking chest to the floor. Touch your forehead to the floor. Whatever it takes, whatever type of style you're doing, make sure you go as deep and slowly as possible so your muscles can truly feel it.
Yeah, you need to. The best thing is, like, if you're not tired out, if you're not feeling like a limp, I think you're doing it wrong. In my opinion, you're doing it wrong. You need to feel like you can't move to a point. Like if you're not beating your own ass, well, I think you're just doing it wrong. Because like I said, I talked about this before. If you're not really struggling, you're not getting stronger. If it's easy for you, make it harder for yourself. Like I've talked about how I just got constipated during my run. It's like, okay, I guess I shouldn't have it easy. Just get through it, right? So, like, it's all about your mentality. And like you guys already talked about, yeah, it's your mentality. At the end of the day, it comes down to your mentality. If you're going to sit there and act depressed, well, guess what? You're going to be depressed. That's on you.
True. And even when doing a workout, man, and you're doing your usual routine and you're like, shit, man, maybe I can do a couple more. Do them. You just get that voice going in your head. Do it, pussy. Fucking do it. And you do it. And then you keep on doing more, and you build up as the weeks go on, and you get stronger. It's just, and that's the fascinating point too, is going from, like, let's say bench pressing when you first started out, like maybe 160 pounds, and then you're eventually working up to 285, 300, and you see that progression over time. That to me is a pretty crazy thing. Yeah, but it's all different for whoever their body type is. You have to change up styles. I personally feel like what you were saying, Darth, if it's a bigger person, that they should focus more on cardio instead of weightlifting. While it is one of those things where they say that muscle burns more fat, you kind of have to get the heart going at a certain rate before you can get that muscle burn going. Like what they always say is, before you start doing heavy lifting, get a little bit of cardio going, get your heart race going. And that's what I think with a lot of big people. Focus on that first, do like 30 minutes on the treadmill, then do a little bit of lifting. If you're a lighter guy, do about 15 minutes on the treadmill, then go lift 10 to 15. You know, I think that getting the heart pumping is very helpful in getting a good workout, getting a good pump going.
That actually is very true, because like you like people will tell you like cardio is a good way to like start it off. Like if cardio helps you, what cardio does is like it gets the blood flowing. Okay, it gets your blood flowing. It prepares your muscles. It prepares your heart. It prepares your body. And if you're not, get a sweat going because therefore, like it will be easier to exercise. You'll actually excel more. You'll lift more. You'll actually perform much better than you thought. But why do you warm up before you or fight? Or why do you warm up before you box? Why do you warm up before you play football? Why do you warm up before anything? So you can perform better. And so, yes, cardio is a great way of warm up. So start with warm up before you start the process of actual exercise.
Amen. And that's what it's all about too, is if you're ever going to see any improvement, you need to get the heart pumping. You need to get the blood flowing through your body. And that's where a lot of people, especially bigger people, have circulation issues, is they're not getting that heart pumping. They're not getting that blood flowing throughout their body. So they're having circulation issues with their legs, with their arms. Who knows? Over time, that's how it is. If you don't get that heart pumping on a regular basis, you're going to have issues. It's a cleaning out process. You have to cycle in and cycle out the blood. And that's what your heart is there for. It's there to pump it in and pump it out and get it throughout your body and circulate. And that's what I think leads to people getting good workouts. You got to get that pump in, and you got to make that a part of your lifestyle too. Make a little bit of cardio your lifestyle. Even if it's like my brother was saying earlier, just going for a jog at night. With me, I love going on walks for my dog right by the river. I'll do shit like that, because to me, that's fun. I'm getting that nature. I'm getting that exercise. I'm getting to see the smile on my dog's face as we're exercising together. It's an awesome experience when you really truly make it a part of your life and part of your routine and part of your discipline.
Yeah. And to me, like, and this is just me. I've practiced martial arts in my life. I played football. I wrestled. I've done all this. I like being active. And to me, like, keeping that strength up is very important because you never know when I need it. I never know when I need it. Who knows? Anything could happen. That's just me. Like, you could be robbed the next day, and sometimes just having the skills necessary to defend yourself is important. Having the fitness to defend yourself is important. Hell, just being muscular, just being a muscle freak, is enough to scare people off. Like being tough alone is just enough, right? Sometimes you may not even know how to fight, but just having the appearance could scare people off. That is people don't understand like the importance of exercise because, hey, it doesn't matter if you don't have muscles. Well, it actually does. In fact, it really does. Because if you're just there living and you have nothing to show for it, who's going to rely on you? As a man, and to me, you got to be fit. You got to have some sort of capabilities to even at least look like you can do something. If you look like somebody who just I don't know, who just came out of a fucking zoo, or you look like somebody who could get beaten up by a toddler, well, I'm not sure what to tell you. Like, you're not really appealing to anybody. And I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about like in general. This being a chubby, obese person is not appealing. At least that's what I would say. It's not appealing. And being a bony person, being so scrawny that a frog could literally eat you whole, that's not appealing to me. It really isn't. It's hell. If you dress up in a freaking like a woman, you dress up like a tranny, that's not appealing either. That's just not. None of being fit is appealing to people. If you're a woman, being fit is appealing. It's an appealing thing. So to try to promote that, hey, don't body shame. Well, guess what? Being part of life is being shamed. Part of life is being judged. Okay, you can't get away with being judged in your whole life. That's part of life. People are gonna look at you funny, and you gotta accept that. If you don't like it, well, change how it is. Change how you look. Let's stop propagating these things are okay instead of how about just don't look like that.
Bullying is motivation, man. It really is. I mean, I can tell you, like, I've seen people in high school that I bullied, and I've seen them change. I saw one dude lose 15 pounds over summer. You know, it's crazy. Bullying, it does work. It all has to come from the heart, though, in my opinion. Like, he was a friend of mine, and he would haze me, I would haze him. We'd fuck with each other. That's what we did. And yeah, he lost a bunch of weight, and he started getting on a healthier life. I even had one friend. He was coming in at like 260 pounds. He dropped down to like fucking 160. He dropped 100 pounds. It was crazy, especially for a high school kid to do that, and just, yeah, he started eating cleaner, started getting into martial arts like you did, and shit, that's where I started getting into martial arts as well. Same thing with my brother. We've been into martial arts for a very, very young age. I mean, with me, it was always training in boxing, Muay Thai, wrestling. My brother did Kung Fu. But yeah, I love that type of shit, and that's why you kind of caught me off guard when you talk about your training regimen that you would do a couple sets against the light post. I'm like, all right, this guy knows about knuckle conditioning. He knows what's up. So
yeah, I'm actually getting in. I actually recently discovered knuckle conditioning, so I'm like, I want to get into it. I look at my knuckles like, I mean, I guess they're good, but I want them to be better, something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's something like conditioning. Knuckle conditioning to me is cool. Like I decided to post that on Instagram. Like, the first time, first video I took was like, yeah, I'm not even punching it hard. Second one, okay, I do it slower, but keep my hips moving, right? And I was like, okay, I'm hitting it hard this time, but next time I gotta hit harder. But that's just the point. Like, if you gotta hit whatever you're hitting pretty hard to even feel it. And your knuckles will feel it. Trust me, it's pretty painful.
Well, yeah. What you're doing is you're creating micro fractures alongside the bone, and what happens is it calcifies over time and builds bigger. Trust me, I punched like some crazy shit. I used to do combos on brick walls. The one that I actually got a real decent fracture from, but it actually calcified my knuckles pretty good, was a block of ice. I hit that as hard as I could, and man, I could feel the shockwave go right through my arm. And yeah, like my hand looked like a Cabbage Patch doll for about 2 months, but afterwards, yeah, I got a nice size little knuckle out of it, so it's all good.
Yeah, knuckle conditioning is also very important. It is very important because guess what? You're not hitting with your fingers; you're hitting with those knuckles. Like, let's say, for instance, you're in a street fight. If you only know how to strike, you don't want your fist to hurt, because so once you hit a person, your fist has already been through the condition, so you can easily break your own fist by hitting somebody in the face. Believe it or not, people have had broken knuckles for hitting people in the face. So that's why knuckle conditioning is important. People don't even talk about this, but it is. So that's why when you hit somebody after knuckle conditioning, you're not going to feel it. In fact, you're just going to feel their face cave in probably, which, again, probably not a good thing, but at best hit them in the solar plexus so that way you don't kill anybody.
Yeah, give him a nice little rib shot. But yeah, that's the thing too, is once you start to do more knuckle conditioning, it makes it easier to get those shut-off switches on somebody. Hitting them in the certain spots and really ensuring that you hit them with one punch, they're out, they're gone. That's one less problem you have to deal with. But yeah, you're right. I honestly feel that, a decent body shot, especially if you are conditioned, will shut down most people. Like a lot of martial artists, if they're ever approached on the street and some tough guy, some drunk asshole tries to come up to them, a lot of times they just give them a good solid leg kick, and they're done after that. They don't want any more. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a Taekwondo practitioner. Believe it or not, I did Taekwondo, but that's neither here nor there. I've seen a Taekwondo practitioner like you fight this big dude, and he was small compared to him. So like this big dude swung at him, and he just did a spinning back kick at him, and the big guy was like, he was holding his hip. He was holding his hip. He was still standing, but he stopped moving. He just bent over like, it was just one kick, and he was still standing. He stopped fighting, though. Like, it was so bad that he just stood there. He didn't fall over. He just like, Jesus. It was a solid kick, too. It was like a fast but solid kick.
He's stunned.
But, yeah. Although Taekwondo can work, I wouldn't recommend it, though. It is the least likely beneficial of self-defense. It's fun, I'll say that, and it helps you with leg work. But if you want to do leg work more so often, I would mix it with some boxing as well, because guess what? Boxing is very important when it comes to that. Better yet, try big kickboxing. I think
it's all
kickboxing.
really. Kickboxing is fun as shit, dude.
Yeah. So like that's to me like what I would do. Although, like I said, Taekwondo is really fun. You'll learn about like you could be really fast, and what it teaches you mostly of that I think is very beneficial. Be on the balls of your feet. You are much faster on the balls of your feet. Like a lot of fighters don't even know this, but it would help them immensely. A lot of them are flat-footed. But I even did this when I was wrestling in high school at the time. I was on the balls of my feet. I was so much faster. Like bam. Like if you're on the balls of your feet, you don't know how fast you are. Because not only are you active, but your legs are feeling it. Therefore, like if you're on the balls of your feet, you can move faster. Like your leg strength mostly comes from your calves. Okay, so if your calves are not active, you're not gonna have that much effect. But especially when you kick, so like be on the balls of your feet. Any fight, be on the balls of your feet because you're gonna move much faster than you thought you could have.
Oh yeah, it all comes down to the legs. I mean, anything in a fight, it all comes down to your legs and your hip posture, and just how you can properly swing and defend yourself. Yeah, it's everything you're touching on. It's all about quickness in a fight. That's speed kills. Everything you heard about it, speed kills. That is what will end a fight immediately. I mean, anybody can be a big ass fucking brawler that one punch knockout and all this shit. I'd rather be the type of guy that could rat-a-tat-tat like 7 off in the time that guy's trying to shoot off 1. I'd rather be the type to just speed punch the shit out of him, and hit hard and know that in those 7 shots, I'm definitely going to get something that's going to fucking hurt him. That's just my perspective. I'd rather hit hard and hit fast and get the fuck out of the way.
But I would also have endurance training too. Like you want to be able to go the distance if you need to. Yeah.
Yes.
So like, no, I mean, yeah, everything you guys said, spot on, totally. I mean, like, 'cause if you can't for some reason get that knockout punch, you want to be able to go the distance. And so, like, yeah, like doing like jump roping and running and all that, like doing a lot of push-ups to really build your endurance. That's going to help big time too, 100%.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I think the best way to fight is to fight defensively, in my opinion, because like a lot of like wrestling fights I've been in, like I've been on a move where like I could force them to make a move, and I could tell what they would do because all it would take was like a fake out. Like if you shoot for a double and then go for the head, they'll be on the ground sprawling, but then you have them in a headlock or something like that. You can't really lock them in the head, but I get them something like that in headlock and then I pin them. Like it's so easy to make fool people what you're gonna do. Like
get them in a front chancery and start piling them with uppercuts. Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, no, there's the fake out, and that's why you see the best fighters of all time. They're all counter defensive fighters, whether it be people like Muhammad Ali, Mayweather, Anderson Silva, GSP. They're all counter defensive. They all wait for their opponent to make a mistake, and then they act.
Yeah, I always liked fighting that way because hell, I could be aggressive, but I only wait to be aggressive. I have to be patient with my aggressiveness. So if a guy doesn't make a move at all on me, for instance, and he's just standing there, I think I can make a move right then and there because he's just waiting for me, right? And I just kind of like move slowly. I move slowly, then I pounce and attack because like it's just unexpected, right? Because what the best way to fight is to fight unexpectedly because guess what? Nobody's going to be prepared for what you're going to do. So you got to be patient first. The best way to fight is be patient, analyze, and react. Okay, if you do these things, you can win anything. But
tell me, have you read The Art of War?
I haven't read too much, but I have read some quotes. Like, if the enemy doesn't control you, if you don't control the enemy will control you. Stuff like that. And stuff like that, because, like, controlling yourself is the first key. Training is also the first key. But knowing what to do and knowing what to look for is the best option. I've actually wrestled in a weight class that is probably I shouldn't have been. But I was able to win some wrestling matches and able to dominate. Guys that would obviously look bigger than me, right? Although I never really made it to state, I made it to sections. I wish I made it to state. I should have done better, though. Like that was on me. But that's how I am. Like, and I think that's how everybody else should be, because like if you're not into like knowing what you did wrong and what you could have done better, and well, guess what? Well, guess what? You're thinking it the wrong way. That way, that holds you back, right? But either way, though, like I don't necessarily like the idea of weight classes, but I do understand why they exist. Like, okay, like 100-pound guy can have the same level of skills of a 250-pound guy, but the idea of a 100-pound guy winning is just stupid. Like at that point, you might as well just throw logic all out the window. But
well, it all depends how it's done too, because I've seen open weight contests over in Japan and over in Russia where these guys who are tiny, like 135 pounds, 140 pounds, and they're going in and they are actively subbing these like big behemoths that are like 280, 290. And a lot of it is through jujitsu. Jujitsu was made to be the weak man's martial art because it allowed the smaller guy to take advantage and use flexibility and use momentum and use these angles to deceive the opponent and get a choke out and get a tap out, however they could.
Yeah, and like I said before, I don't necessarily agree with weight classes. I just understand why they exist. And at the end of the day, I fought big people bigger than I was. I've done that my whole life, actually. It's just the fact that sometimes when I tune into pro wrestling, this is funny because like I see some Alien Dragunovs versus Gunther having a slap fest, and it's like, okay, can we have some realism? I don't like, especially when I see movies of when women beating up men. Okay, she's freaking 90 pounds. This guy's a freaking 250. There's no way she should be able to freaking punch him and he have his head snap back that easily. Can we have at least some realism?
Yeah. And or even some good choreography. Like I'll never forget one time I was over at my brother's house and Atomic Blonde was on, and we were watching Charlize Theron do this like Tai Chi kung fu bullshit, where like these guys could see her telegraph moves like a mile away, yet they were running right into her slow old lady kicks and her fucking weak old lady punches. And I'm just like, if you're gonna do this and have a chick be badass, get a chick who can do it. Get a Gina Carano, get a Ronda Rousey, get somebody who's actually trained and has acted that can do a role like this. Instead, you get fucking bland ass liberal dork fucking Charlize Theron. It's just, realism is fucking dead in entertainment, and the more that these lips push it, the more they push for lack of realism. Sad state of affair.
Yeah, that's true. JCNC, you're gonna find this funny. So I found a show on Netflix. Okay, I kind of enjoyed it for a bit, but it was a woman like protag. I was like, okay, I can somewhat get into this. It's a revenge story, kind of cliche, but I might get into this. So I was a few episodes in. I don't remember the name because it was that forgettable, to be honest. But it reminded me because like it started off okay, but then it just went to shit. Because there was one point where like they were talking about like a king wanting not to kill, but trying to be more acting like king and more diplomatic, right? He was shunned. He was shamed for it because he's being weak for doing that. But he gets. But eventually, this same king that they were calling a pussy gets sort of cucked out, but not really. It's such a fucking weird scene because his wife, she was soon to be his wife. She literally starts screwing another woman. She literally starts having sex with another woman, and this guy joins in and starts like. It's such a weird scene because like they just start having sex for no fucking reason. I'm just sitting there like, what is the point of the scene? He just gets cucked out and then he joins. He literally got cucked out. The king you were trying to write gets cucked, and then they have some gay sex. The next scene, it's like, what are you doing? Who wants to see this? What are you doing? No, like why? You had something good going. What is it with all the fucking sex, freaking lesbo bullshit? Like that's not even. It's not even historically or biblically accurate. It was supposed to be based on like Vikings heritage, Allah, or Vikings Scandinavian heritage. It's not even biblically nor is it historically accurate in how they're portraying the characters. But I let it slide because it's entertainment. But then they turn into fucking sex fest cesspool of gay wad bullshit. Like, okay, this is just show for fags. Okay, I get it.
Yep. Yeah, that's media now. I mean, and Netflix, they are waving that rainbow flag harder than anybody else. So for anybody who thinks that WWE is going to be better on Netflix, no, it's just another woke piece of shit programming added to their lineup. In fact, it fits being on Netflix.
They're gonna give Liv Morgan a fake dick and have her fucking plow down the path.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Triple H's like, thanks for the idea.
He's already got a notepad ready.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm going to come up with ideas with that one. Oh, shit. He was probably writing down right there. Thanks, Bullzie. You're welcome. Good. I hope that works out, Triple H. It will. Is that, yeah, keep taking those ratings. Maybe he'll one day beat Tony Khan in terrible rating bullshit shit. They're racing to the bottom of who can kill off their company first.
Oh, yeah. It's a shame.
You can't convince me of otherwise. There's no fucking way. Those two have to be one of the worst fucking bookers I ever saw. And they're somehow running the most popular pro wrestling companies. What are the odds?
I know.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, too, is that, especially in Triple H's case, that's the reason why we go so hard on Triple H. Triple H is somebody who is part of a climate that was once the most popular climate in pro wrestling history in the Attitude Era. He was a big part of that. And even Ruthless Aggression, he was a big part of that, too. He knows what works. He knows what is going to sell. Instead, he gives into the IWC narrative, has flooded his roster with a bunch of indie liberal jackoffs. He's made it so that he controls the narrative. And one thing that you'll always see with Triple H, he's always going to show his face on every show. He made sure for the NXT CW premiere to come out first, and he made sure you saw his name on the credits at the very end. He wanted to make sure to let you know this is no longer Shawn Michaels' company. This is my company. And this is the thing. This is why we go after Triple H so much, is he is fed into that IWC culture, much like Tony is. Like with Tony, I don't hold him so much accountable just because he's a super fan that happens to be a billionaire. This is something that he's always wanted. With Triple H, I feel like there's an ulterior motive. I don't feel like he's truly a big fan a lot of this work rate shit. I think he just sees what the internet likes, and he knows that none of these guys will ever touch his legacy, so he's like, fuck it, I'll push these mid-carders, make them seem like main eventers. I think a lot of it is it's an agenda put by Triple H to make him seem forever legendary in the public eye, and so that none of these new stars will ever upstage him or ever make him look bad. He very much controls, and one thing you'll notice too with Triple H, he pushes people that speak heavily of WWE. If they say that this era is better than the Attitude Era, immediately he's going to start taking care of them. If they start saying that Papa H is the best, he starts taking care of them. The minute that they start saying a couple negative things about him, he stops booking him. He stops putting him on TV. Tony's really no different. I'll give him that. But at the same time, I look at Tony as he's just a rich super fan. Triple H, yeah. Evil, devious motherfucker who is hungry for power.
Yeah, I give my criticisms too. Has even provided solutions of what even with Cody Rhodes, and I still do see some talent in Cody Rhodes. The problem is that Cody Rhodes does not want to improve. He just wants to remain I'm a big hero. Look at me. Look at me do good things. Meanwhile, killed off the ratings. I don't think he even cares about improving. So it's like someone like Cody Rhodes does have talent. The problem is Cody Rhodes doesn't want to improve, and it's because he was allowed to remain the way he is for so long, especially including in AEW. He doesn't have to change. This is who he wants to be. And it was the American Nightmare gimmick was supposed to be Dustin's gimmick at the time, and Dustin was like, I wanted the gimmick, but I let my brother have it. Something like that around those lines, and Cody Rhodes ran with it, and it was just like, he's not getting over with it. You couldn't get over in AEW with it, and all of a sudden he moves to WWE. At the time, I was like, you know what? He could actually get over. He has much more. He doesn't have much power there, and it might be much more organic. And I was kind of like thinking during the build at WrestleMania 39, and keep in mind, he cut his best promos with Roman Reigns. Those were his best promos. I was convinced, he could do it, right? His Chief Without a Tribe and Roman with Roman Reigns, I thought was a really good promo. But after that whole build to WrestleMania 39, after losing, you kind of see that he's not cutting the same promos he did with Roman Reigns. And that was probably because Roman Reigns kind of made him work for it. I think Roman Reigns makes you better as a babyface, it makes you bigger. But when Cody Rhodes started working with people like Lesnar or the Judgment Day, even Nakamura, and even The Rock, it kind of shows that he wasn't as good of a promo as he was. He had the benefit of being challenged by Roman. Roman challenged him with the promos, and Cody kind of delivered. But after that, he never cut a good promo ever again. It just like, so it was like a one. He's a one-trick pony, or he was. What do you call it? I'm trying to find the right phrase.
Yeah. One-trick pony.
Yeah,
well, and I think,
go for it.
One of the things that's really not helping him too is I think that what he's good at is being the underdog babyface chasing the title. I think he's got to be in chase of something storyline wise, and right now he's really not in chase of anything. He's at the top of the world, and there's just he's plateaued, and there's something else for him to do. So that's going to make him feel boring. I do think that Cody does have some like. That he could be a good like underdog babyface. I think he could be good in that role, and the role that he's in now, you could just see that it's just not exciting. It's just not resonating with a lot of fans, and you're seeing just less and less hype for him. It's getting harder and harder to maintain. Yeah,
that's true. And I even pitched the idea like, okay, what if you because like fighting with Roman Reigns is just gonna be like it's repetitive. We've already seen that, and we don't need to see at WrestleMania. And you guys said that once in the past, and I was like, yeah, we don't need to see it at WrestleMania. Why not just do it at someplace else? And JD started pushing it. And keep in mind, JD from New York kind of makes me scratch my head at the time. That's why I was like, what the fuck? Now you don't want to see him win? And after he lost, it was like, I want to see Cody Rhodes win it. He should be Cody Rhodes. Like, you were just saying he shouldn't win it. What the fuck are you on about?
That's JD for you, man. He constantly puts his foot in his mouth, constantly a hypocrite. That's why he's one of those guys like Dave Meltzer who we love making fun of because he can't stick to a narrative. He's constantly flip-flopping back and forth. Now, while I am happy that at least he's trying to paint a more positive narrative to his fan base, he is influential. I'll give him that. He is trying to at least influence them to not have so much of a viral appreciation for long matches. That's something that has been portrayed through the IWC as something that you have to have, which doesn't make sense when you have a generation of TikTok, YouTube short brains. Why would they be into this when they are into short form media? It makes no sense why any of them would actively sit through a 25-30 minute match and actively enjoy every single second of it.
Because they know who their audience is. They know that, and when you look at the ratings will show you that the majority of WWE's audience, same with AEW, are men over the age of 50. They know who their audience is.
Mm-hmm. Matlock watchers.
Let me just say this. I don't hate long matches. It's just the fact that how much they do. It's just like, okay, yes. Where's the 5-minute matches? I'm fine with just a 3-minute match. I want to see somebody freaking get destroyed at some point. Why do I have to see two naked guys wrestle for 50 fucking minutes? Can we just have some Braun Breaker fucking snap somebody in two in 5 seconds? Can we just see that?
Heck yeah.
I don't hate long matches. It's just it's overdone at this point. It's special. It's something like that should be special, not just every fucking time. Something like that used to be special. Something going 50 minutes was rare. I want that back. Oh shit, this went 50 minutes long, and then maybe you want to see more of that next time, but they don't give you to you right away and shit. But then it's just oh, you like this? Let me give it to you again and again and again and again and again and again until you die from it. But until you get bored of it. But I'll still continue giving it to you because I don't know how to do anything else. Triple H.
Yep.
Spot on.
Yeah. Tony Khan is the same way, but he just likes doing that shit. He's a big fucking fan of it. He jerks off to that, I bet. Well, Triple H does too because people are stroking his ego. Tony Khan just likes seeing shit like that. And honestly, go on.
Well, it's a type of wrestling that has never shown to grown the audience at all, and that's why we come after Triple H so bad. Is he knows better. He knows what works. He knows what's going to sell, but he's too just glued in deep to this, and I think he's a lot of afraid of the corporate infrastructure to do those types of angles. And because he doesn't know how to storytell, something like this, embracing this type of wrestling, is perfect for a numbskull like him. He's never been a good creative mind. He's a good analytical mind. I think he might have a good business sense to him. I don't think that he's the type of person who should be running creative. He never should have been in that type of position. He's got a little bit of a brain on him, but it's none of it's creative. He's very much just like numbers. This is what the people like. Put this on. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, and to top it all off, like, I wrote this in the song and you guys played it on stream, and it was like one of those lines where like, "Hey, Trach, don't let them know you voted for Trump because don't let them know you voted for Trump." These people hate Trump with a burning passion, but then again, they'll probably give him a pass because it's H who gave them their dream matches, even though you could see the same things on AEW. Which is weird because like there's a tribalistic for both of them going on. Like, why? It's the same thing. Why do you hate it?
Right. Well, and not only that, but Triple H has a history of doing racist sketches, especially in DX. He frickin' has an iron cross as his symbol, and we just ignore that. We ignore his shaved head. We ignore the fact that he doesn't push black wrestlers. You got to start putting 2 and 2 together, but none of these fans want to do that. There is a slight upheaval towards that. They're trying to work on it, but you have a lot of pro WWE accounts saying, "Oh, well, look, he's pushing this wrestler. Look at what he did for NXT. He made Trick Williams the champion." He's just doing this type of shit so people will sweep the shit under the rug. He notices that people are starting to catch on a little bit to his racism and his past and his correlations and all this. So he's trying to do this type of shit right now, especially like making SmackDown theme Megan Thee Stallion, making the Bad Blood theme Future, the rapper. He's trying to do shit to make it seem like, no, I don't have any problem with black people. In fact, I love black people. It's just, you can see through somebody like that.
Yeah, and I remember one press conference after like, what was it? Clash of the Castle, where he's like, it's not black related, but he said something about Punk. Well, I think he has a bad psyche because he ate a lot of muffins, but he's cool. Something like that around those lines. Like, I don't think he actually made up with CM Punk. I think they just fucking had an argument. I was like, "You better sign me to your fucking company of Triple H." Fine, I'm doing it because I'm a shitty booker, and I'll bring you back because I don't know how to book. You better bring my ratings back. Or something shit like that.
That's what I think happened. I think Triple H brought him back and said, "Oh, all right, Punk, you can do whatever you want. You can even fuck me in the ass if you want." And Punk's like, "Okay, sure.
Bend over.
Bend over. Hey, can I fuck the skanks in NXT too?"
"Sure, go ahead. Make that your private harem if you want. I don't care. Fuck all those 20-year-old chicks. Fuck them. Just sign on the dotted line."
And what we talked about this before. Look at how he over promotes people that are from AEW. Cody Rhodes was a failed mid-carder over in AEW. He comes over to WWE, huge fucking babyface superstar. And then you take somebody like CM Punk. He was mistreated by AEW. Comes over to WWE, has a career rebirth. Even look at Jade Cargill. I hate to say it, she's getting a bigger push in WWE, even under racist Triple H, than she was under Tony Khan, holding a shitty fucking mid-card TBS title and being, basically being second, third fiddle behind all other females. It's like, he really takes these former AEW talents and promotes the shit out of them. And I think he's going to do that for Ricky Starks. He's going to do that for anybody who eventually comes over from AEW. He's going to really do it to just shove it in Tony's face like, see, you couldn't make them a star, but I could.
Yeah. By the way, can we just talk about CM Punk being mistreated for a second? Him being mistreated comes from the fact that people were exposing him or some shit like that. People were talking mean about him behind the scenes. He got mad. This whole thing started with an article coming about allegedly, and it said allegedly that Tony Khan fired what's his name?
Ace Steel.
Huh? Ace Steel? No, I'm talking about not him. Like Colt Cabana. Apparently, like there's an article about CM Punk allegedly getting Colt Cabana fired or some shit like that, and CM Punk had a fucking temper tantrum, like, "Who's lying about me? Who's lying about me?" And he started fucking flipping out over that shit. And eventually, it led to a backstage freaking brawl because he couldn't stand the fact that somebody wrote an article about him And it was all just a freaking alleged. It's not like it was saying he actually did it. Okay? It was just a rumor. It was just, that was it. And CM Punk just had a fucking flip out over a freaking article, over a rumor. He said, people keep lying about me. That was practically probably the only closest thing that was to a lie. But compared to everything else he keeps saying weren't lies. Him getting to backstage brawls wasn't a lie. Him flipping out at a medium scrum wasn't a lie. Okay? Him getting suspended that he says, I had to leave. No, you remember that interview he did on a podcast saying, like, I laughed. No, you were suspended at the time. And even lawyers at the time before the disciplinary committee agreed to fire you, the lawyers advised Tony Khan beforehand to fire CM Punk because of the way he's acting. Guess what? When he said, like, well, I just kind of like pushed and choked him a little, he's talking about Jungle Boy. Turns out that he did more than just try to choke. In fact, he fucking looked like he tried to punch him, then get him in a choke, then try to lunge at somebody else. You know what the IWC says? Oh, so Punk didn't lie. Well, you fucking didn't listen to the podcast, or did you watch the video, or you're just too stupid to understand what was going on. I don't know.
Dude, the brain dead cope from that shit was incredible. People, like, flat out denying, oh, Punk wasn't trying to punch him. Punk looked like such a fucking badass. Does he cheap shotting somebody while they're fucking unaware and starting a fight with them and then getting him in a cheap chokehold? And the other person you're talking about that he was lunging for is Tony Khan. He actually lunged at Tony and knocked over a bunch of shit in the process. I think like a monitor fell on Tony. At that point, you gotta fucking get rid of a fucking head case like that when he's doing shit like that. To me, that's not badass. Sucker punching a guy way smaller than you is not badass. That's some pussy ass fucking shit. It's almost like he figured that this little guy, Jungle Boy, might actually fucking know something. So he's like, I gotta get the first punch in first. So, and he knew, especially with Jerry Lynn standing right there, Samoa Joe standing in right there, it wasn't gonna get far. This was an intimidation tactic used from him on Jungle Boy to make himself look tougher and to make him look like such a fucking badass backstage. In reality, to anybody who actually knows anything about fighting, it made him look like such a fucking pussy little bitch. Especially the fact he had two people right there and then that could pull him away and keep the fight from getting any worse than what it was. He knew what he was doing. He's a pussy. He is CM Pussy, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. And did you see what he just posted on Instagram?
I can't wait, dude. CM Punk is a whiny crybaby on it, dude.
Are you okay? All right.
I think, dude, because that was whiny as shit. So JC, tell him about it. All
right. So I'm looking at the picture right now. There's a screen cap of the Instagram post from CM Punk. So somebody says to CM Punk, "Why haven't you said anything about trans people since joining WWE?" So cynical. And then this baby dick fucking dork responds, "Fuck you and your rage bait white knight social media outrage merchant bullshit. As equally as I say fuck you to anyone who discriminates against anyone for being who they are. Trans flag, trans flag, trans flag." Like,
what a fucking
Jesus.
dork. Dude, yeah. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for somebody to question his beliefs and why he toned down after signing on the dotted line. Because I think he's comfortable enough where he's like, you know what? I got Paul under my thumb. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. And I think this was a good case of him getting comfortable.
Yeah. Honestly, like, dude, I've seen you've posted this on one of your streams. CM Punk tackling a bunch of referee women. To me, that's predatory behavior. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, it's like, shit, yeah.
Yeah, like, of course he supports predators, and a lot of trans people are predators. Like, that's one thing. That's why they're trans.
They're on the registry.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah, so it's like, to me, dude, there has to be a fucking video breaking down everything CM Punk has done, even before AEW. Because, like, when you get into the nitty-gritty history of CM Punk, the guy has nothing but issues. He's nothing but issues. Like, He's always starting problems. He's always has this high and mighty egotistical freaking personality towards him. It's like, bro, like, I don't even know why this guy gets coddled. AEW coddled the shit out of this guy, even when he started backstage problems. And this guy's like, I'm not happy. Well, maybe if you weren't fucking starting fights with people 24/7, you wouldn't be so unhappy. Now all of a sudden you are happy because you're back to a company that fucking mistreated you. Wow. Right. Real. So basically, what? Now WWE's all hunky dory after mistreating you? Really? Like it's always the case of CM Punk being mistreated, and he's the victim of something. He's always the victim of something. Granted, 2013, sure, he was a big star. Okay, fine. Fine, The Rock, a bigger star, took your spot, but guess what? It was for storyline purposes. John Cena versus CM Punk wouldn't have sold as much. Understandably why he was mad about that, but guess what? It's not like he didn't get a match with The Undertaker. Oh, wait, he did. Whoa. And keep in mind, he got a good storyline with The Undertaker, and The Undertaker even praised him for having a good match, but that didn't make CM Punk happy because he wasn't in the main event.
It's all about him. At the end of the day, it's all about him.
Yeah, like, he was in the co-main event. Is that not enough?
Nope.
Like, why do you need to be a main event of WrestleMania? Like, why is that the most important thing to you? Like, you're not... What? The companies gave you one of the largest runs of the WWE title. What more do you want?
He didn't have his WrestleMania moment. Where's my ice cream bar?
Yeah. You had literally like 5 world title reigns. What more do you want? Okay, you got over because of your feud with John Cena. John Cena got you over, dude. Indeed. Granted, I liked Punk back in the day. I thought he was good. I still think he puts on good matches, but at the end of the day, he's fragile as shit. Ego, body, and soul. Fucking poke him, he fucking breaks down. He's made of glue.
Yeah.
He's made of glue. Like, I guarantee you, sometimes every time he jerks off, his dick falls off. Like, shit. He has to hold his...
Detachable penis.
He has to hold his balls and dick. That way, when he pees, it doesn't come off. Like, every time he shits, when he sits on the toilet, he has to hold his balls and dick as he shits. Like, make sure it doesn't fall off. If it does, imagine... I guarantee it'll be one moment where he forgets when he flushes the toilet, he looks down and sees that his balls and dick is gone. Oh shit! No! Like he's gonna be digging through the toilet, like no. And now he can no longer put out.
Maybe it's one of those things. I think it's one of those things where you get enough STDs, they say that your dick falls off. I think it actually happened to CM Punk.
It's kind of like it's like a cursed monkey's paw. It's like I'll give you this harem of hot 20-something-year-old chicks to fuck in NXT. The curse is your dick falls off.
It's fitting.
Yeah, it's pretty fitting. And don't let him see it, CM Punk, otherwise they'll lose attraction to you. And he probably accepted that with fucking God's grace. Like thinking, thank God I can finally get women. And forget about AJ Lee. Didn't this guy stalk AJ Lee back when he was in WWE?
Oh yeah, I think he saw that AJ was being super friendly with John Cena. He didn't like that shit, so yeah, he got very advanced towards her. And one thing you'll notice about CM Punk, he loves those women that look young and petite. Like he definitely has a preference, so to speak. It's a little bit weird. Nothing against like guys that go after petite girls, but AJ Lee was already looking really young at the time, and now you see him flirting with these young women and calling them his daughters. It's a little creepy. You see the correlations.
Yeah, honestly, like that is predatory. Like I don't care what anybody says. Oh, he's just affectionate. Okay, all I have to do is point out the referee being tackled by CM Punk. Like, what do you call this? Just being affectionate? Is that what you call it?
You would be up in HR like immediately in any other job. If he wasn't, he gets away with so much because he's Mr. Pro-Life, trans rights, CM Punk, because he's Mr. Liberal, women's rights over mine type of bullshit. He gets away with a lot of this shit. He knows what he's doing. He's intelligent enough to know that if he scrapes certain politics and he goes ahead and puts shit over that he's supposed to, like he's told to, that a lot of his shit will get swept under the rug. Nobody's going to bring up his past as a womanizer, as a cheater, as somebody who has done a lot of fucking dirty shit. Even somebody that says he's straight edge, we've seen plenty of pictures with him with beers.
Yeah. I think that was just a whole fucking character, to be honest, back in the day. Hey, look, I support not doing drugs, but then behind the scenes, okay, I'm going to snort a lot of crack.
Right.
Yeah. I do believe he does drink and smoke and do drugs, honestly. I mean, he has the power and fame to get away with it. Why wouldn't he do it? Right. It's just, basically, he has the influence. I mean, to me, like, in my personal opinion, this is just me. The only reason why women will be with Punk is the name value.
Yeah.
Like, anything else, if you take that away, CM Punk would just be looked at as a fucking spineless bitch. Nobody would want to be anywhere near him. Nobody would want to be around him. And he only got away with so many shit was because of his name value. Anybody else would have been castrated, lynched, thrown, and burned alive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Star Trek fangirls at the end of the day. I mean, they finally found that guy that they twiddled their twat to when they were growing up, and now they get to work with him, and he's hitting on them, and that turns them on. It fulfills that side of their brain, when they were growing up. Oh, that was my childhood crush, and now he's here, and he's hitting on me, and he's saying that I'm pretty. It's very much of an ego grandstand for them.
Yeah, and honestly, like those women. I can't see them having self-respect if they're willing to throw themselves at CM Punk. In my opinion, like there's no self-respect for that. Like every other woman is throwing themselves at them. Like don't you see? Like this is kind of like you're being womanized here. Don't you feel like he's kind of like there for just sexual preferences, sexual put out like he has a wife and he's spending time with women? Don't you see that as a red flag? Like to me, like. Bros have bro codes, but women have women codes too. Like, sleeping with somebody else's partner is a big no-no. It just is. And I don't see why any woman would want to participate in what he's doing. And he's the way he's acting, tackling referee women. That kind of should tell you enough. Should tell you enough. He has, in seeing them as his daughters, that is just not acceptable behavior. That is not normal behavior. But what? Why? Because he's a hero? Bruh, like if you knew the stories, you wouldn't be calling him that, but that don't matter. Forget about all he's done forget about all the fights he started. Forget about all the problems he's caused. Forget about all the bitching, which is soy as it comes, and this freaking fragile as he comes. He's not even a masculine man. The most masculine thing he ever did to himself is grow a beard. And that's not even good enough.
No.
Yeah.
Well, if he's gonna use Just for Men, do it on the beard too, bro. You look weird with the fucking jet black hair and then this fucking pepper and salt beard. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah. It's like white and black at the same time. Like, what are you, aging and not at this? What are you doing? Right. Like, okay, like maybe he's just stressed. Maybe he's just going through stress, and that's just like being told, "Say, stop coming down to NXT and harassing the women." And he'd be like, "How dare you?" Maybe that's the stress part. He has to go through being told by Booker T, "Stop harassing the women." I know for a fact that these two have some sort of beef going on because like Booker T talked about it on stream and made a post on Twitter, but deleted it because. Probably Triple H told him to.
Yeah, and we've even seen footage too. I'll never forget when Punk was on backstage. They had everybody get together for a photo op, and they were all like holding each other's shoulders, hand behind their back. And Punk was right next to Booker T, refused to put his hand around his shoulder, and Booker T wouldn't touch him either. But they had respective arms around the shoulders of the people next to them. So that tells you that there is something there, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that Booker T has always been very open and forward about Punk. We heard the story back in the day. It was Chris Jericho talking about it on the Jericho Cruise podcast. He was saying that that Booker T was sitting in the locker room, and Punk declared himself the locker room leader. And Booker T started laughing like, dude, you ain't no leader. You ain't leading me. If anybody's the leader, it's going to be like Undertaker or Kane, somebody who's actually has some tenure there. No, but Punk's like, I'm the locker room leader. And that immediately got Booker T to be like, nah, man, nah. It's these he's always had a very grandiose ego. It comes from the indies. He was king of ROH. And that's what led him to have that ego. When he was the king of that company, he brought that right into FCW. He was having so many problems in FCW that he was actually fired at one time. And they had to get Paul Heyman went to bat for him and said, you know what, this guy's actually, we're missing the boat on him. Let's give him another shot. Got him back into FCW, got him into ECW, eventually made him a champion, that brought him up to the main roster as a Paul Heyman guy. He's always been looking out for this dude.
Yeah. You know, I know there's something going on backstage in WWE. I know. I just wish it just freaking just exploded. I just to make fun of Punk once more. I mean, we already do that. But I want a reason to make fun of him more. Like, dude, the guy's a dumb shit. The guy's a piece of shit. He's an asshole. He's a scumbag. I'm not even sure why people put up with him. It's just like, it's one of those things. Vince McMahon wasn't even willing to put up with him. What does that tell you? And Vince McMahon is probably one of the most. I mean, he's not tolerable, but he's willing to put people that are stars on. CM Punk does have star power, but even Vince was like, fuck this guy. I ain't using him anymore. If Vince does that, what do you think that means?
Yeah, it's not worth the million. It's not worth the million at that point. It goes to show you that WWE doesn't need CM Punk, and AEW didn't really need CM Punk at the time. But to talk about it even further, like, I know you guys don't like Jon Moxley. I still happen to be somewhat of a fan, but not as I used to be honest, because of the bald head he has now. That's weird to me. Like, apparently he lost those facial hair or head hair. Is he still doing drugs? Jon Moxley? Oh yeah, allegedly. But you look at this guy, and that's one thing. You were talking earlier about Punk and a lot of the issues he had backstage in AEW. One thing that's been widely rumored for the longest time about AEW, and even Zero was talking about it, is how it's a party culture backstage. We were even talking about this on the Wrestler Speaks on 4chan video, how it's a party culture backstage in AEW. And a lot of these people, they'll go to Tony's parties and they will get coked up, they'll get cracked up, they'll get methed out, they'll hit the ecstasy, they'll get drunk as fuck, they'll do all this fucking weird shit, they'll have orgies, all sorts of crazy shit. So I don't think that Tony's got like P. Diddy parties going on or anything like that, but he's got some pretty crazy parties with a lot of different party favors, so to speak. And there's even been rumors of people like Jon Moxley, people like CM Punk, even Eddie Kingston getting into addiction because of what's available to them. And when it's so readily available, it's free, it's good, especially good, clean cocaine. I'm sure that somebody like Tony would get the purest of the snow. So it's a situation where you get addicted to this shit, and that's where you're actively seeing, in my opinion, CM Punk look so withdrawn, look like a druggie, look like a meth head, look so out of shape and like shit, and so hateful and spiteful during his AEW run, is I think he was having a bender.
Yeah. I'm just saying that right now because when I saw Jon Moxley, I was like, he looks more drugged out than when he after came out of rehab and before he went into rehab. I'm just like, dude, he regressed. He keeps regressing. Like, he won a BJJ tournament at the time, but he keeps regressing now. It's like, what's he doing? But outside of that, like, one thing that really got my gears going was when CM Punk made a Instagram post saying, like, I never had somebody refuse to lose me to me before, when it turns out to be like Jon Moxley just pitched a storyline to him of, hey, let's do a Rocket 3 storyline where I win over you, then you win over me. And CM Punk apparently got so pissed off because he didn't want to lose to Jon Moxley. What? So you're just pissed off that Jon wanted to win over you? Why do you care? Like, it's freaking scripted. It's a scripted freaking show. Why do you care? And plus, Jon Moxley can kick his ass, even drugged out and coked out. Like, come on. Like, CM Punk can't win a fight in his life.
No,
like,
that was the biggest thing too over at Duke Rufus's gym, is he had an active record in sparring of 1-16. He won one sparring match and lost 16. There's a reason why he was officially the mop boy over at Rufus's gym, because he was good for nothing else. They're like, just get Punk over there and have him mop up all the fucking blood and sweat after these motherfuckers are done. That's all he's good for.
You know, I would have loved to be a fly on the wall just to see CM Punk fail and get his ass kicked by some women too. Like, I guarantee you, some women that were there, he sparred with them, is like, hey, baby, you want to go, just like in the face. Yeah, just fall over the floor, and she's having him in the ground and pound. He's like, stop, no, I give. And he's fucking blooded, like, I quit. I ain't fighting no more. And then And then he gets a call next day. Hey, CM Punk. Hey, I got a fight for you. I'll pay you $1 million. You'll be like, okay, I need the money. I'm fucking broke as shit.
Yep.
And
Yep.
And he went into AFC and got his ass kicked again. Poor guy. Yeah.
Michael Jackson. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I remember, I watched his last fight. I watched his last fight again recently. And that guy, one guy he fought, it was at first pointed out that, he toyed with Punk. But when I watched the fight again, it was like, it looked like he was actually trying not to hurt Punk. Yeah. And he got fired for not trying to hurt Punk. And CM Punk was like fighting like he was a gay wad. Like he was being gay about the fight. Like he looked so lazy. He looked like he wasn't even prepared at all. So he wasn't even in training. But I remember that at the time they said, he went through 4 years of training. But he came out looking like a fucking slob, a fat, skinny slob.
Well, even Joe Rogan said at the time, he's like, he's got like zero functional athleticism. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like it's embarrassing. Like there's one moment where he's hugging the guy's body with his arms and legs, and the guy's just on his knees sitting there like, bro, like I'd kill him. Like, why are we fighting? Like you. Go on.
It's fights like that lead a lot of people to think that maybe that there's certain people that are protected, and especially a celebrity like CM Punk after he lost in such a brutally embarrassing fashion to Mickey Gall the first time around. Maybe there was talk backstage, hey, Michael Jackson, maybe there's a little incentive for you to take this 15 minutes and make Punk look tough.
Yeah,
just saying.
And it's hard to buy Punk out as a tough guy at this point. Like he can't sell himself, and it's funny because Jim Cornette believes in you got to be a legitimate tough guy, but loves the shit out of CM Punk. Like at this point, like why do you like the guy so much? Like he rips off Bret Hart, he rips off anybody. He takes and doesn't give back. He doesn't really draw. Let's be honest, he doesn't really draw. I mean, he sells merch, but he's not drawing any new viewers. Like, I'll give him that. He sells merch, but he's not bringing in any new viewers. Nobody normal likes CM Punk. Like, you go out to the outside world, I've asked people. There's not one person that would be like, yeah, I like CM Punk. Unless they're a pro wrestling fan or a CM Punk fan. You just don't see that. CM Punk is CM Punk, if we're calling him anything, he is... I'm trying to find the right word. I'll put it best.
Cringe fag?
Cringe fag, that's one way to put it. I'm saying he's a liability at this point. He's a liability. Like, you can have him, you can make money off of him, but you're not gonna make any good profits outside of his merch selling. You're not gonna sell tickets by putting CM Punk on stage. Like, nobody goes in to see CM Punk. People just want to see long, boring matches. The only people that buy tickets want to see the matches. Those are the marks, okay? People will buy his merch. Okay, I'll give him that. People do. He's one of the biggest top merch sellers. But nobody's going to go there to see CM Punk. At best, they're probably going to go there to see Jey Uso or Braun Breaker because those are the most guys that people actually like. The normal people don't hear about them.
True.
And it's funny because like if Triple H focused more on Braun Breaker and Jey Uso storyline and gave him more of a freaking long-term story build, I think they would sell. I think that could do something with it, but they turned Braun Breaker here, which I hope that leads to him beating the shit out of Gunther and winning the World Heavyweight Championship, which Triple H isn't going to do. He's apparently he just loves Gunther. I don't know what he did. I don't know what Gunther does to Triple H. And Gunther's boring as shit. I'd take Cody Rhodes over the guy. But either way, back to CM Punk. He's a liability. He's not going to bring new viewers. He's not going to bring new fans. He's not going to do that. He's not somebody you rely on when it comes to selling out pay-per-views. Maybe he did, maybe back in like 2011 or through 2013. But after the recent events in AEW, after the recent events of UFC back then, and after knowing the personalities, people at best are going to be like, okay, no. Nobody cares about CM Punk outside of pro wrestling. He's not going to... People cared about Roman Reigns, though. And that's funny, because it took 7 years to get Roman Reigns over, yet people cared about him, but nobody cared about CM Punk. So it's like, why rely on that guy? If you want to rely on that guy, at best, he's just going to sell you merch. What else is you going to do?
Well, and that's the main reason why he gets a push, and that's the main reason why he has power now and is trying to flex over in NXT, is because he has a little bit of name value still left, in a time during wrestling where name value is super scarce, and there's maybe like a handful of people that actually have it in WWE. CM Punk is still somewhat of a houseworthy name. A lot of wrestling fans don't look at his MMA track record. They don't look at him as a whiny pussy. They look at him as the Second City Saint. They look at him as the quote-unquote best in the world. To him, to a lot of these fans, he's still very much that Punk from 2013, 2014. That's what they foresee in their head. And a lot of these older fans, too, they don't want to take off the rose-colored glasses. They want to look at the person that is currently fucking up wrestling. They want to look at it as, oh, he's still that awesome dude he was back in the day. Oh, you know, that Triple H guy, he's cool, huh? No, he's a fucking big-nosed dork who wants to book shitty matches and ruin wrestling. And with a guy like Punk, he realizes that, you know what, I have to politic to get what I want. He's been doing this since the ROH days. He's done it in ROH, he's done it in TNA, he's done it in FCW, he's done it in ECW, he's done it in the WWE version, WWE, he's done it in AEW, and now he's back in WWE, and he's starting to worm his way back in the political system. And that's what you're seeing right now, especially over in NXT. You even saw that little sketch with him, Shawn Michaels, and Triple H in the back, and he's dressed as Shawn Michaels. He's already gearing up to take over that spot in NXT and get his power, and get to a position where he can control the talent and do what he wants. This is what he's always wanted. He tried to do it with Collision, but apparently he was working with children. What do you think NXT is, dude? It's a bunch of barely 20-year-olds. They're not that much older.
Yeah. Me personally, I prefer older women. I don't know about you guys, but why would you like? Okay, like I'm in my 20s, okay, but I like older women. Okay, I prefer older women. I prefer a mature, but someone that is sexually active woman. And not somebody that's 18 years old. I mean, okay, fine, but to me, that seems like a little fucked up. Like, I want to date an 18-year-old. That's just me. It just seems... Go on.
You don't want the bullshit that comes with dating younger women. With older women, you know they got their shit together. They're more emotionally mature. They're probably more emotionally stable. And so, yeah, I don't blame you at all. I think it's very reasonable to, especially, with makeup and stuff like that. It's like older women are not looking as bad as they did 20, 30 years ago. So, yeah, I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, but go for it.
Yeah, but I don't always define my looks on pretty faces either. But okay, I like pretty faces, but what I'm looking for is the figure, right?
Oh, yeah. Right.
Like if you got a good build to yourself, you look like you take care of yourself. That to me is more attractive than any face, any makeup you put on. To me, like okay, I need to put on lipstick. No, you don't. If you take care of yourself, fine. I think that's more attractive than anything. Like at least you're not a fat slob. Like there's one moment where I talked to the woman told you about. Like the first thing I told her was like, hey, it's nice to see a nice lady walk into my work instead of a fat tub of lard wobbling over here. Like, nah, I don't want that, right?
Damn.
And she laughed. She laughed her ass off. I'd like, okay, but this is the point I'm making. If the problem isn't inherently liking younger women, but if you're like an old man and CM Punk is an old man going after the women in the 20s. Hey, listen, okay, they're not minors, but it comes off creepy. And you have to understand, okay? There are standards that men are held that are above women, okay? If I was ever 46, I wouldn't go for somebody 20. Hell, I probably wouldn't go for somebody 30. I'd prefer somebody around my age, okay? If a woman's like 37 years old, I don't see an actual issue. It might be like double standards. I get that, but you also have to understand that men are held to higher standards than women. Men hold themselves to higher standards than women. Men are more emotionally stable than women. Okay? I'm not trying to say that it's bad for women to date. Well, I'm not trying to say women should date a younger man, including if they're minors. I'm saying there are certain standards that women are held compared to others. There are certain standards, and it's not like it might come off as bad. Hey, if a man dates 37 dates a woman 20 years old, I'm going to be like, that's fucking weird. Why isn't the opposite for me? Well, for one, men are held to that standard. Two, why would a man want somebody that is 20 years old? Why would you go for somebody that is younger? Why wouldn't you want somebody that is around your age, right? Especially that you're growing as yourself, and women are trying to seek a man to take care of them as well. Women are trying to seek a man taking care of them. Men can take care of themselves. I'm not saying women can't take care of themselves, but women want men that can take care of them, right? So
absolutely,
So in that category, a 20-year-old is able to take care of a woman when they're financially stable too. It's not a bad thing, but that's why there's a standard there. That's why there's certain standards. It's not like it should be both ways. It's more than that. It's way more than just double standards. It's just the fact that women need women want a man to take care of them, and men want a woman to take care of.
Right. Well, and a lot of it comes from mind control too. A lot of these young men, they're mind controlled by influencers like Andrew Tate, who say, yeah, you don't want an older woman. Go ahead and get yourself a younger woman. You want a little tight 18-year-old girl that you can model into who you want as a person. You can make her your type of woman from an early age. That way she doesn't have all the emotional baggage, all the physical baggage, all of that shit. You can mold her. And what they're not telling you is you deal with somebody who's very immature, somebody who doesn't have their mind set up, somebody who is, if they're that influential, they're going to be influenced by not just you, but also by the media, their brain dead friends, all sorts of things. So you have to consider all of that. But no, that's what Andrew Tate will promote and put out there. And a lot of young men are getting into that lifestyle. And old men for that matter.
Yeah. And like I said before, if I was Andrew Tate's age, I'd be like, no, I don't want a younger woman. I want a woman around my age, at least older. To me, some women might be like, I want men around my age, but at the same time, I don't think a woman should mind a 20-year-old man. Like, at least because at least that person's gonna grow up to take care of you. Like, to me, don't define a man by their age unless they're under 18. Okay, but that's a man regardless, and women shouldn't be shunned for dating a 20-year-old man. But in my head, in my opinion, like, if you're a 36-year-old talking about dating an 18-year-old, you're a fucked person. There's no reason for you to talk about that. Like, okay, that's like you're a dude. You're a dude. Why don't you just find a woman that is your age if you're so confident too? Like, especially that younger women are far more easily to influence. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want somebody like that? Men are more like emotionally stable. Okay. That's why I say that. I can't see myself at age 30 even dating a 25-year-old. That just seems, even if it's normal, I couldn't do that. That's not something I'm into. Like, go for somebody that at least your range of age. 2 years younger, I can stand. I can stand 2 years younger. 22-year-old, okay, I can stand that. Any more than that, I mean, I don't want to judge, but I want somebody around my age. That's all.
You want somebody that you can relate to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like, because the point that you're making, and it's a really good one, is that, if you're dating somebody from another generation, there's going to be a major disconnect there. So CM Punk being 45, fucking these 23, 24-year-olds, for him, it's a totally different generation. He's what, Gen X? Like late millennial, dating young Gen Z chicks. It's like, yeah, there's going to be a huge cultural divide. And so and if you're looking to date somebody, yeah, you really want to have something in common with them. Like, you want that relationship to matter. Yeah. And I think that you're hitting on something big time.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't mind dating much older women, and I don't see a problem. I know the double standards, but again, a woman want somebody to take care of them. But yeah, there's also the cultural thing and the norms thing. I think at best I would like somebody 2 years younger or 2 years older at best, because at the end of the day, I want somebody I can relate to. Like you said, don't like if you're going for somebody older, that's one thing. I wouldn't even go for somebody younger. That to me seems worse than going for somebody older. To me, like especially if you're a man, and like I said before, men are held to higher standards. I don't somebody like Andrew Tate saying go for younger women. I think that's kind of stupid. There's no reason why you should go for a younger woman. How about just go for somebody your age? Like connect with that person instead of like trying to slay puss that is meant for the actual people that want to date. And that's one of the reasons why, because people like Andrew Tate come out and say, I could take your girl. It's like, why would you spread that message? Why would you do that? Because like that's one of the reasons why people, and that is in fact one of the reasons why a lot of men don't date, because what they're told about women. Mm-hmm. And don't get me wrong, Andrew Tate has given some good advice about dating, but at the same time, I firmly believe Andrew Tate is one of the reasons why men don't date women.
Oh yeah, he's part of that culture. He's very much he pushes a lot of that MGTOW, which is, I hate to say it, it's a part of a division agenda. I mean, it works for everybody. It's not just against races. It's not just against the sexes. It's sometimes guys fighting against themselves to even reproduce. They don't want you to reproduce. They don't want you to have a happy nuclear family at the end of the day. They do not want that. What they want for you is they want you to be miserable and alone. And they want that for everybody, regardless of what gender you identify as.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like, you shouldn't. That's a horrible message to send. That is that is really horrible to send. Tell people, yeah, I like it. I think 18-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds. I mean, that's his opinion, but he came off like he would have, like he was sexually like, what? That's an 18-year-old. What are you doing? You're 36. Like, leave 18-year-olds alone. Like, let other 18-year-olds date that 18-year-old. Like, come on, like, leave them alone.
Leave them kids alone.
Yeah. Why are so many celebrities into kids? That's so weird to me.
Do you really want to know?
No, I don't. I just asked that question.
All right.
I just asked the question rhetorically. One, and two, it's just like there's a common thing with people with celebs being a pedophile. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this person?
Yeah, we've done a couple question everythings about that, and just to really just quickly just dawn on it, just not get into it too much. A lot of it has to do from the energy that comes from something that's youthful and innocent, and robbing them of that innocence. This is something that a lot of occultists, they take that and they use it in their ceremonies and their magical practices, is taking the innocence away from something. And a lot of times too, what they'll do is they'll engage in very weird practices where they'll kill an animal or kill a human being. And right before that, they do that so they can get that little bit of adrenochrome out, that high spike of adrenaline entering the blood system, because that's like a drug for them. So a lot of them, they have their reasons for what they do, and eventually they just get accustomed to the lifestyle. Like Walt Disney's wife was talking about in a journal, how after spending a certain amount of time around children, that he would no longer be sexually active with her anymore. Like he had nothing to do with her. And I just think that's what it becomes, is they become accustomed to this lifestyle, going to these orgies and involving themselves in pedophile practices, blood orgies, all sorts of weird shit. They get used to this degenerate lifestyle that normal sex doesn't register with them anymore. They now have this new perverted sex that they've become accustomed to.
Yeah, developing weird kinks like that. Okay, that's one thing that you cannot justify, no matter what. There's nothing to think about that. They're just straight up evil human beings. What else are you gonna say about them? Straight up evil, and they choose to die. They choose lifestyle. And honestly, like, when it finally comes out about themselves, and eventually, once the media is like, okay, we need another scapegoat, you're up. Time to die. Bye. Something like that. And it's going to happen eventually it happened to Andrew Tate, it happened to Amber Heard, it happened to Diddy. And when they need another distraction, well, let's suppose this guy's a pedophile now. Something like that. It's just they're all evil and they all participate in the same actions. I mean, we could just say Epstein Island, and that alone says enough. Like Hillary Clinton was on the list, Joe Biden was on the list, Bill Clinton was on the list. I don't know if Obama was on the list. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he was, but he does participate in like homosexual activities. Yeah, so he does strike a lot of children. So I mean, he's still evil. And apparently, his wife has a dick too. So I was like, oh, God knows what they're into. Or maybe Obama was trapped. Maybe was Obama trapped by his wife, and she's really a man.
No, his wife is a trap.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sure Obama likes being plowed in the ass, though. I'm sure that's one thing. That's haram, though. But overall, like the point I'm trying to go for is that, like one, sex in general should be like intimacy with your partner. I mean, don't get me wrong, sex is great, right? But that's something to share with a person that you love. I'll put it that way. Like if you have a person and you really like that person, you're gonna enjoy sex with that person. But to these people, it's just like it's a perversion, so they need to lust at this and keep doing it, and it becomes a form of like satanic rituals. And they do it, and they might even do it by accident. And guess what? Individualism is satanic, and people do this by accident. Some people I've seen throw up like devil horn signs, and some people follow up. It's satanic activity, and people don't know they participated in this shit. Mm-hmm. I believe some celebrities participate in this and don't know they're doing satanic shit, but they do it anyway. I heard of like something like Scientology. I think that's just a mask for saying, "Hey, we're not really satanistic," but yeah, there's a lot of satanistic people in Hollywood that just do a lot of evil shit, and they do it because they can do it. They know they can get away with it. Otherwise, why would they be doing it at all? Well, because they need to get off. They need to let off something. There's something they get from it, and so like, where's the standards in society? And one of the most important biggest things is we can't do anything about it, and it's just like it's screwed up that it happens. So it's like we could be killed off just like that. It just shows what the world was living in. So I live in the mode of okay, do what I can to make the world a better place. Okay, there's not much I can do, but there's things I can do for others. Right, doing the simple things like running or exercising or giving somebody $20 that needs it, something like that. Helping out where you can help out. That alone is enough to spread that, hey, there is good in the world. There's a lot of people that need to know that, and a lot of people don't know that. So it's just like they end up like suiciding. They end up like turning to drugs and all that stuff. And just like, it's because it was promoted. And and it sucks because it's just like people suffer from stuff like that. How do you solve it? And that's why I appreciate people like David Goggins who post like, hey, just work out. Stop being a bitch and work out. It's like, yeah, I agree with that stuff. Let's just keep moving. People suffer all the time, but then it's just like, but you got the media pushing like, it's okay to hate yourself. It's okay to be an incel. It's okay to be a fucking cuck. But reality is people that are cucks are not happy. Why do we push these things? These are the exact things that are actually getting people to kill themselves. These are the exact things that get people to suicide. But
look at the percentage rate for trans who end up committing suicide. This is something that they want. They want people questioning their sexuality so that they go ahead and they do a procedure that gives them basically an open wound that they constantly have to clean out. This is something that a lot of people don't understand, is that a lot of the guys who get their penises cut off and get them replaced with this wound, they have to clean it out at least 5 times a day because of the deep infections that cause. It basically stinks like shit the whole time. So it's a constantly open wound that never fully heals and constantly smells like shit.
Yeah,
and no wonder they commit suicide. You know, it's like
honestly, like in my opinion, you guys, next to abortions, that is the second most evil procedure you can ever do to a human being, ever. the fact that it's even promoted and advertised as a solution to me is extremely fucked up. And the fact that you would give it to a child, I think I think that's even worse. That's worth the death penalty, because if you're willing to do that to your own child, I think there's something fucked up about you. There's no reason to do that. Like, why? Like, there's one guy, Ethan Heim, that I talked about this before, but Ethan Heim exposed a Texas hospital when Texas itself said, okay, it's illegal to even provide gender affirming care to children. Okay, if you were an adult, okay, that's one thing, but do not give it to children. And that the certain hospital was starting to provide it for certain children anyway, despite the law. Ethan Heim exposed this, and Biden, the administration, starts prosecuting him for violating HIPAA, even though he never revealed any patient's information. But they said he did, despite the fact he only revealed information of what procedures the hospital provides. So that's like even exposing something illegal about it is enough to get you prosecuted. So they want children to get vagina plasmatasia procedures, get puberty blockers. No. How about just don't? How about just say, hey, we all at one point in our lives think of something of why we're boys and not girls, or why we're girls or not boys. That's a normal thought for a child. That's a normal thought for a child. Just because they want to see what a dollhouse looks like does not mean give them a vagina.
Yeah, kids are going to be curious. At the end of the day, that's just how children are. They're curious. But to actively see, like, let's say a little boy playing with action figures and he mixes in a Barbie, that doesn't mean that he's going to go full on femme. He's just like, fuck it, I'm just going to use this Barbie as the girlfriend of one of my action figures or some shit, But yeah, it's just one of those things where, yeah, kids are gonna, that's what they do, is they experiment. But to advocate that just because your kid is leaning that way, or because you're influencing them to lean that way, that they should be a girl if they're really a boy, or if a boy should be raised as a girl should be raised as a boy, any type of shit like that, when it comes down to that, what you're actively doing is you're disgracing God, because he tells you to love yourself, love thyself. And a lot of these people out there, they refuse to love themselves. They want to modify who they am because they feel, oh, this is who I truly am on the inside. No. Who you truly are on the inside should be a reflection of who you are on the outside. It should be, and that's how it should be. And a lot of these people, I hate to say it, a lot of these young, confused people, they get controlled by demons. They start listening to the demons, and the demons lead them down a path of self-denigration, hatred, just self-loathing to the point where they feel like they have to make body modifications. That's why you see a lot of people that do have trauma, they'll have tattoos, a bunch of tattoos. Nothing wrong with tattoos, but the more tattoos that somebody has, that's usually a sign of a lot of trauma in their life, and a sign of body modification to change who they were previously were to somebody who knew, a new incarnation of themselves. And a lot of these trans people, that's what they do too. They're becoming a new incarnation of themselves, almost like that, blooming into a butterfly type of effect. But instead of a butterfly, you're turning into somebody who just hangs a rope in your apartment. So
yeah, that's a sad fact too. But okay, it's one thing, and this is really funny because you really think about the irony is that, hey, women could do the same thing a man can do, but if you like this, you can get a sex procedure. I'm like, what? You not? I think there's irony in that, in those things, for one. But back to the actual thing, is like, okay, one, we have to understand that there are things that boys are gonna like that a girl was gonna like, and that's just kind of like a guy just may just like some girl things. Okay, that's normal. I was like 7 years old. I watched like the Prixies or whatever the show was called. Like, there was a bunch of gals fighting crime. I'll just say that it was a girl show, but I enjoyed it as a boy. Some girls watch Dragon Ball Z. They enjoy it, even though it's a tomboyish show. Some girls like playing basketball. Some boys like playing volleyball with girls. It's not a abnormal thing. Okay, that's just people having preferences. That doesn't mean they're girls or boys. It just means, hey, I like doing these sorts of activities. Then we mistake that and then say, "Oh, they're confused." No, it's not confusion. If there's any confusion, they're just curious. Hey, how come I'm a boy and not a girl? And how come I'm a girl and not a boy, or something like that? It's normal for children to think something like that. It's normal for children to come think about these things. They're gonna be curious eventually. They don't know anything about the world. They don't know how checks work. They don't know how TV works. They don't know how YouTube works. They're new people. They're new people to the world, and they're trying to learn about it. And they're just curious. So that's why I say their curiosity should not be seen. The curiosity of seeing like I could be a girl should not be seen as they're actually having a gender identity crisis. And why is it called a gender identity, by the way? Well, why is that? You're not defined by gender. When did that become a thing? Whatever. People like to insinuate, like, I'm a girl, that's my identity. How about just having a personality? Isn't that identity enough? That's just a trait you have. You're biologically a woman or a guy. That's not identity. That's just biologically what makes you a person. But no, we gotta make our fucking sexualities or being gay or being a fag a fucking whole fucking stick, because apparently we need to know that you're a fag or you're fucking trans or you're a woman or a man. But let's just spread that all over the world. Hey, just so you guys know, I got a sex change. I'm a woman. Good for you. I don't care. Please fuck off. Please stay away from my children, please.
Mm-hmm.
With your fucking whatever wiggly that you're planning to use that you're standing so close to. Dude, please stay away. I don't want to talk to that. I don't want to talk to those things. They are creepy as hell. They're the only ones that are not killing themselves are the creepy ones, and they're getting away with being predators. Those are they're creepy. They're either harassing people at their jobs, or they're harassing children, or they're harassing parents. Like, they're not good people. They're just not. They're doing satanic bullshit in front of your eyes, and you're just okay with that?
Well, a lot of it is the whole acceptance of mental illnesses nowadays, and that's how it is that you have people actively showing off their mental illnesses, and I think a lot of it is because we closed down a lot of mental institutes. We started closing down a lot of these facilities, and what this has left is it's left us with an epidemic where we have a lot of people that have mental illnesses. A lot of it has to do with the terrible preservative-filled diets that we have that is giving people these mental illnesses, and then on top of that, they get addicted to drugs, they get addicted to alcohol, and that just further propels them down the cycle of mental illness. And I've seen some great people destroy their minds on drug and alcohol to the point where they are no longer functional with society, where they go from actually holding a job to being homeless. It's crazy. But yeah, mental illnesses are prevalent in this country right now. They are taking over like a wildfire. And if you don't accept them, you're the bigot. You're the problem.
Well, call me a bigot all you want. I don't accept it. Please go away. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't even... I couldn't stand it. I can't stand it. Like, seeing that shit like that, I just can't stand it. There's no reason for that to be appropriated. Like, if we're not judging, then nothing gets fixed. Okay. One, therapy doesn't necessarily help, but it's a start. Okay. How about stop promoting gender affirming care? That's actually promoting gender dysphoria. How about we actually start telling them the reality of the situation? Doesn't matter what you do. You can cut off your dick. You still have body parts that are genderly specifically to a man. You can. That's just how it is. Just learn to appreciate what you're given and learn to work with it. Be grateful that you aren't born crippled, or if you are crippled, be grateful that you have working arms and able to manufacture things, or be grateful that you. Okay, back to the crippled thing. You may not have working legs, but you got working arms, and if you're able, use that as an opportunity to excel what you're good at. If you know how to work computers, and a lot of the people who are crippled that in wheelchairs are very smart people. Some are pretty active too. There are some successful people that are crippled, but overall, that's just being thankful of what you can do. In fact, there comes two benefits to being in a wheelchair. You get handicapped parking spots. Cool,
Yeah.
right? So like there are benefits to a lot of things. There is benefits to some things, but the moment you start thinking that you're like something that you're not, I think we reach the pinnacle of absurdity. I'm an electrician. No, I'm not. I'm just not. It doesn't matter how many times I say it. Doesn't matter how many times I preach it. Doesn't matter how many times I try to say it. Doesn't matter how many times I try to like spray it. It doesn't matter if I post it on Facebook or Twitter and promote this, put $1,000 into it, and it spreads all over the world. I'm a freaking electrician. And I'm not an electrician. It's not going to change anything. And eventually, just saying it's just going to tire people out. And eventually, it's not going to matter anymore. And eventually, it's going to lose its purpose. And eventually, it's just like you're kind of be like, I'm a depressed motherfucker. And all I have is I'm an electrician, and that's what happens. Fat acceptance. People like I'm this. I'm happy. I know I'm happy with this, and eventually, it's just like I'm not happy. Like telling yourself something and trying to like persuade yourself and to lie to yourself, you can only do it for so long. But eventually, you're going to have to accept the reality of the situation, and that's one thing people don't want to do. And guess where that leads?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, death by suicide, death by cardiac arrest, or heart attack. Death by it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a sad world because guess what? We promote shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
We give it to people, put it on screen TV, and say this is normal when it shouldn't be.
Accept sin, accept envy, accept gluttony, accept wrath, accept all of these, sloth. If it is one of the 7 sins, they want you to accept it as part of your life and make it a part of your life and look no further than that. Those are what you should live by. They want you to, instead of living by the 10 commandments, they want you to live by the 7 sins. That's what's actively being promoted all over social media, all over TV, all over the radio. Any type of form of media that you have, they will try to influence you that way in the most negative way possible, by the way. So it's sad seeing it go down. It's sad seeing so many people that you like, even people that you know, being influenced by the media. And you really noticed it too during COVID. Like this ruined families.
Yeah, it's just, and honestly, I think they want to ruin families anyway. They want to rip children in their home and let us raise it. Let us raise your child. Isn't it weird that you'd be arrested for not putting your children into public school if they're not being schooled?
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like shit. I wonder why. Like, I prefer homeschooled. I should have been homeschooled, but neither here nor there. It's a crazy thought too. If they can persuade the masses just like that, imagine what they could do. Imagine what they haven't done yet that they're thinking of doing. Like, imagine. Pretty soon they might even say, "Hey, you know what? Lucifer isn't that bad. Fuck Christ."
They're getting there.
Only a matter of time.
Yeah, and like I said, I've been studying Christianity. And honestly, like one of my friends was like, "You're having a spiritual awakening." I wouldn't necessarily call it that. I would call it more like I'm going closer to Christ. It's just that the fact that I'm more of I'm not a Christian, but I like Christianity and I love Christ because somebody like Christ is somebody you should put your faith in. Sometimes like it's not about like believing if he's actually real or not. It's not about that. I don't like arguing whether he's real or not because it has nothing to do with actual science or specific facts. It really doesn't. Some people like to argue that. No, it does not. I like people like Cliff, but arguing whether God is real or not isn't really the point of Christianity. The point of Christianity is be faithful and be loving and caring. It doesn't. That's the faithful part. I don't care if you believe in God or not. What I care about is being caring and loving. Okay? That's how you lure people towards Christ. You don't have to prove the existence of God. That's an outlier. That has nothing to do with actually being Christian. Do you trust Jesus? Then that's all you need.
Amen. At the end of the day, that's all it really comes down to is having belief. And that's what we've always advocated for. You can believe in whatever you want to. Just at the end of the day, don't be somebody that just says, oh, I believe in myself. No, believe in a higher power that's bringing you to a better version of yourself. That's all we really want. I mean, you can believe whoever you want. Like even if it's like Muhammad, if that's what makes you happy, if that's what brings you towards enlightenment and what makes you a better person, believing in him, go for it. I'm not going to dissuade you from doing that. All I'm saying is that like you shared, like my brother shared, like I have shared, Christianity has been a positive force on our life and has helped grow us into better people.
Yeah, and I do recommend it. I wouldn't recommend just going full force into it. I recommend studying it first. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not going to really consider myself a Christian yet, though I'm kind of there anyway. It's just more like I want to study it more. I want to engage with it. It's something that I would like engaging with. I don't necessarily like going to churches. I went to church before. I don't like it, but I like praying. That's what I found. Like I kind of like praying. Kind of having a connection there because sometimes I just see eyes just glaring at me, and last time I prayed there was eyes opening and closing. It's like, huh? And it's an interesting thought too. Like you pray and something weird happens. Sometimes it's like, hell, even people talk about when they experience death, they saw some like angel or death or demons and shit, and they were taken back. And there's a lot of experiences like that. So, like, there is some form of truth to it. But like I said before, I don't necessarily think trying to prove it exists is necessary. Because seeing is believing. Because I don't think you really need to convince people, because I think deep down in their minds that, yeah, they think the same thing. Everybody thinks the same thing. Yeah, God exists. I believe, like, even atheists think God exists. I think they're just, like, trying to reject the guy. I think they're just like, no, I don't believe in him. No, you're just rejecting. And atheism isn't considered a religion, yet they kind of practice trying to be atheist religiously, which is fucking weird. So you're not you're an atheist, but you're trying to be religiously atheist.
Yeah, they don't know who they are. I mean, and that's the thing too. With a lot of atheists as well is that they'll put over Satanism and Luciferianism and being like, "Oh, that's actually a good religion. That's a cool religion." But you're an atheist. Oh, but yeah, no, I'm cool with Satanism. That's cool. You know that they pray to a hermaphroditic goat being. Yet that to me is the crazy thing is that they're allowed to pray to a hermaphroditic goat being, but somehow praying or believing in a being that came down and helped humanity through his own sacrifices. That's wild and that's crazy. Really? You know, it just people don't look into the deeper details.
Yeah, and that's the weirdest thing about that. And don't get me wrong, I questioned that beforehand. Like, okay, some dude came from a woman that never had sex and voila, some guy. I questioned it at first, but I had some thoughts put into it. It's like, no, he did teach some good things though, and it's not like he would have any reason to lie, right? And that was just going through my head, so I was always questioning it. But at the same time, when I see atheists be like, that's something, oh, a Satanist is cool. Wait, you don't believe in God or Jesus, but you believe in Lucifer, so you're a Satanist. And that's Satanist, that makes you a Satanist. And atheists, and I've said this before, atheism is just a form of Satanism. It's just, yeah, it's a form of licentious and Satanistic, and I think it existed way before atheism. But the first Satanists were, I think, I firmly believe, like Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and the Japanese leader, I don't remember his name, but he killed way more people than Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler. But those were
Pol Pot.
Yeah, Pol Pot. Like those were atheists, but they were practicing Satanistic rituals and behind the scenes they were like even Hitler grew up in a Christian household, but turned atheist. But realistically speaking, he was doing atheist Satanistic rituals. Mm-hmm. Joseph Stalin grew up in a Christian household, went atheist, but was practicing Satanistic rituals. Pol Pot killed way more people than any other world leader. We're one of the worst freaking probably one of the worst communists to ever exist, but killed way more people. He was an atheist, but if he was killing that much people, imagine what he was fucking doing. Imagine why media doesn't talk about him. Shit, but talk about Hitler.
And even Stalin. Look at how many people Stalin killed. Nobody talks about him.
Yeah, it's just like, it's crazy too. Like, but either way, all three of those people had some hand in Satanistic rituals activity. But I think they like to mock Nazi Germany because they like to talk about, oh, look at the Holocaust. Look at how many Jews that Hitler killed, even though we were pieces of shits, and and he was just trying to relocate us and shit, and nobody wanted us. But look, he's a piece of shit. We were mistreated, something like that. And it's all weird because like atheism is just like, yeah, I don't believe in anything, but you do. You really do believe in stuff. Like you're just trying to sound different and sound intelligent. I think atheism is just a way of saying I'm intelligent because I don't have to believe in God to find revelation and improve myself to be better. I believe in science and shit. It's like, shut up. Like, shut up. You're trying to sound like somebody you're really not.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but they forget about universal law that you have to have a yin to the yang. So if you do have a devil, you have to have a counterance to the devil. They completely look past that and just, oh, no, that's not true. That's not true.
So I always like asking, okay, so like I've seen one post on Twitter back in the time was like, oh, those 10 commandments were to oppress women. I just sat in my chair like,
oh, jeez.
On about? Like, what the hell? What does that have to do with anything? It's literally saying, hey, don't do bad things. How dare you? That's oppressive to women. What?
What? Oh, yeah, but Islam is fine, right? Islam is great for women.
yeah, great. Yeah, get raped.
Right.
Oh, cool. Yeah, oppress your women. Make sure they don't go to college. That's fine. But the 10 Commandments, oh, how dare you say, women, how dare you? Thou shalt not kill? Oh, you womanizer. Well, fuck me. I guess I should get to killing then. Otherwise, that'd be oppressive of women. What are these people?
It's fucking silly, dude.
Well, okay, let's play with this. Satanism isn't oppressive to women. Meanwhile, you got women acting like freaking psychopaths and look like fucking pink-haired tub of lards who never seen them, probably never got put out in a lifetime. Yeah, that's for women, right? Right.
It's all about making them unhappy. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's what it's. And the 10 Commandments are just trying to teach people, hey, there's consequences for sin. If you engage in sin, there's going to be consequences, and you're not going to like it. And you try and tell these people, and they just want the comfort. They just want to eat the junk food. They want to watch the porn. They want to do all that because it's comfortable in the moment, and they like atheism because it gives them an excuse to be a piece of shit. To
same thing with Satanism. Yeah,
100%. Yeah, it's like in LaVeyan Satanism. He talks about do as thou wilt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I think it's a form of LaVeyan Satanism. It was a cover. I think they put atheism over. I think Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and Paulpin, whatever, were Satanists, and I mean, like, just saying, oh no, they're just atheists. I believe I think they were Satanists.
Oh, 100%,
like,
full on.
Yeah, even Hitler. Yeah.
Especially when you look at the history, like when you really think about it, atheists believe something. Like, there's no like they'll say anything, but they believe something. You can talk to one and they'll be like, I don't believe in free will. What? What the fuck? You're an atheist, you don't believe in God, but you don't believe in free will either. What? So, like, who forces you to be living? Like, I don't understand this. Like, atheist mindset is very weird. Like, they'll say one thing and just say another that's just very contradicting. Because there's one guy who brings up to Ben Shapiro, is like, I don't know. Free will I think it goes a bit deeper than that. Free will? I mean, free will is just describing a person with the freedom of decide for themselves. Did somebody decide that you're going to be atheist for you? Like, I don't understand the mindset. Did somebody tell you to be atheist? Then again, I guess the colleges did, so that's why they don't believe in free will. So I'm guessing there's a link there, so that's why they don't believe it, because they're told to be atheists.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean, it's scientifically viable.
Yeah, I guess that's why they don't believe in free will, because they're told to be atheists. But I guarantee you, the college students I have seen, they are very confused. I guarantee you, like they sit. There's one kids. They sit in the communist class and shit, and one student leads to another, and he just sits there and goes, "Wait, am I a progressive?"
Jeez.
I guarantee you that shit happens in college. Like, am I a communist? Wait, am I a map supporter? What am I?
They're always sticking up for them. Do you notice that, especially with these map supporters nowadays? And they're trying to actually ban the term pedophile.
Yeah, like I firmly believe that they're just told things. Hey, believe this. I'm like, okay. So I think they're just devoid of thought.
Yes.
Yeah, they want to fit in.
Mind controlled.
Yeah. You go to a college campus, there's just like a bunch of like screaming psychos, like this is supposed to be a college campus. This isn't supposed to be a psych ward. What are you doing, college professors?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, too, is they advocate for that. It's almost like what's going on now with wrestling, how you have these people who know better at the top, but they're driving in all these fucking loonies because they're easy to control. They're easy to manipulate. A lot of these people, I bet you if you did an IQ test, they wouldn't have very high IQ. A lot of them are just so easily perceptible to what they feel. And because they have a college degree, that gives them the pompous nature. That's like, oh, I have a college degree. I know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. You have a brainwashing degree that you paid way too much for, and that you're going to be paying off with student loans for the next 20 years. Enjoy.
Yeah. I can imagine if you ask one of them, okay, this college student, who is the 16th president of the United States? And one of them will go, easy, Barack Obama.
Right.
God.
Well, wait, hold on. Barack Obama was during the Civil War? What's the Civil War? They're probably, yeah. Yeah, low IQ fucking digit people. I think, I do believe, like, they're just devoid of thought. There's no other way to explain it. If you were to, like, give them a question, like a simple math question. 2 plus 2. What's 2 plus 2? 5. 5 what? 5? Well, why do you say 5? And they'll fucking like make up whatever fucking bullshit because I don't believe in math.
Right? It's a racist white construct.
Yeah. Albert Einstein is racist or something. He invented algebra though. He didn't invent 2 plus 2. He didn't really invent math. Oh, fuck him anyway. It's so weird. Like, I don't know how these people exist, but they do, and I guess we need them. Well, I don't need them. There's nothing else into the pro wrestling topic. It is weird that people like Sami Zayn have a freaking temper tantrum on Twitter, and they're grown ass adults, older than me. It's like 12 to 13 years older than me. They're having temper tantrums over shit that don't even matter. Hey, I don't like gay people. Oh, then you got Sami Zayn making a fucking tangent post about that shit. And I was like, what? Well, why do you care? Aren't you a WWE star? Aren't you paying? This is like, what are you doing?
Dude, he gets so hypersensitive about that shit. We even did a thumbnail for Sami Zayn Sucks Part 2, and it was him screaming in the face of this one fan who called him a Canadian faggot. So he got right up in his face, and he was screaming in his face like a fucking, like a woman just full on her period. Just screaming in his face. He had to get pulled away by security. That's the type of environment that Triple H has brought in. Not only the fans, but these wrestlers, because let's face it, these wrestlers, they're just fans who are cosplaying right now. So what he's driven in all these psycho-liberal activist assholes who think with their emotions instead of their pea brains.
Okay, well, for one, Canadian faggot. Okay, one, that's not even it's not even that bad. Put it in this perspective. Being called a Canadian faggot is like being called a retard.
Pretty much.
Who cares? Who cares? Why do you? And this guy has I've seen the video. He's temperature. Oh, you're a homophobic bitch. Grow up, dude. It's words. It really is just words. It doesn't matter. Why are you affected by words? Aren't you making millions of dollars right now?
It's not enough. He has to control what you say.
But apparently, like, okay. Especially looking like a freaking hippie who doesn't exercise doesn't help him either. Why does he look like that? What the fuck is that? Like, shave! Shave!
He looks like one of the people from bum fights. It just looks like Triple H took one of the bums from bum fights.
I got Rufus. There you go. There you go, Rufus from Bun Fights. He's gonna be a tipster.
Oh, dude. I can guarantee you when Triple H pulled him up, like, dude, I don't know what he thought, but, like, Sami Zayn must have gave a good gorgie or something like that. And Triple H never had such a good time in his life. Sami Zayn brought up Kevin Steen, and he was like, oh, another guy. He won't be that good, but he's Sami Zayn's friend. That's good enough or something like that. And here is Kevin Owens. And that was his first storyline. Friendship and betrayal.
Yep. He's got the indie cred.
Yeah. Like, that was not even their first friendship and betrayal, Sami Zayn or Kevin Owens, keep in mind.
Nope. Nope. They did that shit all the time in ROH.
Yeah, and Triple H probably took that idea. Oh, if that's all I had to do, then I could just do that with everybody else.
Simple. He's still get his ass kissed. You know, they'll still love him.
Yeah, and he's been doing that ever since. He just took the ideas from Ring of Honor.
Yep.
No wonder people called it a Ring of Honor ripoff. That actually makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. I never really thought about that. Like, because at the time when I did watch NXT, I didn't know why people were calling it a Ring of Honor ripoff. I was like, okay, well, I guess they have similar styles, I guess, but I don't see the ripoff. But now that now the perspective, they did the same storylines, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They actually with the Age of the Fall, Sanity, wow,
yep.
And yeah, you know what? Triple H did take a lot from Ring of Honor, including the storylines
and the roster.
Yeah, look.
Look at the show.
It's like it was basically Ring of Honor Black and Gold.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, it's crazy.
He just changed the color. Instead of red and black, it was gold and black.
It's like, well, I guess we know how uncreative Triple H is. He just took things from Ring of Honor, and he still uses things from Ring of Honor. I'm pretty sure he's a big fan of Ring of Honor. He's crying about the fact that Tony Khan bought it out. But I guarantee you, he's freaking sobbing at his nose dripping of boogers and shit. He's freaking sobbing in his bed, and the boogers are just soaking the freaking covers, and Stephanie's sitting there screaming at him. Just screaming on the top of her lungs, like slapping him, like you're getting my bed wet, asshole.
That's why I cook you out, bitch.
Sorry, can't help it.
And then she's like, you know what? I'm calling Booker T again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got him on speed dial now.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Steph. If you do it, there's gonna be retribution.
Hey, Booker T, how about some of that five-time BBC in front of my cuck husband? Yeah.
Oh, man, you know, I really can't wait for that. Oh, I'm gonna hit that. Hey, Noseman, what you think? Shut up.
How do you guys do the impressions, dude? Like, every time it's like, how do you do that?
You do it when you've been goofing around with this shit for a while. You just get used to it, and then a lot of that, like, Especially like people like Jim Carrey. They said like one of the ways that they always got really good at impressions and stuff like that is just doing it over and over again, just doing it in front of the mirror, do it when nobody's around, just work on it, perfect your craft. And just, after doing these, it just becomes second nature.
Yeah, because like my Triple H is more like, you son of a bitch, something like that. Like there's a nasal.
It still works. I mean, it still works.
Yeah.
It works, I guess. I'm a fucking cuck to my wife, but I'm happy about it. Yeah,
that's on it. And for real though, he does it.
He's got more of a gravelly, kind of like an old Batman type of voice.
So that's like the more realistic Triple H. We just like to goof it up a little bit, make it nasally because he's got this giant nose. Fuck around with it a little bit.
Yeah, like I can imagine him like when he like sleeps and when he has a hard time breathing, his air gets stuck into his nose. It's like he starts freaking choking on, starts fucking suffocating. Like, and Stephanie is like, "What are you doing this time?"
I'll never forget. I'll never forget where he got punched in the face. I think it was like Kane punching him in the face, and then the booger started flying out of his nose. And then Jerry's like, "Look at that nose go! It's like Mount Vesuvius."
That's epic. Honestly, like I can't really like the guy. I used to like the guy because like okay, but at the time I didn't really think too much about it because like when I started watching NXT 2018, I was like, oh, this is actually good stuff. But what I didn't think about was like a lot of the writers that was hired to put there was Dusty Rhodes writers still at the time. For sure. And that went away because it was riding off the quotas of Dusty's success, and NXT was good under Dusty, and it was good under Triple H at the time up until like you really noticed it. And like one time I really noticed was like Takeover, like NXT Takeover Boston, what was it? Takeover like 5 or something. The match with Adam Cole and Johnny Gargano. Like okay,
yes.
The problem wasn't it wasn't entertaining. The problem was it was like this was too long for me. Okay, I stopped watching it at the time because, like, okay, I waited 2 months ago. Like, I didn't finish watching that. I'm going to finish watching that. And I don't think I ever watched it again after the match because I remember a certain fucking spot. Johnny Gargano does a Hurricane Rana, taking out all 3 Undisputed Eras. I'm like, am I going to pretend to like this? I don't want to pretend. This is stupid. Well, why did this happen? Why did you do this? Like, okay, I know you guys don't like Ciampa, but I like Ciampa. Okay, I think he's good for what he's worth. Good for what he's worth. He was trained by Bruno Sammartino. He's very humble, and a lot of the matches that I was able to enjoy was because of him. He was pretty creative about it, though he's not as over as he was in NXT. He couldn't get over on the main roster for reasons. One of those reasons is his height. He's a small dude. He is a small dude, and it's not going to make people appealing. But at least he has a good physique at the time. But either way, once I saw the match and finished the match with Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano and people praising the match left and right, I'm just sitting here like, it was just the same thing I've seen with Johnny Gargano and Ciampa. It's just a different character, for one. And two, it's just like, why should I believe Adam Cole can take on Johnny Gargano after all he's been through in like 2018? And 3, why was Johnny Gargano able to take out 3 people with a Hurricane Rana when that leg barely hit them?
It's such unrealistic bullshit, and I'm glad you saw it in an early time on, because yeah, for us, we started noticing it really when it started with the proliferation of, like the Undisputed Era, Finn Balor. When they started taking over, Johnny Gargano, when they started taking over, it became something where these unrealistic matches where little guys were just beating the shit out of each other for 45 minutes was going on. We didn't want to see that. We wanted to see stars. We wanted to see charisma. We wanted to see people with actual characters. People like Johnny Wrestling, it's a boring ass fucking indie character, and you were seeing more of these boring ass fucking indie characters be brought into NXT. At least, like what you were saying with Dusty, we were seeing fully fledged characters. We were seeing somebody who actually cared about the craft of the character and taking somebody's weaknesses. Like, let's say, for example, Bayley. Not the best babyface promo, but at least she comes across as innocent and likable to the crowd. And he fed off of that, gave her a character that fit. Sasha Banks comes across as egotistical, thinking that her shit don't stink. And he played on that. He's like, let's make her a boss bitch. She rolled with that well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to agree with this. And Milo says this, don't forget EC3 being bitched by Johnny Gargano. That's one of the things I really disliked about that match. I was like, okay, and I'm just going to break this down. I did enjoy NXT 2018 at the time. I really did, but there was some criticism I did have for it, but overall I kind of found it enjoyable. But when I saw something like that, I was just like, okay, why would you kill off EC3's momentum like that for one? Oh, it was just so stupid for me. It was just so stupid to see. Like, okay, like, one, I didn't really like the takeover match at New Orleans with Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. I thought that was kind of boring, especially where the announce table spot Ciampa did, and he does like a body backdrop on, I guess, a cardboard that was part of the table, and Johnny Gargano sold it like it hurt. I'm like, why would that fucking hurt? Dude, get the fuck out of here. Why Johnny Gargano can't take an actual bump? Fuck out of here. But either way, Johnny Gargano fucking like buried EC3. I'm just like, why did that even happen? Why would you do that to EC3? I would have been fine with Johnny Gargano losing by his own fucking being a stupid idiot because he's so angry. That would have been fine with it. I would have been fine with that, but they had to have EC3 lose. Why? So it's like the guy had to look, and he was already over in NXT, and he was probably one of the most. He would have been probably a lot more over in NXT if Triple H put more effort into him, and I guess he just didn't want to do that. But either way, like, he had the body, he had the look. Yeah, he looked a lot like MJF, to be honest with you, but he had the look. He had the promo ability, and he got over just by cutting a promo. And Joe Cronin at the time was saying, like, he has the style to get over on the main roster, and I do agree with that. But he was already over on NXT. It's just the fact that Triple H didn't put any effort into him at all. All he did was, okay, I'll keep him strong here and there because he's marketable, but I don't want to use him.
Yeah, and it was like that too for Elias. Anybody who was actually looking marketable and would have been something for the company in the long run, he did their best to shoot them in the fucking legs before they made it to the main roster. He did that with Elias, made him a fucking jobber. Even EC3, like, before he got brought up to the main roster, he was jobbing to guys like Johnny Gargano. He never really was a solid contender for the title. It sucked because in that era, you were seeing people like we're seeing right now. You were seeing the mid-carders taking over in the main event, and the main eventers were being left in the mid-card. You saw so many people in NXT that had potential that were underutilized. Even Alexa Bliss, for the most part, in NXT, she was a valet. She wasn't the top star that she is right now on the main roster, or was for a little bit. Liv Morgan was a fucking jobber in NXT. She became a huge star on the main roster. You're gonna go for it,
Becky Lynch.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, she was a lackey to Sasha Banks in NXT, right. And she was the dancing jig girl. And then she comes up to the main roster. They give her this weird steampunk gimmick, and she's this plucky baby face. And then they're like, "Fuck it, let's go for you being a heel. Let's make you the man." History is made.
And we're seeing what he's doing now with the main roster, where he is turning the main roster into NXT Black and Gold. And we were saying it like way back when he took over. We put out a video like shortly thereafter saying, basically predicting he was going to turn the main roster into NXT Black and Gold. And sure enough, week after week, you would see more and more of those NXT Black and Gold darlings coming back. And who's getting the majority of the booking now?
They are.
Yeah.
That's why you see this fucking stupid Braun Strowman Bronson Reed match getting overinflated and overhyped on social media. They broke the ring. Yeah, because I never seen Big Show or Bam Bam Bigelow do that before. So brand new and innovative.
It's why you see Sami Zayn constantly winning and getting shoved down people's throats. I think he was the first NXT. No. He was one of the main NXT champions during Black and Gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you know what's funny? I think Sami Zayn could get really over with the crowd. If, for one, he actually fucking got a trim. Two, he actually went to a gym. I do see talent in him. He has the ability. It's just the fact that he'd rather look like a freaking Slim Jim. He looks bony. He looks freaking bony. He looks like somebody you could beat Yeah, he looks like a bum you would beat up on the street because he tried to steal your fucking bread.
I know, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think that he showed off a lot of talent during his time in the Bloodline and showed that, yeah, this guy, when he's actually pressed, can be a decent actor. He can be a decent mic worker. He's just so undisciplined. And this is one of the big reasons why even Kevin Owens, it's been hard to get the ball behind him, because even since ROH, he's been a fat, undisciplined pig who doesn't want to really fulfill his potential.
It is one of the saddest things to think about, because, like, these guys do have talent. They're not there because they're not talented. It's just the fact that they refuse to put in any effort. It has nothing to do with talent. It has nothing to do with talent. It has to do with their freaking ambitions. They don't have the incentive to actually work. I don't like calling people untalented, because it's not like, I mean, I'll call people like CM Punk untalented, to be honest. Well, he's talented, but Gunther's untalented. Well, he has some sort of talent. He got a turkey body after having a fat, chubby body. Right. But there's not really anybody that is untalented there. They're there because they have some sort of talent. Even Dominic Dijakovic had some talent. Though I kind of like the guy at the time, but he wasn't doing much of anything in NXT still, so it's like, why bother having him? So it's like, easy come, easy go, I guess. But it's just like, these guys do have some talent. They just refuse to put in the effort. They just refuse to do it. All it would take was go to a promo school and just get a fucking person out.
And that's all because of Triple H. It's all because of Triple H. Well, and this is something that happened even back when Bill DeMott was running the Performance Center, when he was training a lot of these guys coming in. He was told for indie superstars like Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, they're allowed to go sit on the outside and play with their Game Boys while everybody else has to run drills. So they were shown preferential treatment and not made to work harder, because they're already indie superstars. And this is what a lot of these motherfuckers, they had this mind state of, oh, I'm an indie veteran. I deserve better. I deserve top billing. And Triple H, he says, oh, they paid their dues, and he gives them what they want. It's sad.
Yeah, I mean, they got talents for sure. They don't have stars.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big thing. They have talent, but no stars. And this is the biggest thing. Okay, you could really create a star. You could really create a star if you force them to work. That's the thing. Force them to work. Hey, okay, if you really think you're that good, work the way we want you to work, okay? Do a 10-minute match. Get it over. If you can't get it over, back to the indie scene with you, because you think, since you're so good on the indie scene, why not just go back there? But if you really think you're that good, get a match over in 10 minutes, make the other guy look good. Job out, because you got to be for the company. You got to be for this company. This is a group effort. It's not just for you. It's a group effort. Get the match over. Get the guy over. We're putting you in. And none of them. I guarantee you that never happens. And you used to have jobbers that, okay, if you're that good, get the match over. Make the guy look good and have your sell the shit out of the moves he does. That used to happen, but that doesn't happen anymore. It's just go out there, have a fucking 50 fucking boring ass fucking sex match for everybody to jerk off to, and maybe you'll get over. It's not that anymore. It's never get the other person or get the match over. It's get yourself over.
They're selfish.
It's just selfish. People like Ospreay was like, well, I need like 20 minutes. Why do you need 20 minutes? Why don't you need 5 minutes? Why do you care about getting more in for yourself than actually making the match look good? If you're so good, okay, work a fucking 5-minute match. It can't be that hard. It's better than working 30-minute match until you fucking die. It would save you a lot of time too. It would save you a lot of pain. It'll also give you more time to actually exercise, too. Maybe work on your promo abilities. Why do you need more time in the freaking ring putting on a stupid fake... I've seen the clips of Ricochet versus Will Ospreay. That was fucking shit. That was shit. They no-sold anything. They didn't sell anything. They weren't selling anything. What is this?
No psychology.
It's like they were just doing, okay, let's just flip around the ring and do some great, cool moves, and maybe it gets over. They didn't sell a goddamn thing. Like, nobody wants to see that.
It's video game anime shit. It's like I think that video games and anime are entertaining in their own right, but they don't belong in the wrestling ring.
But even animes and video games have some form of realism, except for video games nowadays. But video games and anime had some form of realism. Like, okay, you go watch Mortal Kombat. Okay, it's exaggerative, right? Okay, fine. But you play games like Batman. That had some form of realism, like moves and strategies and like techniques to perform to beat different enemies. That Arkham Batman, that was a good game. There's strategies, there to beat different enemies. There's styles and styles to go for, the equipment to use. That's realistic at best, while enjoying the experience of actually being Batman. And even the Spider-Man game, although not as realistic, but it kept it as realistic as it can be with the fights and the strategies to beat different opponents, but not as realistic, granted. But Batman Arkham Asylum kept the realism while keeping the dark themes. Video games can be realistic. Anime can be realistic. There's one show called The Gengan Ashura. It's on Netflix. I enjoy the show, and it's not liberal bullshit. It's just a guy fighting who grew up in a fucking shitty territory, and the fights are realistic. Hey, hit him in the solar plexus, you might die. Although moves are exaggerated, granted, but they keep the fights and the move sets are realistic, just exaggerated. So things can be realistic. People get hurt, people get injured. People get wounded, and people are affected, and there is an outcome, and there is a result, and there is a consequence for every fight. In AEW or WWE, there is just no consequence. You could lose and get a title shot anyway. You could lose and get your dick sucked for having a fucking banger while you lost. Why do you deserve a dick suck?
It's the whole pat on the back generation nowadays. Everybody needs a pat on the back. Everybody needs a participation award. It's pathetic.
I don't want a participation award though. I want an award that says, yeah, I did better than everybody else. Why do you want a freaking participation award? That seems like I wouldn't want a participation award. That seems like, yeah, that's compensation. Why would you want compensation? It's the dumbest thing to give. I don't want to be pat on the back if I do bad. I want to be pat on the back if I do good. Like if I fail at something, I'd rather be ridiculed for that. I'd rather be, because like I fucked up. I failed at something. That's not a good feeling. So like when I see things like people just doing stupid shit like Will Ospreay and Ricochet, just no selling and everything, and they're athletic people. And the worst thing is they're athletic people and they can perform well. What they performed was nowhere near anywhere good. It was no sell bullshit. They just did whatever they want. There's no direction of the match. There's no actual psychology. There's no characters that we're playing. There's nothing that we're even fighting for. It was just like, hey, let's have a frickin' match. Okay. Just like everybody else. If you really want to, okay, let's put it this way. If you really want to make a fight good, there's one way to do that. There is one way to do that. Rule one is there has to be tension. There has to be something that we know. We have to know why they're fighting. And even JD was saying that when he was bashing Vince McMahon. What are they fighting over? Something like that. But what were they fighting over? They had no reason to fight. It was just, okay, let's go fight. What, for a higher ranking? That doesn't matter. Nobody cares about that. You could lose and still get a title shot. What are they fighting over? That's one thing. Two, what reason do they have to fight? Well, that's the same thing. Well, what reason is leading them to fight? What led them to that place in the first place? Did they want to win the match and there was a tournament going on and they led to each other? That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. The WWE Pro Wrestling likes tournaments nowadays, and just looks like that didn't even happen. What then? Like, was there like several stages of matches too, and now these two could be number one contenders, and we need to decide. So therefore, we'll put them together. That didn't happen. It was nothing like that. It was just like it just took place, and It's like, okay, this may entertain people, and it was a stupid. I was also like, let's just flop around. We'll flop around like fish. Yeah, that would entertain everybody. But flopping fish fighting, that's what people want to see. I want to see flopping fish fighting. Who don't exercise, who can't cut promos. Yay.
It's the best wrestling I've ever seen.
Yeah. Hello, Mark. Yeah, draw your Ricochet pillow or a Will Ospreay pillow, whatever you like, and go to town. Maybe give a good gorgie or something. I don't know what the fuck you guys do. It's better sex with. Hey, have better sex. It's better sex with my pillow. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go slur some more words. You freaking high school dropout, basement dwelling virgin. Man, it's a fucking dude. Like, I wish I could. Sometimes I wish they'd try to argue with me some more because remember, I love WWE guy. Oh, you virgin! You stupid fucking virgin! You virgin! Okay, I'm so hurt. Please show more of your freaking fragile freaking ego. All I have to say is say facts, and you go blitz. Like, I don't even have to say something. I don't even have to say anything mean to them. They're just mad at the world in general.
Oh yeah, all you have to do is contradict them, and the minute that you actually show them facts, no, it's not, you fucking idiot. That's not how it is. Triple H is a genius. He gives us bangers. You just don't know ball. And you're just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I find funny about these people. They exist for one. Terrible hygienic. They smell up the whole AEW ring. That's why probably people don't buy tickets anymore because they're there. Fucking stench. The stench is keeping the fans away. Like, Tony Khan, do something about your fucking hygiene fans, please. You do attract autistic weirdos, and they're fucking weirdos. Please get rid of them. You lost all your fan base to go into WWE because these fucking shit their pants virgins. Please do something about it, please. And Triple H will be like, "Hey, they're at least real fans. Like, I gotta somehow get them over here." It's a race to the bottom. It's a race into the bottom. Who can get 0 views? Mm-hmm. I'd kill my fish for you. Yeah. I can't wait for one of them to die off or some shit like that. AEW will probably like die off sooner, though. Tony Khan has the money to fund that shit. But I'm pretty sure AEW will fucking reach down to like 300,000 viewership in like 2 years, maybe. 2 years.
I think it's going to be the new Impact. That's what I can foresee out of it over long term. It's going to exist for quite some time, but it's going to be getting super fucking low shit ratings. WWE will always be around in some way, shape, or form, but I do firmly believe that Triple H will be ousted and they're looking for somebody else to handle creative. I feel with these dropping ratings, there's no emphasis of keeping him in there. For saying, oh, the only reason you're keeping him around is we need a talent liaison, somebody who can actually talk to the talent. That's what you have people like Bruce Pritchard and Michael Hayes for. You don't need Triple H.
Yeah. You know, the topic of AEW. Let me just talk about this. I really wish AEW was successful. To be really honest, I really wish it was, because guess what? It did have the potential to compete with WWE, but guess what? If Tony Khan flunked that, and it wasn't because like it was terrible stories or it's terrible or anything like that. It was because he relied on too much of the wrestling aspect of things. It's not because there was no characters. He relied too much of the wrestling aspect. And especially with the long-term story building and relying on people like Kenny Omega. Not saying he's not talented, but there was far more talented people to rely on. You got Chris Jericho was talented, but they had the opportunity to hire Bill Goldberg. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. Did they take that? No. Bill Goldberg wants the final match. I'm pretty sure Bill Goldberg would have been happy to go to WWE to have a final match with Wardlow. That would have been a fun.
Definitely.
Yeah, that would have been a fun match. It was JD. One of the people like JD who said like, "Oh, AEW doesn't need Goldberg," and I'm not saying I like Goldberg. I mean, AEW in hindsight doesn't really need Goldberg, but at the same time, it would have benefited AEW a ton to have Bill Goldberg at least one match.
Well, I think that they should have gotten Goldberg. They should have gotten Hogan. They should have gotten anybody who was a free agent who's a big name immediately. Fuck it, the fan base don't like him. It's about getting views. And these people, especially Goldberg and Hogan, have shown over time they still get views. They're still household names.
Yeah, that's the whole our point. Like household names, they would have benefited from a household name showing up. Hey, okay, fine. You don't want to show them up all the time? Make them part timers. I'm not a big fan of part timers because kind of the gimmick was killed by Vince McMahon. But at the same time, part timers is important. Okay, an attraction is important. Brock Lesnar. I mean, you don't have to have him win championships, but maybe like if you really need a star power behind it to get over another star, I can let it slide. I can let that slide. But once in a while, you could bring someone like Bill Goldberg once every year, have him have a one-off match, or Hulk Hogan, bring him on once a year, have a one-off match, or something like that. It would have been fine. And you need people like that to at least draw ratings. They can get people over. And you also, and don't get me wrong, Tony Khan does have a training facility, but Billy Gunn isn't necessarily some guy to rely on when it comes to training. He's not really that kind of. He was never really that over. He was never over with the crowd. Sting, he was. They had Sting, but Tony Khan killed him off.
Yeah,
killed his character. You could have just had him like show up once a year. They had Sting. They could have had him show up like once a year himself. Be an attraction. Be a like wrestle once a year. That's how you like. What is with like, is Tony Khan allergic to part timers or something?
I think it's more so one of those things where he had been getting a lot of flack for a lot of time as being the new TNA because he kept on signing these ex-WWE guys, so he's becoming like a WWE light. So that's why he really put a heavy emphasis on younger talent, people that have never been in WWE before. That's why like the four pillars are who they were. A heavy emphasis behind Orange Cassidy. Putting over people like Swerve Strickland, who had like a minor NXT run, but he's for the most part an AEW star. That's why, is he wants to make sure that his company is looked upon as its own original entity and not a WWE ripoff. So I think that's why a lot of these stars, like you were talking about, were so poorly misused. And with Sting, that really hurt because I was a hardcore Sting fan growing up, and a lot of my friends were too. So to see Sting be destroyed like he was, and to be nothing more than a shitty old man that didn't talk and just followed out some mid-carder, it was an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment to see one of the greatest of all time not only be embarrassed in WWE, but then he goes over to AEW for a second chance and they fuck him up too. And then he just retires and that's it.
Yeah. And to me, like I've seen some of Sting's matches in the past. I think Sting is extremely entertaining. Like that's one of the most entertaining figures. That's one of the, if you want to talk about who made pro wrestling big outside of Hulk Hogan, you're going to look to Sting. Like he was practically the face of WCW. Like how could you mistreat someone like that? That's just crazy to me. Like why would you do something like that to somebody? Oh, he needed to get you. Yep. Well, you could have done that like by not doing that for one. Sting doesn't need to be part of Darby's matches. I'm not saying I don't like the relationship, but at the same time, it didn't need to happen. All he really needed to do, all Tony Khan needed to do with Sting was keep him as an attraction once a year. We see him once a year. I don't know why we need to see these people every day. Like when you force feed people this, it's going to make people get tired of it. And guess what happened? People got tired of it. Look, you mistreat somebody like that who should be the biggest star of AEW right now. An attraction for AEW, somebody that can really put people in seats. He would have still put people in seats. He didn't need CM Punk anyway. And Tony Khan still needs a big star. And guess what? Even if he brings back Sting, it's not going to have any effect.
Nope.
Anymore.
Already ruined him.
Yeah. Tony Khan really ruined his own company. I think even if he did bring on a new star, like let's say he brings Shane McMahon out. He's still a big star in some capacity of way. But here's my thing. Even if he does, nobody's going to care. Even if he brought in John Cena, I don't think anybody would care about AEW. Because Tony Khan always under-delivers. He always fucks it up. So, like, if he fucked up Sting, well, imagine what he would do with Shane McMahon. Or John Cena. Or even The Rock.
You can't trust him.
Yeah, he's not fit to be a booker, and that's not because I don't like the guy. It's because he's just not fit. He's not fit for the leadership role. He isn't. They should not have put him in a leadership role. You've seen how he handled like backstage drama. You've seen how he handles the press conferences. You've seen him blow up on Twitter over freaking Jinder Mahal getting a world title shot. Like he's not fit for it. He really isn't. It amazes me that he was even nominated as president.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too about Jinder Mahal too. Is here's a guy I see Milos Pavlik was saying that I saw a picture on Twitter that Jinder was a bigger draw than Cody. Keep in mind the Cody era averages about 1.57 million. Jinder was averaging 2.35.
I'll give Jinder Mahal this. I didn't really like his run with the WWE title because it was just given to him way too soon. But at the same time, I do like his look. Like he looks like a freaking supervillain who would freaking tear you up alive and enjoy it as he does it. Like he looks like somebody that would rip your arm off slowly and just laugh about it. He really does, and beat you up with it just for fun. I honestly see him that way. But the problem is that when he had his run with the WWE title in 2017, he still wasn't that believable because of how WWE booked him in the past. But he did build himself up still, and eventually when he made his return to 2023 to wrestle Seth Rollins, he was far more believable than he was back then. To me, like he could have won the World Heavyweight Championship there, and it would have been that much more believable. Plus, his run with WWE title did help him. I'll say that. And he did draw more numbers than Cody Rhodes. I'll say that too. Like he did draw more than Cody Rhodes. In fact, it was interesting to see him have the WWE title too because you kept in tune. That was the thing. He kept people tuned in. It wasn't an enjoyable run, but he kept people tuned into what he was doing. I think that's a big thing about it.
And you need people like that. You need people that, even though they may be not ready for the spotlight, like for example, Muhammad Hassan. A lot of people were claiming that he wasn't ready for the spotlight, and a lot of people backstage were pissed off. They're like, who the fuck is this newcomer coming in and feuding with Hulk Hogan? Who the fuck is he? They were pissed off. They're like, hey, look how long I busted my ass. At the end of the day, if something draws, if something's over, if something's going to work at that time, you make the most out of it. And it sucks too, because I will say for a fact, Muhammad Hassan is one of the most underutilized talents out there and underappreciated. The fact that he was just basically bullied out of WWE just because of his push, I think was fucked up. And just because of the sensitive time period that he was being pushed to. So it's unfortunate when you take a controversial role like that and you're thrust into a situation like that. You know, it's the unfortunate of backstage politics. You're going to have to deal with it no matter where.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like a lot of the backstage politics, and I know John Cena is a much bigger star than Cody Rhodes, but it is somewhat of the same trend of the backstage politics. Like very other talent to keep your spot, and John Cena played a big role of that, bearing the other talent. But he was more of a yes man in a way. Well, I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll punch that old lady in the face. And he was really like that. He's a yes man for WWE. He's a yes man for Hollywood. If you told him to jump through a freaking run through a house that is burning alive and you might die, there's a 99% chance you'll burn alive. But you have to do that to prove your loyalty. He'll do it. He'll do it. You don't care. He'll do anything. Like he'll do. Like if you told him to go fight a vacuum cleaner and cut up your finger, yeah, he'll do it. That's how John Cena is, and I don't blame him for now as I did now because like at the time when you really think about it, he only did shit because like he could do it and he was allowed to do it. Vince allowed him to do that shit, and a lot of the times I thought Vince McMahon was a piece of shit. Over time, I read about him. It's like, okay, maybe I'm more like him than I realize. It's just I'm just not into degenerative shit like he is. Like he has a sense of humor like I do. He has like a big he loves to laugh like I do. Like he's a lot like the common human being than people realize. He's just the money just influences that personality to an extent that it's really heightened. I think that's what the money played a big part of why he did what he did when it came to like the shitting on people and stuff. It's like, holy shit. He was a big pervert, and that money allowed him to be that pervert. Honestly, if you took the money away, I don't think he would have been that way, but he was. Anyway, like I said,
money.
Go on.
Oh yeah, money changes a person, and it was even he even showed, I was a trailer park kid, and then my dad gave me this promotion, and then he started realizing that heavy lifestyle, that rich lifestyle, and he forgot who he was. It happens to a lot of people, and a lot of rappers have talked about this too, that they over time they begin to forget who they were, and yeah, I think a lot of it is, especially as you get higher along in societies. Even South Park did an episode about this. That you just get bored of regular perversions. You have to step it up a notch. You have to go to the next crazy thing. Normal thrills don't work for you anymore. You have to step it up to something else, and it just it's something weird that I've heard about, and you're seeing it now. It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't believe the sex trafficking story that Vince did. I really don't. She was taking the money, and until she ran out, now she was sex trafficked. That's why I have always questioned stuff like that. But I do believe in the freaking ancestral story, kind of, because guess what? Rich people do weird shit because they can't do it. It's not like nothing's holding them back. So it's like, oh, well, I can't. Well, I'm not going to be punished for it. I got where a lot of things I did in the past. Well, I can get away with this too. Ha! Until he became a distraction tactic, so they can try to kill Trump again and be like, "Hey, look, Vince McMahon is a perverted old man. He tried to sex traffic somebody." Oh, wow! What do you know? Vince McMahon became a victim of Hollywood and the politics of things, so they can mask what they're really doing behind the scenes. I believe Vince McMahon. That story came out because they needed the election and they needed to they needed a distraction, something like that. That's why it happened to him. Honestly, I think he'd still be there if that didn't happen. He'd still be there, but unfortunately.
I personally think that Vince saw the writing on the wall. He saw things going down in a corporate infrastructure. That's why he had Triple H take over. It wasn't necessarily his first choice. It was pretty much his only choice. This big-nosed monkey was willing to put in all the time to take all the credit. And, him working with Stephanie, they really helped shape the corporate infrastructure of how WWE is now today. So, it's once Vince saw that they could take over for him, and he could step away. He probably did this because of the controversy he saw looming. He knew that this shit would come back to bite him in the ass. Not only that, but he sees a failed investment that he built upon his life. It's losing money. Cash out while you can. So I don't fault him for doing anything that he did.
I do believe that as well. And like I said before, I don't hate him as I did before because at the same time, he is a relatable person when you really read about him. The comedy stuff, the perverted stuff, he was just a human being that was able to be so much successful that it kind of got to his head to a point where he didn't do anything so majorly fucked up. That's the thing. He didn't do anything so majorly fucked up. Maybe the ancestral story. Yeah, that's as far as it goes. As far and anything else regarding that, yeah, it wasn't that bad. I don't know what else to say. I don't think he was as bad as what people made him out to be. That's all I'm saying.
He was demonized in the public eye because he made the perfect punching bag for the liberal media. I mean, he's a rich white old conservative. He's everything that they hate.
Yeah, but at the same time, they could relate to somebody like that because they're just as perverted as that guy. He's a
hypocrites, double standards.
Yeah. Hey, how dare you have freaking standards and be into women and stuff? You mean like Rhea Ripley that you jerk off every day to? That doesn't count. She's mommy.
Or how about Bailey? It's like either way. It's like these nerds say don't sexually objectify women, and then right after that on their tweet they're like saying, "Look at the aura of Julia. Isn't she so beautiful?" It's like you don't see what you're doing there.
Yeah, that's why I say he's a relatable old man. Like, okay, he's relatable. Like, he kind of wore that on his sleeves, and he showed that within his freaking segments too. Like, remember the freaking lie detector test? Are you a pervert? No. I thought that was funny. And Vince McMahon put him on the spot to be made fun of. That's the biggest. he made himself put on the spot to be made fun of. Now, when you really look at that, and it kind of shows you that he's willing to put himself on the spot for everybody else's entertainment. He was willing to play the bad guy, play the evil boss man, and allowed himself to get his ass kicked so many times by like Stone Cold Steve Austin or Kevin Owens or anybody. He was willing to get embarrass himself for entertainment. And there was no ulterior motive. He just liked entertaining a crowd. He liked laughing, and he liked making people laugh. And during the PG era, he still had some of that, and people were still laughing. And he was just trying to appeal to the kids, though. He liked it. I think he really likes making people laugh. He has a sixth sense of humor, but that's the goal when it comes to like. But I think the PG era also turned to PG era because of the culture that was changing too. I think he saw that as well when you really think about it. So that's why it went to PG era. So the culture was changing, and it went to the PG era, and he liked making kids laugh. So like I think he just had a sixth sense of humor that could just make people go, ha ha, that's funny, ha ha. And he did accomplish that.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, people like they always give him shit about his poopy fart jokes and all that other shit. The fact of the matter is, at least he tried to infuse other emotions into wrestling other than it just being serious, boring, fake gay wrestling. That every other promoter, it's got to be taken seriously. It has to be a sport. Vince is like, you know what? Let's have some fun with this. Let's go ahead and bring in some comedy writers, do some comedy sketches. Let's show a side of wrestling that people can relate to, that they can have fun with, maybe it doesn't have to be taken so seriously. And that's something that I think he needs to be respected for more, is that he actually tried to give a human side to wrestling and not make it so wooden and robotic and one-dimensional. He tried to give it multiple layers.
Yeah. And the best example of this, in my opinion, was Attitude Era, because like Stone Cold Steve Austin allowing Stone Cold Steve Austin being angry at his boss and beating up Vince McMahon was probably the best thing about that whole era. Like it was more than that too, but you see things like Kurt Angle being funny as well, and kind of like being humanized as well, though being able to actually wrestle and put on some great matches. He was pretty multi-layered himself. The Rock, like people loved The Rock. The Rock could do anything. With his insults and his catchphrases and shit. I remember his promo this is one of my favorite ones, and that's where I got the Inky Winky actually impression. Remember The Rock going, "Hey, Kane, when you show him your Inky Winky," I died laughing like that was like. The Rock is a master at this stuff. Although he's a Hollywood seller, and I'm sure he has a lot of skeletons in his closet, wearing pink tutus as a tooth fairy and shit. I'm sure he was happy about that. But either way, he was very entertaining himself. Stone Cold Steve Austin going around beating up his boss was very funny. There's not a moment in time where you go back to a storyline and Stone Cold Steve Austin just like fuck you and beating up Vince McMahon. That was one of the great. That's probably one of the best storylines ever. Like, agreed. Yeah, but to me, like he's a Texan, and he was actually a Texan too, tough guy, and they merged that with his actual personality as a Texas rattlesnake, with him being a beer drinker, and they took that and made it his actual persona. That's the thing. He wasn't really a good actor. But they took his real life persona and just amplified that. And that's what you were talking about when it comes to like taking real life stuff and making it multi-layered and human. And Stone Cold Steve Austin was probably the most human in that era. I mean, that's probably why he was the most over at the time, including The Rock, Kurt Angle, Kane. Kane was really over. I'm surprised that Vince McMahon didn't put any more effort into Kane. I'm not sure why. What do you think?
Go for it, JC.
For Kane, I feel like he had other priorities, honestly. I feel like with Austin and Rock being as hot as they were at the time, Sable being as over as she was, DX being as over as they were, and Undertaker, for that matter, being as over as he was, I kind of feel like there was just not enough room for Kane amongst all those stars.
Yeah. I caught all of that, but your voice was like echoey and staticky at the same time.
Okay. How do I sound now? Do I sound any better? Or?
It's still got the static going on. It gets into that. I think you might have to just unplug your USB and then plug it back in and see if that helps.
I do agree with JC and what he said.
And I think he's one of those people that Vince always looked upon him as a reliable hand, and I think a lot of it is just Glenn Jacobs is just a very humble guy and doesn't care about the world title. I just think as long as he gets to go out there, perform, do his thing, he's good.
Yeah, but to me, he was actually very entertaining back in the Attitude Era. I remember when although he lost most of his Inferno matches, if not all of them, I thought one Inferno match he had was funny because he was just caught on fire, checking on X-Pac. He was just, and somebody brought the fire extinguisher and put out the fire. He looked at him like, "Hey, bro, I like the fire on my hand." I thought that was pretty funny. It's stuff like that. It's a little stuff like that makes me go, okay, that's cool. Like shit that you don't normally really see just happen randomly, but at the same time it makes sense why it would happen. And stuff like that. Like sometimes, and these guys always did what they can to entertain the crowd, and they always did it. It's like for Chris Benoit. I mean, he was sort of entertaining, but to be honest with you, all he had was that wrestling ability, and that didn't really do much for him. And if you remember, like WrestleMania, what was it? WrestleMania 20. I think he wrestled Triple H, and he won the World Heavyweight Championship. And that moment wasn't really memorable, to be quite frank. It's not really a pinnacle moment. It was just like, eh. He wasn't somebody you could market as, and that's not because he was untalented. It was because he didn't have the look. He didn't have the look. He didn't have the personality, and he certainly wasn't somebody you could rely on when it came to being the top performer. At best, he was somebody you could rely on to keep the people entertained and keep the show going.
Yeah, and that's a hard problem that a lot of people don't want to realize is that people like Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, maybe some could consider them world title material. Them becoming world champions led to a lot of people turning off the channel because they were used to this era of giants, especially over in all promotions. They were pushing these big guys as, the top dudes. And when you see a guy who's 6'6" and they're 270 pounds and they're just throwing people around and they're then getting beat by this little dude, you can't really go for the David versus Goliath type meme at that point because you already know from previous experience watching wrestling the bigger guy is going to win. So when you start to see shit like that, it kind of pulls away the fandom, and a lot of it had to do with the fact too people like Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero. I'll leave Ray exempt from that, but those three especially were known for being boring mat technicians. And didn't get by on their charisma, personality, characters, none of that. Never really sold merch, but they were thrust into their position because of their wrestling expertise, because of their technical abilities. And what that has shown over time is that when you put the title on people that get over with just their technical abilities and not much more than that, they're kind of one-dimensional. They don't grow the company. Even Eddie Guerrero, who had a little bit of charisma, especially when he was feuding with Rey Mysterio, he has shown that he has charisma, has a character, sold some t-shirts. He's still not the type of guy who you want to put at the top of the company, especially when you have people like Randy Orton and Brock Lesnar, John Cena. You don't want to put a guy like Eddie Guerrero at the top of your company. No disrespect, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, and that's not supposed to be a bad thing either, to be quite honest, because first things first, you don't need to be at the top of the company to be successful in pro wrestling. Okay, that's never been the case. But at the same time, there has been success. There hasn't been people that weren't really successful. But at the same time, the idea that you sell these people, and I won't really agree with that. Pro wrestling is supposed to be a group effort. It's a scripted show. Well, why should people be? I get it at the same time, but the best way to put on a great show is to serve your role. And if you can do it well and serve it better, and Miz said this, if you have 5 seconds to get the audience captivated, you make that 5 seconds worth it. And he said it himself. And Miz is one of the most over people on. And it's funny because they don't really utilize Miz, but Miz is still over with the crowd. Miz still is. He still has a personality. He's one of the few with personality. But he's the one that said, If you had 5 seconds, if you have only 5 seconds to get over to make something worthwhile, you make that worth your while the best of your ability. You could fight for that, but that's kind of what leads to the point. It doesn't have being the main guy, not being meant for the main spot, isn't supposed to be a bad thing. If you can get over, that's all that matters. Goldust was over. He was never a main event performer. Who else was a mid carder? Well, Rey Mysterio was already over. He never needed to be main event performer. Christian was already over. He never needed to be a main event performer, right? There's a lot of mid carders that were over already, like the Honky Tonk Man or Razor Ramon.
Or Ken
Those
Shamrock.
guys, yeah, these guys were over, and it had nothing to do with being main event performers. It had everything to do with like what they did to get over in the first place, how they became attraction. And not everybody's meant for the main event spot. Not everybody. It doesn't.
Well, that's what these modern fans can't realize is that even back in the day, people like Coco Beware, Brooklyn Brawler, Barry Horowitz, they're more well-known nowadays. You could show a picture of Brooklyn Brawler juxtaposed next to Dominic Mysterio, and people automatically be like, oh shit, that's Brooklyn Brawler. Even Val Venus, for that matter. A guy like a jobber from or mid-carder from the Attitude Era. The Godfather. These people would be household names above all these other jobbers that they have that they're pushing nowadays.
Yeah, and that's the best. That's the interesting thing about it because they sold themselves. It's not, and yeah, people miss this because they treat it more like a sport. And I've said this before, and I keep saying it. Yes, it did involve more to a sport and less of a smack talk, but we also still have to look at it as a scripted. And it's a scripted show. We have to look at it as a story-based show. We have to look at it as a show that is meant to not wrestle, but it's meant to entertain. It's a escape from reality, and people like to throw in fucking reality into it all the time. There can be realism to it. But keep the politics out of it, and a lot of people like to involve in politics into it, which also ruin it for a lot of people, in which they also keep. That's a lot of the problem, but neither here nor there. It's a group effort. It's not a real sport. Okay? It's not a real sport. And you could treat it like that. You can treat it like that all you want, but then where's the flexibility? You already had a guy who was sporty like Kurt Angle. Like you also had a comedic guy like The Rock who could act. You had Shawn Michaels who like danced around and acted like a prick. Where's the flexibility if you're only making it just a sport? Where's the multi-link? Like pro wrestling, here's the thing about pro wrestling is that you have the opportunity to make multiple stories. One could be dramatic, one could be comedy, one could be action-packed, one could be adventurous outside the ring. This is the beauty of pro wrestling is that you could do many things with it. It's a blank canvas. You could do whatever you want with the character. Yet everybody wants to keep it in the ring and keep it a sport. Why does everything need to be a sport? Why do you need to treat everything like a sport? It doesn't need to be a sport in the first place. Why not just cut back on the sports-like feel and make it more of a, I don't know, keep it more like a comedic soap opera of people just getting angry at each other because, I don't know, one stole his dog and now the other wants to steal his dog, and then they have a dog fight. CM Punk versus
Cody versus Punk.
I'll tell you why. Because that takes effort. That takes effort to write. Booking matches takes no effort. You could literally do that in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Because if you remember the Cody Rhodes story, I came up with the Cody story on the top of my head. Okay, what if you, instead of like this story of a hero, how about he plays the hero, but he's planning what he's gonna do? Like if he fails to win the Money in Bank, okay, Plan B, I'm gonna go attack Damian Priest and beat him up with a briefcase and make him sign a contract. That fails. Oh shit, Plan B, Plan C or something. Okay, I'm gonna attack Kevin Owens and play the hero. Hey, I'll help you fight the Judgment Day. Kevin Owens returns and shit like that. But they lose the titles because Kevin Owens is injured. And then Jey Uso returns. He's like, hey, Jey Uso, let's team up together. I'll be a better brother than your brother. Something like that. And then they team up to fight with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, and Cody Rhodes plays on Jey Uso's loyalty and manipulating him. You can trust me. I never turn on you. Don't turn on me. But then tells Sami Zayn, hey, or Kevin Owens rather, hey, you turn on Sami Zayn so many times. What makes you think he wouldn't turn on you and have some grudge against you or some shit like that? Something like that. And eventually, when he wins the titles, he finally. They keep in mind, the titles were technically merged at the time, so that gives segue for when Cody does win the tag team titles to go to SmackDown to challenge Roman. That's what I was thinking at the time. He was doing heel shit as a babyface, eventually turning heel after him failing to win the match against Roman at Royal Rumble. So therefore, he abandons Jay, inserts himself in the Elimination Chamber. Let's say he attacks LA Knight, beats the shit out of him, makes him bleed, and just inserts himself in the match and wins. And he has a match with Randy Orton with WWE World Heavyweight Championship. I think that would have been a better way to tell that story, but that just takes up the top of my head. Like, they could have done anything with that. They just chose not to. If it's such a problem to come up with something that would actually work, then somebody needs to be fired. There's no reason for a freaking YouTuber or YouTubers, any YouTuber, to be booking better than the booker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I agree.
If it is that freaking hard to book, somebody needs to be fired. There's no reason for
Ask his culture.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's no reason for them to not to have a story like that. If you want to get Cody Rhodes over, if Cody Rhodes wants to get over himself, he needs to put in that effort too. Okay, instead of trying to be a freaking hero, how about you think about how to get the match over, how you get that match over, and how you get your character over, instead of worrying about your personality on Twitter 24/7. Am I liked yet? Am I liked? Am I liked? I'm a duck face. Something. He's a fuck face.
That he is.
He's a fuck face. It's hard to like Cody Rhodes nowadays. It's really hard, especially when you hear about the Rock story. You guys are all love, so you're loving your fan base for attacking the Rock's daughter.
Inexcusable.
And then he's like, apparently, turns out he actually helped sabotage the match between The Rock versus Roman. Great. That no wonder WrestleMania didn't sell out, because you didn't give what you were promising the fans this entire time. Rock versus Roman. That was planned ahead of time, but the Triple H was like, "Nah, I'm gonna do whatever I want. I'm gonna give the fans whatever they want." Nobody wanted that except for the fat neck-bearded fat tards who thought Cody Rhodes should finish his story. Meanwhile, there was no story. 2 years of what? Him fighting with random people until he gets to the Royal Rumble and win his second one? What was the story exactly for him fighting with Brock Lesnar? None. What was the story of fighting with Judgment Day? None. Nakamura? None. What was the story? By the way, JD was criticizing Brock Lesnar versus Cody Rhodes, but not criticizing Nakamura versus Cody Rhodes or Judgment Day versus Cody Rhodes. Must have been because it was under Triple H.
Exactly.
Huh.
I mean, that's how it is. It's like, if Triple H does it, oh well, we can look past that. But if Vince is responsible, oh yeah, he's a fucking enemy. And especially a guy like Brock Lesnar, that was to me, it was so undeserved, because Brock still had the potential to be a top guy, to be a world champion, to be the top of the card. Instead, they were making him a fucking mid-carder and having him feud with Cody Rhodes and put over Cody Rhodes. And get bitched by Cody Rhodes. If you really look at it, Cody drove Brock out of wrestling. That's awful. How is that the case?
You know what's the worst thing about that is? Cody Rhodes isn't over with the crowd, yet he was allowed to work with somebody like Brock Lesnar.
Yep. And bury him.
Yeah. Think about that for a second. You're being given an opportunity to work with one of the most legit athletes in sports entertainment. And you can't get over with the crowd. that says more about Cody Rhodes than Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar did his part. He did his part trying to get Cody Rhodes over, making himself bleed, allowing Cody Rhodes to pass out in a Kimura lock, and allowing him to beat him at SummerSlam. But Cody Rhodes isn't over. So I'm not going to blame Brock Lesnar. He did his part. He did his part to get Cody Rhodes over. So the fault lies on Cody Rhodes. We can blame storylines. Okay, we can blame that. But Cody Rhodes could have done anything to make that engaging. Cody Rhodes had the opportunity. He was the top guy at the time. By technicality, how he was being booked on Raw, he was the top guy, right? So here's the question: how come Cody Rhodes couldn't evolve the storyline? How could he couldn't evolve himself? Okay, how can I make this entertaining and make people want to engage in this? How come he didn't do that? Brock Lesnar did that. He did that with his matches he had with Cody. And those were his best matches, to be quite frank. And funny enough, he's still not over. What are the odds?
When I got a plan, I'm gonna follow through even if it fails.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, and Triple H was booking Raw at the time, and don't get me wrong, Vince was in power in some capacity away, but Triple H was booking Raw, so we can. It's not like you could just throw Brock Lesnar at Roman Reigns again, but Triple H was booking Raw. Don't get me wrong, there were similarities to what Vince would be doing, but again, who was booking Raw majorly? Vince just wanted part of the main events. Okay, he just wanted to book the main events, really. He wanted to book the Bloodline. And that story was still good. In 2023 was the best storylines ever with the Bloodline up until like Jimmy and Jay split from the Bloodline, and Triple H, for some goddamn reason, once Vince left, was like, I'll just keep the Bloodline together and move Jay to Raw. That's what people want to see. Seriously, what the fuck does he think? I really want to know what he thinks when he comes up with this. I want to know. Like, how he comes up with these things. I really, really want to know. I want to pick his brain. So, Triple H, why'd you make Cody Rhodes the top star? It's what people want. And why would people want that? Who said they wanted that?
The fat neckbeards on the internet. But mostly, if you want to blame anybody in all of this, besides Triple H, you also got to blame British wrestling YouTubers. British wrestling YouTubers, What Culture, WrestleMania, even Botchamania to some extent. I mean, a lot of these wrestling British YouTubers, I'll give Marky D an exemption, he's pretty cool, but every other British wrestling YouTuber helped plummet the popularity of wrestling by putting over indie bullshit, by putting over NXT Black and Gold, ROH, AEW, New Japan, all of that shit over the glossed up fake Vince McMahon crap, as they said. So it led to a lot of people turning off the channel and turning off wrestling and not giving a fuck anymore.
Yeah. And yeah, it led up to all that. Okay, I'm sure you guys are tired, so, and I'm getting tired too. So any last thoughts? We can discuss a bit more. So any last thoughts?
What you got, JC?
No, I just had a great time talking to you, Bullzie.
Yeah, same here, man. Yeah, same here. And that's the thing too, is it doesn't even feel like 6 hours. It feels like just like a couple. Yeah,
and that's the thing. Like I said before, I didn't actually expect you guys to actually like be on the call. I was like, oh shit, they're actually here. Like, okay. I was actually kind of happy to do this too, because like because I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm not gonna stream again. No one really cares. But I was like, oh, NC is talking to me about streaming together. I was like, well, I can't really pass this up. I have no reason to pass this up. So I was like, why not just do it? And eventually, even if I do this again, it's not going to matter at the end of the day. But it was fun to stream with you guys. That's all I'll say.
Likewise, man. The pleasure was all ours.
Yeah. So give me a Triple H versus CM Punk impression argument for the outro.
All right.
I gotta say, Punk, I've been taking a look at the merch sheets here. It seems like you're not a top 5 seller anymore. I'm sorry, you're not in contention for the title anymore. I know it's written in your contract, but can't do it.
No, it's in my fucking contract. You're going to abide by the fucking contract, or I'm going to break your fucking face. You hear me? You signed on the fucking dotted line. You agreed.
But what did it say in the little asterisk down there? Cards subject to change. So therefore, Buck, I can abide by that. And, not only that, but I got TKO telling me that, if you're too much of a liability, I can cut you.
You know what? I'm going to go back to AEW. Yeah, they got some fucking floozies for me to fuck over there. Yeah. I mean, okay, it's not as good as NXT, but they got something. They got something for me to stick my little baby dick into. So yeah, I'm going to go back to where the grass is greener.
If you want to go be the top star in a drowning ship, be my guest. I got the best pussy over at NXT. Go ahead, Buck. You be your own man.
Aye, Captain.
All right, that's good. That was really good. Anyway, thanks, JC and NC for coming on. Maybe we'll do it down the line in the future again. Who knows? Yeah,
absolutely,
anyway.
Man.
Absolutely.
All right. See you guys later.
All right, good night, man.
Peace out.
Peace out. That is it, everybody. Have a nice day. I'm gonna end it now.